What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Fett, and it is great to have you with me in the lounge tonight. Day six. Feeling a little bit better today. Sneezing a ton today. Fighting the old COVID bug, and but I'm feeling better. I'm doing okay. Got a little bit, what's weird is that at this point, like, it really feels like an allergy thing. It's like all like right here. So it's like the headache stuff, the pressure stuff is bad, but we're getting through it. Hopefully getting a new test, and we'll see what we still have and who's over it and who's not. But thank you to everyone out there who has sent their love and their prayers and their concerns over the last few days. You guys are awesome. And I appreciate you guys. But hey, if this is your first time to the lounge, you know what? That's a testament to the wonderful community that we have here at the Poindexter Lounge. So welcome. We are glad to have you here. If this is your first time, if you've never been here before, just know this: the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where you and me and my crew can get together and talk about all the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those are things that get you excited, if entertainment news is what gets your blood going, man, and just gets you pumped, then hey, you have found the right place, and we are the right place for you. All right. So please hit that subscribe button. Don't let it pass. Hit it now. Let us know that, hey, you're in, you want to be here, right? And hit that notification bell so that you know when we go live, when we put out new videos, because we got a lot of really, really cool things coming. That's all I can say. We got a lot of cool things coming, and you're going to want to be up here and be a part of it. As some things change, some things stay the same. It's going to be really cool. And so I can't wait to reveal to you what great things that we have coming on the horizon. So please hit that subscribe button so that you know that you're here. All right. That being said, also, as always, I like to start off the show by thanking just basically everybody who supports the channel that you're in, and we're grateful for you. So hey, thank you to all of the patrons. Thank you guys so much for your support. We really, really appreciate your support monthly. It really means the world to us. And yeah, you guys are awesome. And then, of course, we've got the members of the channel. Channel membership is really easy. Patron membership is really easy. Patron membership is as little as $1 a month. And to become a member is as little as $2. With that, you get emoticons. You get cool things that you can use during the live streams and things like that. So that's a lot of fun. And of course, everyone who gets super chats, you guys are awesome. You guys are wonderful. We never expect anybody to give, but those of you who do support the channel in that way, and you have a little bit extra and you can give a little bit to the channel, we appreciate it so much. And it helps out in ways that you just don't even know. And, maybe you need a new sweatshirt. Maybe you need a new hoodie. Maybe you need a new thermos. You need new something, and you want something fun and nerdy. Then, hey, we got a whole store down there with a bunch of cool stuff that is just for you. So take a look at that. There's a bunch of fun, cool designs down there. And we got new designs coming very, very soon. But go check those out. And we'd love to see them on you. So if you buy something, please let me know and send us a photo. All right. Let us know what you got down there, what you picked up. All right. Because we'd love to see it on you. All right. That being said, tonight's going to be a fun night. We got some discussions that we can have. And yeah, yeah. I just saw Ryan's comment. Yeah, I know, of all the people, right? Well, we're going to talk about it. And I will put out the link for people if there's anybody who would like to join tonight. You are welcome to join the discussion for sure. But first, I want to say hi to some people here, and then we got a couple of things that aren't on the marquee, as it were, for this video, but we will get into that as well. Things that have to do with yesterday's couple of things that have to do with yesterday's discussion as to Joss Whedon and Gal Gadot. And so we'll talk about that in just a second. But first of all, You Do Suck. What's up? You Do Suck says perfect casting, I say. Really? Are you being serious? Are you being serious? Are you being serious? What's up, Cherie? Says Weird Al is way too young to have a biopic. I mean, the guy's in his 50s. He's almost 60 years old. He's almost 60 years old. Well, wait, hold on. How old is he? Hold on a second. I know he's in his 50s. He's older than me. Let's see. Weird Al age. I want to say maybe he's born. Yeah, he's 62. He's 62. Yeah, he was born in 1959. I was thinking he was born in like 62, but no, apparently he was born in 59. So October 23rd. That's my sister's birthday. That's my sister's birthday. So there you go. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? That he is 62 years old, but he looks great. I mean, he looks awesome. And so we're gonna discuss that tonight and get into what that is gonna be for sure. But yes, he's one of the foundational nerds. He's the quintessential foundational nerd behind all of our nerddom, folks. He's the first guy who made being a nerd cool, kind of, right? Back when it was not cool to be a nerd, but it was okay to say you liked Weird Al, but then it wasn't okay at the same time. Always been a Weird Al fan. Always maintained that. Zeno says, I will gladly shut the F up and wait for the movie. Yes, we're going to talk about that too. It's a great statement. And so we'll talk about that tonight. Dat Dude Vince is here. What's up, Dat Dude Vince? He says, going to see Weird Al in August. Can't wait. Yes, Weird Al is going back out on the road with his tour this year. And so, man, yeah, I know he's coming here not too far from here. But man, tickets are so expensive. And so, don't think we'll be going this year, but man, love Weird Al when he comes around. What's up? Anthony says, good day, everyone. Good day to you, sir. Anthony Beltray is here, says, what up, Enosh? The Keaton pick looks dope. I hope Batgirl is good. And the directors are saying pretty much shut up, wait for the movie. I don't mind if I'm not mad at it. Daniel Cass is Weird Al. Not bad. Okay, well, we'll get into that. Oh, that's interesting. All right. We'll have to get some of you guys in here, man, hopefully, and we'll talk about it. Aaron Pritchard is here, says, good day, wonderful people. Good day to you, Aaron. Katsuka 92 is here, says hola, everyone. I love it. We got the good days, we got the olas, we got everybody in here. We are Venom is here, says sup, Enosh. That's right. That's how we roll here in the lounge. You just say sup, what's going on? Enosh is late. Keely Chow says, hey everybody. Thank you, Zeno. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's right. Gavin C says, yo, what's up? All right, good to see you. Shalise Massey says, hello to you, Shalise. I hope I pronounced that right. What's up, Jalen? What's good, man? Good to see you, buddy. It was good having you on last night. Maybe if you want to jump on tonight, you can jump on tonight. What's up, Jared? You as well, man. Says, hey, guys. Hal Jordan says, hey, last night's show was great. Thank you. We try to put on the best show we can. And I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the show, even through my COVID-ness and my COVID brain and everything, trying to, I try to keep it popping, try to keep it going, try to keep that energy up. And with COVID, trust me, if you've had it or you have it, it's like you start doing something and the next thing you know, you're just like, literally, I've been watching TV all day long with Tiffany, just trying to chill, and you sit there and you think, I'm totally wide awake. Everything's great. This is a great show. Wait, what happened? So I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the show. What's up, Paul? Another brother from down under says, what's up, Enosh? I hope you're better, man. I'm getting there, man. Day by day, dude. It's a daily thing, man. You just got to keep getting up every day. Do the thing. Says, what's up to my fellow lounge lizards? Release the awesome. Love it. Anthony Grisby says, hey, Enosh, glad you are on day 6. I'm on day 3 now, man. You can do it. You can do it, bro. I'm praying for you, man. Pulling for you for sure. You're awesome. All right. Oh, hey. Well, you know, Shalise, we're so glad to have you here. And she says, I'm new to viewing this channel. Hope all is well. Yeah, you know, this last week, after avoiding it for 2 years, me and my whole family ended up coming down with COVID. Me and my wife and my 3 boys, we all ended up with COVID. And so, but we're doing okay. We were all vaccinated, and so we're all just, you know, pretty much have, you know, kind of bad cold symptoms at this point. But I appreciate that. Hey, and welcome. We're glad you're here. We're glad you're here, Shalise. And it's always good to meet new people and to have you here. Ryan is here, says, of all the people, I know, Ryan, of all the people to portray Weird Al, this casting has to be the most random of all. But you know, that's kind of Radcliffe's thing is random casting. I will tell you Tiffany's view here, though, in a few minutes. The lovely Tiff-tastic. I'll tell you her view for sure. Marcus Cruz says, Enosh, just want to say, what would George Lucas name a bounty hunter? Or why would George Lucas name a bounty hunter Boba Fett? I'm not trying to diss and insult you, Enosh. George Lucas does not make sense. I don't take offense to that. I mean, I don't know. Why would he name a Twi'lek Bib Fortuna? I think that's probably a better question, isn't it? Or Jabba the Hutt, you know, or whatever. I mean, they're just names. They're just names, you know. Excuse me. Rational Skeptic is here. Let me read this by Paul. Paul says, welcome to Shalise. See, this is the type of place that this is. We have a wonderful, wonderful group of people here and a wonderful community that is very welcoming. And so I hope that you feel that, Shalise. But yes, as Shalise, welcome. I'm sure you're going to have a great time here at the lounge. Absolutely. Rational Skeptic is here. Says, Enosh, what did you like the most? WWF Attitude, WCW Nitro, or TNA Impact? I gotta say, and I know that this is probably not going to be like everybody's thing. This may be a little bit of a hot take, but WCW Nitro at the time, I really liked it a whole lot better. It was the whole, you know, outsiders angle and Hogan, turning heel, turning into Hollywood Hulk Hogan and all that stuff. That was big stuff for me growing up in the 80s, having grown up in the 80s and the early 90s and stuff. And so to see all that stuff go down, I got to say that was more interesting to me than just a bunch of basically TNA, you know, the real stuff over at WWE at the time. You know, I mean, that's kind of what was getting over. It was kind of that raunchy, you know, kind of thing that was getting over at the time. And I mean, it was what it was. And it obviously, you know, I mean, the Attitude Era is the Attitude Era, and it revolutionized a lot of things. And there's some things that you wish would come back because unfortunately now it's so homogenized that it's bad. But I got to say, I would probably have to go WCW Nitro era, you know, that time frame. What's up, Simon Section with a $9.99 super chat here, and I love this. You are the first super chat of the night. Thank you so much, Simon. You're awesome. And so for this, he's singing. I know it goes together, right? We got the Star Wars thing. He says, "My, this here Anakin guy, maybe Vader someday later. Now he's just a small fry, and he left his home and kissed his mommy goodbye, saying soon I'm gonna be a Jedi." Soon I'm gonna be a Jedi. And I got a little something here for you, Simon. Something you may not know about Star Wars. Check it out.
Did you know while shooting Star Wars Episode 2, Hayden Christensen once showed up on set crying and screaming about slaughtering a whole village, women and children included, and George Lucas loved it so much that he kept it in the film?
Just saying. Just saying. Thank you, Simon, for the $9.99 super chat. Appreciate it, man. Jack Strange is here. Says, isn't Daniel too short to play Weird Al? We'll get into that in just a second. Yes, Shalise. Yes, Weird Al is awesome. Weird Al is amazing. Let's see who. Vikram is here. Says, last night was a good stream. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Jack Strange is here. Says, would you see a DC Marvel crossover movie or TV show? I would see it. I mean, I would not see it. I don't think it's needed at this point right now. And I don't think, with two separate companies right now working like that, I don't think that it would go down well. I don't think that we'd be able to come to a definitive kind of satisfactory ending for anybody at that point. But you never know. You never know. The Sting is here. What's up? The Sting says, hello, Lounge. Hope you're feeling better, E. Who would play Enosh in a biopic? Hopefully Whedon wouldn't direct. No, I wouldn't let Whedon anywhere near a biopic of me. I would sue that for all that I could. For all that I could, man, I would fight that. But no, yeah, it's a good question. Who would you cast as me in the Enosh Fee biopic? Serious answers only. No. Xenos with the super punch there. Oh, bummer, man. Jack says, my first day at a new job, I was exposed to COVID, man. Well, I hope they're taking care of you, bro. I hope they're taking care of you. Excuse me. Oh, he says he had to work. Jared had to work this morning at 9 a.m. Oh my goodness, but worth it. Awesome. Enosh for the Weird Al role. Well, I tell you what, I don't know if I have the pictures here, but I have that. I had the hair. I had the exact hair. Yep, I sure did. What's up, Bradley? It says, hey, Enosh, you got this. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Nicolas Cage is Enosh. That's high praise. That's high praise. Right now I can't do an impersonation to save my life. It feels like, and I kind of lost my sense of taste, and because I've just been stuffed up for days now, and so I finally lost my sense of taste and smell today. So Enosh is played by Bradley Cooper. That's an interesting one. Enosh's son is Enosh. You know what? Landon should just do it. Yeah. Landon would have that part. Poor guy. He's doing good. He got COVID too, but and he just got his wisdom teeth out, but he's doing good. So thank you guys for the thoughts with him. So here he is. Here's a little taste of Landon.
I'm so tired.
You're tired.
Okay. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling good.
Okay.
Hi, Dad.
Poor guy. Well, hey, right now, so I'm going to drop the link here in just a minute for anybody else who may want to join in. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we got a guy here, always a source of controversy, always bringing the hot takes and making his voice heard. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the program, Mr. Crazy Joe. What's up, Crazy Joe? And he's on mute.
Not anymore. I'm not. Yeah.
To have his stuff ready and get ready to go. And I mean,
I'm here to deliver the sexy.
I thought you were here to deliver the turkey.
Speedy delivery.
There's the turkey, and there's the other turkey.
And the turkey's on the table.
Oh my goodness. How you doing tonight, brother?
I saw you drop the link in our chat, and I thought, do I want to click on that tonight? And I know I should go to bed. That's the thing. I know I should go to bed, but or I should, I got to review this 4K disc of the Toolbox Murders, and I haven't watched it yet, and I got to review it, and I should be watching this. But some nights you're just not in the mood to watch something called the Toolbox Murders.
Probably not. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah, otherwise good. Stressy. We got COVID in our house too. Oh. I haven't gotten it yet. My wife hasn't gotten it yet. Our youngest hasn't gotten it yet, but my oldest, yes, she got it. She's the winner.
Oh man, I'm so sorry to hear that, bro. How's she feeling?
She's doing a lot better. She's and we're stressing out, about, our youngest 6 years old, she's in a panic because, she's heard for 2 years how dangerous the virus is. Now she's vaccinated. Mm-hmm. And we keep telling her, don't worry, you're vaccinated. It'll probably just be like a bad cold if you catch it. But she's terrified because she's heard stories of the big scary virus for the past 2 years of her very short life. So
yeah. No, I hear you. Gavin asked a question. Enosh, are you a Tron fan? Gavin, you are looking at two owners of the Tron upright video game right here in front of you. Plus, man, I've got a whole not only do I have that, I've got tons of Tron action figures, and I got a whole section of a cabinet over here dedicated to Tron. And man, I got this guy sitting right here too, by the way. Got that guy sitting right here, just happened to be right here. It's a Flynn. And I got where's the other Tron stuff? I got some more Tron stuff over here. Oh, there's another Tron. I love Tron.
Me too.
I just love I love every there's Sark.
It's the original Matrix. It's this,
Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
That's some good stuff right there, man. Oh, I love that artwork.
Yeah, you know what I have to disagree with? People always say that the special effects in the original Tron look quote unquote dated. No, they don't. No, they don't. And I'll tell you why they don't. Number one, because nobody else did any effects like them ever. Like, they were the only movie to ever do it. So you can't be dated when you don't have anything to compare it to.
Bingo.
And number two, it was about computers in 1982. So, of course, it has to look like the technology available in 1982.
It was cutting edge at the time, man.
Right.
Cutting edge. And yes, Paul, I agree with you. My little man looks a little sus. For those of you who don't know that joke, my son's was calling me sus. He always thinks that I'm like out of it or whatever. And then, like, when he's confronted with the fact that dad is kind of in the know about a bunch of stuff, like, it drives him nuts. And so he was going around calling me sus and all that stuff. She said, I don't know, Dad, that's kind of sus. And I'm just like, okay, all right. Yeah, let's see. If I'm sus and you're like the little version of me, does that make you Lil Sus? I think that's your new rap name, Lil Sus. So yes, look for the t-shirt coming out soon.
My rap name's Big Sexy.
Big Sexy. Wow. Well, there you go. Let's see. So yeah, Tiffany actually came home looking at that Simpsons arcade game, man, and was like, oh, because I just got the Tron one. And she's just like, I saw the Simpsons one. She was more excited about that than I was. So yeah.
They're not hard to put together, but they're not fun to put together at all either. They're kind of a pain in the neck. I got 4 of them, so
yeah. I got 5 arcade games now, 3 1-up games. So I got Tron, I got Star Wars, and I've got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I've got a dedicated Superman arcade game from back in the 80s where it plays
I love that game. The John Williams.
Yeah, it plays the John Williams theme. It's awesome. And then I've got a Miss Pac-Man dedicated game, but I updated that one where it's got 60 games in it, or 64 games or something like that.
I've got in the corner over here, I don't know if I can turn my camera to it. In the corner I got Star Wars. Then I've got that's the Legacy machine. It's got 12 games. It's made up to look like Mortal Kombat 2, but it's also got Mortal Kombat 1, Mortal Kombat 3, Gauntlet, Paperboy, Root Beer Tapper.
Nice.
And then there's the Marvel superheroes, which is my least favorite and the kids' favorite. That's really if I had to trade one out, I'd get rid of that and get something else, but the kids love it. So, and then Tron.
Nice. Now, do you find Joe that like you get these games, right? And then it's like, do you end up playing them regularly, or do you just find like, man, it's like, life gets going, you're doing stuff, and it's like, oh darn, I wish I could get some time to go.
Well, that's the thing. I don't have enough time to do anything. It seems like honestly, you drop the link and I come in here, and I really shouldn't, because I have so many things that I should be doing for my own channel. I have a podcast that's not edited yet. That's got to go up Friday. I could be doing that right now. I could be reviewing this media they send me for reviews that I haven't reviewed yet. There's so many things I could be doing. Yeah. And I could be playing these games. I could be watching any of the dozen movies that went direct to streaming that people tell me, oh, you haven't seen The Matrix Resurrection yet? No, I haven't. Should, but no.
Oh, dude, yeah, you gotta see Resurrections. Like, you know what? And I know there's some people who they don't like Resurrection for some reason. And I think it's because look, it's The Matrix. So I've been trying to explain to people that, like, if you didn't like it upon first viewing, you need to look deeper, because it's the Matrix. You know, and I think sometimes people they've just dismissed it off as being like a regular movie, and it's like they take it for surface level, and it's like, you just can't do that with the Matrix. You gotta you know, give it a little bit more. So
I will say that of all the cabinets, the Tron one is the one that I have recently been playing the most. And the new one, that's the latest one, the legacy one there.
Mhm.
I've been playing that a lot lately only because my 6-year-old is obsessed with Gauntlet, and she keeps saying to me she wants to play Gauntlet. And I love Gauntlet, but also Gauntlet never ends. There's no final level of Gauntlet. So
really, there's no end screen.
no, I think there's like 116 unique levels, and
Okay.
then they just repeat.
Because I know a lot of those old games, they do have an end screen, but it's just like the same screen like forever, and then it like the last screen, because that's how Pac-Man ends, right? There's like no definitive last screen. It's just like there's like it's
The
called the kill
screen where,
screen.
yeah, the kill screen.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you have. We've never discussed it, but I'm assuming you've seen King of Kong, Fistful of Quarters.
Oh yeah.
What a great movie! I love that movie. Kill screen. It's gotta be a kill screen here. Everyone's gonna be a kill screen.
Yeah. So yeah, the kill screen thing, for those of you guys who don't know, it's like you get to literally the end of the game, and then like the end of the game just like will most of the time just like go haywire. Like with Pac-Man, you don't know where anything is. Everything's like all jarbled up. It's all just a bunch of gobbledygook, and yeah, it's just kind of messed up at that point. But you know, but it's cool. It's cool. Okay, so we got a couple of things to discuss tonight. I did put the link out there. Do I think that they'll ever make a He-Man movie? Eventually. I'm actually kind of glad though, Jack, that they haven't made it yet, because honestly, I didn't like Noah Centineo. I didn't like the idea of Noah Centineo being He-Man. And so I'm kind of glad that time passed. And I hope that they, figure out a better way to make it.
The best approach I heard for a new Masters of the Universe movie was, and I'm forgetting his name now, director of Kick-Ass 2. Crap. Obviously, the first one was Matthew Vaughn. It's not Matthew Vaughn. He also directed Fantasy Island, the recent Fantasy Island movie.
Jeff Wadlow.
Jeff Wadlow, yes. Jeff Wadlow was attached to write the screenplay for a Masters of the Universe movie.
Okay.
And he went on the Masters Cast, which is a He-Man podcast, to talk about his script and his approach. And he was talking about how he said it should have a tone like Guardians of the Galaxy, where you can have fun with it, you could be humorous with it, but you can't make fun of it. Like you have to take the story seriously, you have to take the characters seriously, but you can have humor in the quirkiness of the characters as long as you're not making fun of them. And I heard it and I'm like, that's a great approach. I like that approach.
See, you know what approach that I wish that they would go with He-Man is, and I think it's very simple, and it's basically, it just is what it is it needs to be Star Wars meets Lord of the Rings. That's what He-Man is. That's what that world is. You have a world of magic meeting up with a world of technology. Right? You have space travel, but you have this magical sword, and you have this power that exists, that is from this castle, and you have these missions that these people go on, and these, mystical portals, and and things. And so like you see, that's funny because I didn't even see the Dork Knight's comment there, but yeah, he says, I want Lord of the Rings meets Star Wars. That's to me what it is. I mean, when I think of that property, I mean, I feel like that meets it completely.
I could see that. I would hope it wouldn't be too Lord of the Rings though, because I can't stand Lord of the Rings.
Look, okay. Well, Joe, let me just say that I understand that, because honestly, I'm not a big Lord of the Rings fan either. Like everything about it says that I should love it. All my friends love Lord of the Rings, and this is no hit towards Lord of the Rings at all, because I get it. I understand why people like it. I understand why they enjoy it. But every time I have ever tried to sit down and watch Lord of the Rings, Joe, I fall asleep. It 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 just seems like it's just long and drawn out, and it's just not my thing. And I don't know why, because I do like fantasy stuff, right? I love going to uh the Renaissance Festival, and seeing a world of of mysticism, the mystical stuff and everything. I mean, I love all that stuff. But there's just something about those movies. I just I feel like they're just like it's overwhelming for me. And maybe that's how people feel about Star Wars and other things that I like. Um but I don't know, man. It just seems like there's just like so much of it. I don't know. I don't know.
I noticed Hal Jordan in the chat says he prefers Black Star over He-Man. I wish, because I love Filmation. I'm a huge fan of Filmation. And I wish somebody would put Black Star out on DVD. It was out on DVD years ago, and it's out of print. But I would love to get my hands on Black Star again, and you can't now.
Yeah. That's
I got
bummer.
Brave Star though.
Brave Star.
Brave Star.
Brave Star.
Eyes of the hawk, strength of the bear. Brave Star.
Wow, we're dating ourselves a little bit now, aren't we? Okay. And like I didn't do that already with my Atari shirt tonight and your Alf shirt. By the way, I got to tell you, I thought of you because I know that you're a big Alf fan, and I thought of you the other day because I woke up the other morning and I don't know what I was doing. I was petting the dog or whatever, and I started to get up out of bed. And Tiffany, we have Tiffany has her makeup room, which it's a room off of our main bedroom. It looks like it's just like an accordion door that opens up into what you may think is just like one closet, but it's not. It's another room because it was a sitting room at one point. And so in there are two closets, and so that's Tiffany's toy room. She's got a bunch of her toys up on the wall in that room, and then that's her makeup room. So she was in there getting ready for work. I come in there and I'm I get up out of bed and I laughed and I went, ah, like that. And I heard it like immediately. And I just kind of laughed to myself. And she goes, what? And I said, I just totally, and she finished the sentence for me. She goes, you just sounded like Alf. And I said, I know, that's crazy.
Do you know what I still say all the time? And this is a deep cut. This is like a deep cut for you. A lot of people aren't going to even remember this. But remember the little bumpers when they went to and from commercial on Alf?
I'm trying to remember.
One of them, like it was Alf would say something right before they went to commercial, but one of them was, before you get up for that final snack, I want you to know I'll be right back.
Yep.
Ah!
Yep. I remember that. Yep, I sure do.
I'm convinced. He gave me like a little winky face as a response.
He gave you a what now?
He gave me a little winky face, like the little winky emoji. But I think Dan Larson did a video on the history of Alf recently, and I think I influenced that because I had him on my show.
Yeah, I was on there with you. That was awesome.
He vetted me first, apparently, because why not? He never heard of me.
Sure.
But the intro video I have when you go to my channel, the first thing that comes up is my interview with Paul Fusco, who was the puppeteer who created and performed Alf.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me he watched my interview with Paul Fusco.
Nice.
And then like 3 weeks later, he does the history of Alf on his channel. And I wrote, did I have something to do with this? And he responded with a wink.
Nice. Nice. Okay, so we're going to get into for the first thing we're going to do. So we got some stuff to talk about, some fun stuff to talk about. But I do want to get the controversial stuff out of the way. Yesterday, we did a whole show on this, and so I'm not going to spend all night long on this. But you guys know where I stand on it and know how I feel about it. But I'm just gonna say a couple of things about this tonight, and then we'll move on to some of the lighter fare. But I'd be remiss if I didn't share at least a couple things. So last night we were talking about the Joss Whedon situation and the downfall of Joss Whedon, and man, tone deaf is all get out, man. It just, as far as I'm concerned, I still can't believe that, like, that article, it's very interesting. What's up, Anthony? Is Anthony here? Oh, it's
What's
coming
up?
in. There
What's
you
up,
go.
Enough?
There you go. Yeah.
Welcome
So
to the party, pal.
welcome to the party, man.
Enough.
Yeah, Paul Smith asked the same thing that I asked. Like, he gave you a little winky. Like,
Oh yes.
okay, sure.
Let's not kid ourselves. Dan Larson's got a big winky.
Oh boy. Okay. Anyways, so so we were talking about this yesterday, and I asked the question, because Ray said, look, I'm not going to respond to it today. I'm going to just honor Dr. Martin Luther King, and we'll see what comes next. And he did respond today with a couple of things, and I thought it was very interesting. And so I just wanted to wanted to share this. He said, "Here, one, I stand with Charisma Carpenter, who, like this bad actor in both senses, had no agency in determining matters of abuse or race, but for the influence of a white male shadow puppeteer," and shared, Charisma Carpenter's, feelings about it, and she came out in support of Ray last year. Then there was then there was this too. He pointed out Joss Whedon. I don't threaten people. Who does that? The world. I don't know. Maybe the guy that used to spend his free time plotting elaborate revenges on his own family, which was in the article. On weekends and in the summers, he would pass his mornings pacing the long driveway of his family's second home on a farmhouse near Schenectady, making up science fiction universes or plotting elaborate revenges on my brothers. He says, I'm starting a team called the Malevolent Force, which is what Joss Whedon called him. Who wants in? Joss Whedon's need not apply. Joss Whedon had nearly 2 years to get the story straight. He's likely spent tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on PR, crisis management, and coaching. And his response to the allegations is, they're all misunderstood and are out to get me. Also, my mom is sexy.
Well, that's fair. I hear Whedon's mom was quite the looker.
Yeah, look, my grandma, like I've said, look, there are some things that I get, like we don't want to look too deep into some things, right? I mean, like, like I get it.
Joss Whedon's mom has got it going.
Apparently. But let's see here. What else? Okay, hold on a second. He also said, before I get started today, I want to thank you all for lifting and supporting everyone that has been negatively affected by Joss Whedon. I was not the first to speak out about him, but I hope to be one of the last that has to do it. The irony is Walter Hamada is probably kicking himself right now for trying to throw Joss Whedon under the bus. Had Walter waited, we would have seen Joss had already bought a round trip ticket to run himself over. And then let's see, there's one more thing here. Oh, well, then he pointed out some different pictures here that people put up. Then he says, last thing, please don't put me on a pedestal. He says, I've made more mistakes and apologies in life than I can count. Taking accountability for our actions and how they may have affected others can be some of the hardest work to do, but we must try in earnest to do it. And you know what? I agree with it. There's some of my friends, obviously, who've chimed in, and I think that's awesome. Look, that's the way I look at this. Look, everybody makes mistakes. Even in reading this stuff, these last couple of days, I got to be honest with you. I don't feel sorry for Joss Whedon in the situation that he's put himself in, because he put himself there, and it's pretty obvious what he's done now, who he's done it to. But I will say, I do feel bad for somebody who does these things, hasn't made aware, and then is just not aware, is not self-aware. One of the things I was kind of disappointed about was really that he didn't take responsibility for any of the things that were mentioned about him from anyone. And then saying the things that he said, like about Gal Gadot, even, that, oh, she just, doesn't
She
understand English
doesn't
very
speak
well.
English and she doesn't understand.
To which she
Well,
responded today, very,
I
very
perfectly
straightforward.
understood.
And Gal Gadot warns her peers never. This came out yesterday. Gal Gadot warns her peers never to work with Joss Whedon. Refutes his explanation for their Justice League tussle. Joss Whedon responded to Gal Gadot's allegations that he threatened her career and blamed the language barrier. Gadot, in response, said she understood him perfectly. And this is in a profile. I don't want to reread things that we've already read. But there was this part right here. So Whedon in the profile said, "I don't threaten people who does that. English is not her first language, and I tend to be annoyingly flowery in my speech," which she told him. When she told him she wanted a scene cut from the film, Whedon said he told her she'd have to tie him to a railroad track and do it over his dead body. When I was told that I had said something about her dead body and tying her to the railroad track, he said, Gadot responded, "I understood perfectly. I will never work with him. I will never work with him, and would never suggest any of my peers to work with him in the future." So, look, that's the latest. Those are the responses. I will just say this. I don't know at this point. I get it. People, they don't like the way that Ray Fisher. I mean, I don't get it because I have my own feelings about it, and I believe Ray Fisher. I've spoken with the man. I've heard his heart, one-on-one. And so I have my own reasons for believing the man. But I understand that sometimes people have their own way of looking at things. I will say this, though. I don't know how somebody can come out of this article and think that the man is innocent.
I will say that the same thing I said yesterday, which is everything he said about what went down on Justice League would sound perfectly reasonable if we were talking about a guy who had a spotless record. If we're talking about a guy who had a 25, 30-year career and no one's ever made a single complaint about him, and suddenly you have this one production where there's issues and he comes out and says it was a misunderstanding, I meant this and this, then you could say, okay, we can give you the benefit of the doubt because this has never happened before and your record is spotless and you have, but the fact that we have all the stuff on Buffy and everything, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's like this is not your first time with these kind of complaints.
Yeah, I mean, you got the stuff on Buffy, you got the stuff on Angel, you got the stuff with his ex-wife. I kept talking about it last night. I mean, like, for him to just keep on, for him to go on and say, like, well, I felt like I had to have sex with those women.
That was that I read that whole article, man, and that was a tough read. That was especially from someone
that is disgusting.
From someone who's a huge fan of his work. I mean, it was a real tough read because it was rough. I will say he did say a couple things I liked. I liked that he's getting therapy. I liked that he said he's working on himself.
I hope he is.
It tells me that he's trying to do some kind of path to recovery. But it's a rough read. And I will applaud him for his brutal honesty in some things because that comment about I felt like I had to have sex with those women, that's such a creepy comment. Like, that's the kind of comment I think most people wouldn't make. The fact that he could at least be honest about that and say, here's the hard truth. Okay, well, hats off to him for that, because I don't know that I would have shared that.
Well, see, you know what, Joe, my concern about it is that I don't know. Like, look, if he's getting therapy for the right reasons and he's, going down that event, like, I hope that's what he's doing, right? With some of these comments that he made, like, it really felt like he was just totally tone deaf to the idea that he had made any of those mistakes. You know what I mean? That he had done any of those things, where it was like every accusation against him, when he was asked about it, he's just like, nope, I didn't do that. Nope, they misunderstood that. Nope, that's not what I did. No, why would I even do that? And it's like, so when he says, like, I felt like I had to have sex, like, yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, but I kind of put it in the same text that you just put the other thing in, right? Like, a normal person, I would go, yeah, they're probably trying to be honest and transparent, and put that out there. I'm reading the rest of this article thinking, I just don't think the guy knows how to talk very well, and he gets nervous because even in the interview, it said he kept getting up to go pee.
Well, that's true. And, he made the comment about how he says things in long, flowery speech. One of the hallmarks of Joss Whedon, one of the things he's been applauded for his whole career is his dialogue, the way he writes dialogue, because he has it's not really a natural way of speaking. People don't really talk this way in real life, but his dialogue has punch that it sounds good. Like the way the characters talk on Buffy aren't how my friends and I talk, but it sounds good. And he does really talk that way. And I think part of it, like you said, is probably him covering up some kind of social awkwardness where I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. It was really weird. The whole thing still is really strange to me. Just how he's conducted himself and the way that he has continued to conduct himself. But like I said, I hope the best for him. Even with everything else, I hope that he gets the help that he needs. Because I really feel that he needs some desperate help, and I hope that eventually he he's just able to look at it and just go, you know what? Okay, I need to just come clean with what I did, just deal with that and move forward. And hopefully maybe him going to counseling, he'll get that.
If he works on it, if he works hard on it, he can come back from this, because I look at Mel Gibson. And Mel Gibson said some of the most racist, anti-Semitic stuff, but he apologized. He came out, he apologized. And now his career's never going to be where it was, but at least Whedon hasn't committed crimes. Like, Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby raped people. Whedon's an asshole. So
Yeah.
if he apologizes and works on himself, he could turn this around, but it's going to take a lot of work and it's going to take years.
Yeah, it's going to take take a lot of PR.
Whedon needs some help. He really does. To me, he's a piece of crap person. I don't care about him. I hope he get all the help he needs. Maybe he will come back in Hollywood one day. But he'd be a ghostwriter for Hollywood. Like, if you need jobs, call him.
Carrie Fisher. Carrie Fisher made a great career doing punch-ups, doing script doctoring, and stuff like that.
Yeah. So, we'll definitely always keep our eye on, on this, obviously. And I hope to have, Ray back, sometime soon. And, I'm sure that this will be an interesting part of that conversation when we do, and, I just, I hope for everyone involved, all the people who were victims of it. And this is all I've ever said. And, people have said whatever they want to say about Ray, but the reality is like, I've always maintained, and I know that Ray has always maintained, people put their own spin on stuff when they read stuff or listen to stuff. But Ray said from the very beginning, he said, listen, I had my own issues, but that's not what I'm bringing attention for. I'm not even bringing attention. I'm bringing attention for all these other people who did not have what I had. He said, I could go back. I could do with something else. He says, whatever. I have a great support team. He says, but what about all these people who, didn't have that support team? They don't have, thousands of social media followers. You know what I mean? Somebody to, build them up. You know what I mean? They don't have anything to fall back on. They're just going to work every day and they're getting ridiculed and they're getting yelled at and they're getting treated these ways and threatened and things like that. And he was like, those are the people that I'm bringing this up for. I think that gets lost a lot of times in people's arguments over whether or not he shared enough information or whether or not they believe him or not. And to me, that's not even the point anymore. And people are always yelling at me, like sending me DMs and, blasting me on Twitter and be like, because they know that I am a Ray Fisher supporter. And so they're always like, well, what did, what did he prove? He didn't prove anything. He needs to bring proof and evidence. And I keep saying, it's not for me to try to prove it to anybody. I'm done arguing with people about it. It's not for me to to argue with people about it or to try to convince people about it. Ray has put it all out there. Yes, he may have not explained things in the precise detail that people want, but he has laid the foundation there. He has pointed out the things that have happened and made those accusations and said these things. And then he's also pointed out that a lot of these things, the reason why he hasn't gone into great detail on it is because it's things that didn't happen personally to him. And so it is not for him to do those things. It's for him to try to strengthen others and to try to bring awareness so that these things can come out and that people can feel empowered at their time to come forward with some of this stuff. But it's not for him to put other people in uncomfortable positions. It'd be like me knowing something happened to Joe. And Joe was like, hey, Enosh, you can't bring that out, man, because if you bring that out, it's going to give me problems at work. And I'm like, but Joe, come on, man, this was really, really bad, dude. Like Anthony treated you really, really bad, man. And I gotta tell the world. And you're like, I'm not ready to do that. Well, I'd be a jerk if I got on my platform and I was just like, hey, this is what happened to Crazy Joe, But if I say, hey, there's some things that have happened. There's some things that went down. People need to be aware of this person that, of the kind of things that they do and the kind of things that they're capable of. It brings awareness, and hopefully through that awareness, people can be strengthened. And now I think that that's why we're getting to this point that we are right now is that, listen, after this, a lot of staunch Joss Whedon supporters who have acted like there's no possible way Joss Whedon could have done some of these things and no possible way that Joss Whedon
I saw a
could have
lot of
acted
Joss
some of
Whedon
these ways.
supporters today.
Did you? Yeah. See, I know a lot too.
Twitter,
I know a
what
lot
the
too, though,
hell?
who are like, it's getting harder and harder, Anthony.
Well, I don't even know anyone who's been supporting Joss Whedon, and I know hardcore Whedon fans, but I haven't heard anyone defending him.
Oh, there's people who defend him, dude. Oh yeah, they're
No,
trust me.
people on
I
Twitter
know the
defend
people who
Joss
defend him because they
Whedon
defend him
every
to
day.
me
I
all the
see it.
time. But it's getting harder for them to defend him. Is the thing. So, hold on a second. Anthony, watch yourself with Crazy Joe now. I'm just messing. Hold on a second. I want to make sure that StreamYard is okay. StreamYard's still working. StreamYard's been acting so weird this week that it's like you got to make sure that stuff is actually coming through. But anyways, so I just wanted to talk about that. That was that little segment of that. That's all that came out today, really, about that. Gal Gadot basically put the hammer down, said, nope, I knew exactly what he was saying. Geez, doesn't know English.
I'm the only one who thinks that Gal Gadot only works good when she was Zack Snyder, and now when she's other directors.
Oh, I don't know. She was really good in Red Notice.
No, but she was good in Red Notice.
she was
She
good
was
in
good
Red
in Red
Notice.
Notice, but like
And
sometimes
what was the movie she did with Zach Galifianakis? I enjoyed that too.
Oh yeah,
she did.
was that spy movie?
Yeah, they were those like the spies move next door.
Yeah, what was that movie?
Elsa Fisher was in it too.
Yep.
God, I can't remember the name. I'm trying to Google it now. Someone in the chat will know, I bet.
Yeah, because it was Gal Gadot.
But she been getting a lot of jobs lately. Gal.
Yeah,
surprising.
Keeping Up with the Joneses.
Keeping Up. Yeah, there it is. Paul had it. Paul's like, bam. Sure, he says something with the Joneses. Love it. Yeah, there you go. They had it. Yep. But yeah, no, that was a good movie. I did enjoy that movie too. I enjoyed that movie. Yeah, I mean, look, she, when she first, hit on the scene and,
was
Fast and the Furious,
right?
or whatever. Like, look, Fast and the Furious is not necessarily the movie that you want to. Personally, I know there's people who love Fast and the Furious. It's not my favorite thing, but a lot could be said for a lot of the people's acting in that movie. I mean,
I still don't know how Vin Diesel keeps getting work. I can't stand him.
Me either. I'm not a Vin Diesel fan either, man.
His best roles are Groot and the Iron Giant.
Thank you.
We don't see
Thank you. I made my wife laugh so much when we went to go see Guardians of the Galaxy, because I said, wow, this is great. And she goes, what? I go, this is my favorite Vin Diesel movie. And she's like, why? And I said, Because all he says is one line over and over and over again. I am Groot. I know Jalen says, but it's all about family, Enosh.
I love Fast and Furious. It's just a crazy franchise that keep going crazy and crazy.
Yeah, they're going to
And I hope
space
they bring
next, I
back-
hear.
Yeah, for the finale.
They got to do a remake of All in the Family with Vin Diesel as Archie.
Oh my
Just be-
god.
Oh, dear Lord. Archie!
All in the Family.
Archie! Can we go to space in a car, Archie?
Oh, geez, Edith.
No, geez.
Don't lie, you would pay to see that movie.
Yeah, I would. I'd watch that. That'd be one movie. Yeah, I think I'd go see. Yep. Oh my gosh. All right. So now on to some lighter news. Okay, so we got some new Batman picks. Okay, so we got Batgirl picks, I should say. So we got this first of all. This is the new mural. Apparently
Anarchy.
Batgirl has a ton of murals in it.
Somebody's offering her mural support.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so Batgirl film news has been showing us. We got the Batman and Robin pick, right? From before. Now this is a straight up pick right from Batman Returns, which is interesting. We got Jalen in here. What's up, Jalen?
What's up?
Good to see you. Good to have you back, sir. Yeah. So
Batman Returns is full Burton. That's what the movie is.
Oh yeah. So, but we got this now, and so it's another mural. And where is it? There it is. So this is kind of what it looks like here.
Oh my.
Yeah. What do you guys think of this?
Wait. Was that in the other shot? I didn't even see Batman in the.
Yeah, he's right here.
Oh wow, you could barely notice him in that shot. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
See him a little bit better there. Now, got that one. But yeah, I mean, like, what do you guys make of this? I mean, like, now all of a sudden they got pictures, like actual pictures of Batman, which I don't know if I like
for
that.
For me, I like it. I don't mind it. I'm gonna see the movie. I think I hope it's good. I wish they would have probably used like a new picture of Michael Keaton, maybe from the Flash movie. I don't know why we use a return picture, but it's whatever.
Well, I think it's supposed to be old. I think it's supposed to be an old faded mural. So.
I mean, but like it looks
somebody like they have
edited it on, like they got it from, like they got a pose of him in it and then just like slapped it on this wall, rather than it looked like
it's weird because it doesn't. The other one looked like a painting that somebody like would have like graffitied on there. This one doesn't look like that. This one looks
Photoshop.
Yeah.
We have murals like that in Philadelphia though that look like that. Like I don't know if it's still there, but there used to be one of like
you see Robin. You see Robin right there.
Is Robin on there too?
The other picture. Yeah, by the.
No, that's something else. That's something else that I got to bring up in a minute. It also almost looks like there's almost like if you look down in this area right over here. I mean, it's almost like that might be like a Joker-esque kind of thing. I don't know. Am I just?
Oh no, that's Robin. That's Robin covering up.
Is that Robin?
Yeah, you can see the hair. You can see the hair right there.
I don't see it. I don't see.
Yeah, look, that's Robin.
I don't see him.
I don't see Robin.
He's under the red. He's covered up. It was on Twitter.
I don't know.
Okay. Enosh,
there's another one. There's another one, right, Anthony? The other one.
Well, they on Twitter, I can't remember, but there was one on Twitter that it had Robin in it, but it was covering up a little bit.
Yeah, so I got that one too here. Let me pull that one in here because I think I know the one you're thinking of.
Yeah,
but that one's different than this one. Hold on a second. Hold on just a second. Let me get it here.
Because there's rumors that Dylan O'Brien might be playing Robin, which is a great cast in my opinion.
Yeah, this one here has Robin. This was a different one.
No, it's the same one because like you could see the hair for the like, but it's cover up. So the
No,
cover up.
this is a different
Robin.
one, dude, because this is the image.
It's
This
two
is
different.
Michael. This is absolutely Michael Keaton in this one. This is not.
Well, yeah, maybe they didn't have like as likely, like it's like yeah, you don't put me on the like what are we like yeah.
Yeah, because this is the new one. This doesn't have Robin on it. This is the new one.
Yeah, but it's
Which
supposed
is,
to be the same picture, but like Robin like is cover up with the
I mean,
right. Is cover
no,
up.
no, this
Even
is
it's like
this
two different
this is
poses.
it's two different ones, man.
Yeah, it's two different poses.
It's completely two different ones. Here's the one with Batman and Robin.
I love this shot of them walking with it because it looks like a Looney Tunes cartoon, like
Right.
the Road Runner's going to run through or something.
Yeah. Well, and this is you can tell this is on the back lot of Warner Brothers.
Yeah, even everybody in the shot is like Enoch. Robin is covering up. Anthony's right.
These are two different pictures. These are not the same picture. I don't
Yeah.
understand why people aren't getting that. There's this picture, and then there's this picture. This picture
Batman
is
looks
actually
completely different.
Yeah, this picture is actually Michael Keaton. This is an enhanced picture of that same one. You can tell this is totally Michael Keaton. It's a completely different pose, guys, than this one right here. I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. It's completely different. I mean, I don't know. Because Robin is not in this one. Like you can tell that Robin's not in this one. Just because there's some red here doesn't.
No, he is. Look at this hair right there.
That's not.
I think that's just black.
That's just a black smudge, man. I pulled it up right here. It's
that is not hair. I'm not blind. That is hair.
It looks a bit too small. Well, I mean,
there's nothing here behind here though. Is what I'm saying. Like you can see here.
They cover up Robin. That's what people are saying.
Who covered up Robin?
I don't know. It doesn't look good enough to say.
Now this is because this is just regular brick right here, and this is just the snow here. This just looks like this doesn't look like hair.
In the chat right now, Nova Joe is requesting to see some full frontal Michael Keaton.
What?
What do you mean by that?
You need the full front of Michael Keaton. Okay, so all right.
So I said full frontal Michael Keaton.
Let's get there's your full frontal Michael Keaton.
That's disappointing. It's not what we wanted.
I don't see Robin anywhere on there.
We want to see below the utility belt.
I just wish they would have tried a bit more with like the graffiti art, because like in the first one they showed, it looks really good.
Nick Williams said the black stuff is Robin. The hair go back to the original picture. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the original picture.
It's two different.
But this is a complete. I'm right there on the where you guys are saying this is just Batman. Robin's not there because you can see all here in the middle. See where my cursor is right here? All this stuff is just regular brick color. Like there's shadowing here, but this is completely different than this. This is a completely different thing, guys, because this is all snow and stuff that's been up here like that. It's just a red mark. There's red over here too. I mean, there's not.
It's two different. It's two different poses, and it's two different like the Batman they both look completely different from each other.
Yeah. I mean, the Batman is completely different in this one. This one looks more like a drawing. Right?
I don't think I think it's the same Batman. It is just that they didn't have Michael Keaton picture to use at the time. I think that's what happened.
It's two different ones though, man. It's absolutely two different ones. It is a different Batman, dude. That's a completely I mean, am I losing my mind here? This is a completely different Batman.
No,
this is an actual Michael Keaton picture from Batman Returns.
Yes, I'm saying that's Michael Keaton, yes, but like if you look at the replacement, it's probably just somebody drawing Batman. I mean, doing Batman in Gotham. Like,
I don't know, man. I don't know that it's All right. Well, I'm gonna let it go because it's not really that important. But it's because this is a second one because this one's got like the anarchy thing on it. This is like an actual drawing. This is because this one looks like an actual photo that was like
Even
plastered
Xenos.
up. What's that?
Even Xeno's like, yes, yep, Robin is in both murals.
I don't know.
I don't know, man. Look, I'm zeroing in on this, man. There's no body there.
I see hair. That's all I see is the hair. That, like no body.
But I feel like people are seeing something that they, it's like that thing where like you think you see.
Oh, I just saw Gonzo from the Muppet Show in the mural.
It's like
No, seriously, look, I see his hook nose.
It's like the Rorschach test.
Right. Yeah.
It was confirmed on Twitter that Robin was there, cover up. Yeah, even Nick say that.
Where on Twitter? Where on Twitter? Because I went to the Batgirl on film thing, man, and
I hope this isn't source.
Okay, hold on. Somebody. Okay, so Brandon just sent this to me on 17 seconds. He's resent this to me on. It's. What am I looking at though? It's still not. I still don't see Robin.
I love the black stuff.
I still don't see Robin. So hold on.
Robin's hair on the mural.
We're gonna go round and round about this. I swear we're gonna go round and round. No, hold on a second. Okay, so this just
3 hours of talking about no Robin.
I know. So this just got sent to me.
You see, that's Robin right there. I was right.
What?
I don't see Robin in there anywhere.
Yes,
if I use my imagination, I can pretend that's the Joker.
Oh my gosh, bro.
I guess it's just the photo is really bad.
Okay, look. Okay. The spray painted.
Yeah.
Is somebody spray painted Robin? You could tell because that's Robin hair in the thing.
Who just joined us? Who's under the Nick Williams banner?
That's it. That's Anthony. What's up, Anthony?
Hey guys.
He's there. There he is. I don't know, Anthony. Do you see Robin? Oh, look! Check it out! Check him out! Check him out! Look at there. He's got a Poindexter Lounge shirt on.
He's there. There he is.
There he is. Nice. Looking good. Looking good.
Keep in mind, we also have Megapodtastic merch.
Okay, hold on a second. Wait just a second.
Wow.
Wait just a second. Hold on. Kind of. Okay.
Oh my God, that's right.
Okay. I'm seeing it. It's a totally different picture though, but I think I see what you guys are saying is Robin. I think I see it. I think I see it now. Okay. It's like one of those mind's eye things.
Somebody in Gotham.
Did you relax your eyes? You saw the sailboat?
Yeah, I think I kind of see it now.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, I think I kind of see it now. It's.
I can see. I mean, in this image, I can see the hair and the cape.
For the sake of moving this along, I'll say I see it.
Yeah, I kind of see it now. Yeah. It's not. It may be. Well, it may be the same Robin paint. It may be the same Robin painting, or honestly, it may actually be. It may actually be the actor, like just like this is the actual Michael Keaton, and that the other one is a rendition of this, but they haven't announced who Robin is yet. That would actually be more what I would probably think it is. I think I see it. I think I see it now.
That's the same picture right there, but is Robin just cover up.
Well, it's not the same picture. It's a similar pose, but it's not the same picture. It's
in the same wall.
No, it's not. It is not the same wall. It is not the same wall. This is one thing, and then this is a completely different thing.
Yeah, what I was going to ask is, do you think that original mural is a placeholder until they got the Michael Keaton image and replaced it,
I
and
hope
then
not.
purposely covered the Robin, like, because the way some of these work, they do it on purpose.
Yeah,
Part of the narrative.
maybe that
Yeah.
that I could believe. That I could believe is a possibility.
Yeah.
But I will say this: I would have liked this one better if they did
Yeah,
that.
I
If
like the
they
original
did
one.
this, because this doesn't make
Maybe
any
the
sense.
well,
Then
maybe this picture Michael Keaton has a new suit that we don't know. Like the other picture, yeah, that one. Like maybe he has a new picture, a new suit that he never showed.
yeah.
I mean, it's very possible Michael Keaton could have a new suit.
It's I
Very
mean, yeah,
possible.
that's absolutely possible. Yeah,
But we
I
don't
don't
know
know.
this Green Robin.
I don't know. This is interesting though.
Have they established if they are relying on canon, Batman Forever and Batman and Robin, or
No,
are they just
Batman and Robin and
Batman and
Batman
Batman?
Forever and Batman and Robin not canon.
Yeah.
It's not canon. It's not the same
Yeah, no,
universe.
it's in their own. It's in its own universe. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
but
like that. I mean, love those
Well,
movies
it's
or
not
hate them.
him.
They were intended to be sequels. So.
But it's not him though. It's not
Yeah.
him, and it also had nothing to do with Tim Burton or the universe that he
Well,
actually created.
Tim Burton was the producer on Forever.
He was producer, but you know what? By that time, Joe, he was not in
He
control.
left.
He was in no
creative
control.
control.
He was a producer in name only by that time because they were using a world supposedly that he created. But you can tell, dude. But look, and I love Batman Forever, but Batman Forever is a completely different world.
No, Batman Forever is underrated.
Oh no! Look, Batman Forever is awesome. I love Batman Forever. Don't get me wrong.
It's underrated. I think
Yeah.
this is a decent movie. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a
So-
completely different world. It's a
They
completely
got
different world.
Michael Goff and Pat Hingle back though, so it's clearly
It doesn't
supposed to
count.
be
It
the
doesn't
same
count.
the
It's
same
not in the same
continuity.
universe. It's not in
Look,
the same
originally
universe,
they were that, but not for this anymore. Now they're saying that that is a different world. It's a different thing completely than Michael
world.
Keaton's. And Michael Keaton's is Michael Keaton's, and
You think Michael Keaton will sign on to play Val Kilmer Batman and George Clooney? No. He's
yeah,
not
no,
gonna sign
he
on.
wasn't
Like, come
signing
on.
on to play continuations of those characters. He's
He's
gonna be
playing his own character.
exactly.
So, from what I'm seeing from Batman films, like the one we have now is the updated version.
Yes.
So it was to include Michael Keaton's likeness.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, there you go. There you go. You
I
want
think
to
they
know
downgraded.
you want to know something that you might not have known. Check this out.
Did you know in 127 hours, James Franco is seen cutting off his arm to free himself from a boulder, although in real life, James kept his arm. This is because James Franco is a coward who can't properly commit to a role.
Good luck to James Franco. He never coming back.
Just saying. Just saying.
But
Well, you never know. Kevin Spacey's shooting a movie right now. So
no, I mean, hey, if
Oh, dear
James,
God.
I mean, we could have seen him in No Way Home.
there's
he
people
kinda
need
fucked
direct to video content.
Direct.
No, he ain't coming back. He's canceled forever.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised, man. He's making a new movie. I mean, so who knows? Who knows?
It's
But
just-
like either way, I think these look cool. But if they did switch this out, if they switched this out for this,
It's a downgrade.
that's a downgrade because this looked absolutely fire. This looked amazing.
I think you
This
will
looks
see
silly
it in the
compared.
movie. No, I think they will
I
see
like
it in
them
the movie.
both.
I mean, I like them both. Don't get me wrong, but I would not have. I would have. I mean, I guess they did it to show his Batman or whatever. But
I was just figuring it's a different wall.
I would have thought it was a different wall, but now I see that it's not a different wall. But I'll be honest with you, like I don't understand why then make this one that looks awesome if you're just going to
Because
cover it up
Michael
like
Keaton
that.
didn't. Maybe Michael Keaton's like, nah, I'm good. I don't want to be in it.
Michael Keaton's done filming though. Oh well, not and this is Batgirl. This is Batgirl. That's right. This is Batgirl.
No, he's not done. He hasn't filmed anything for Batgirl yet.
That's what I'm saying. I was thinking the other movie, but
Unless if he filmed scenes doing the Flash for Batgirl, that's a whole different subject.
that's true too. That's true too.
So
That's
what
true
if he does scenes, right, and the murals are used in the both different films? Like we see one version of the mural in the Flash, and one version of the mural in Batgirl.
I wouldn't mind. Actually, I wouldn't mind that much. But my thing is like, it's like why promote it for like Batgirl if it's gonna be in the Flash instead?
I don't know. I think we might see J.K. Simmons in the Flash movie. I think maybe.
I agree with integrity, but
Yeah, that's the problem with it. Is one looks like fan art, which looks right for graffiti, and then one looks like just a still image from the movie.
yeah,
Like,
it
how would
looked
you get
like,
that?
Like
So-
the original one looks like someone, they took time and dedication to make it. This one looks like somebody like copied
Yeah.
and pasted it on Photoshop.
You want
Yeah.
to see? You want to? Do you want the Schumacher cut to be released?
Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I'd love to see the Schumacher cut. Absolutely.
They should release it. I mean, like, I don't get why they like. Come on, like, release it. Everybody want to see it.
Yeah, everybody wants to see that by now. Yeah, absolutely.
Like, it's on Twitter. It's on Twitter. It's like, wow.
And
Even
then
got like
this
300,000.
This was funny. This was what one of the directors. How do you pronounce his name? Adile Larbe.
I don't know how to spell his name either.
This is on Instagram because everybody was giving him a hard time about the Batgirl costumes, and about the Batgirl costume and everything. And they were like, it looks like cosplay. It looks like cosplay. It's like, it looks like cosplay. Shut the hell up and wait for the film.
I know people on Twitter. Are mad sensitive about it. They're like, oh, he's throwing shots at the fans.
Oh dear
It's
God.
like, blah blah. I was like, bro, like, really, bro, like, I don't mind it. Like, he's just joking around with people. Like, he's like, I mean, like, and plus with this new image of her in the costume from the Batgirl account. So like, she looks great. And the costume is okay. I mean, I think she will get a new suit at the movie once Michael Keaton show up in the movie.
Maybe.
But so like,
I love that. I love the Batgirl costume, and frankly, I'll say I've been saying it for several days now. Looks better than the Moon Knight costume.
Oh no, you smoking? No.
The Moon Knight costume looks like it came out of a butthole.
No, bro. No.
It does look like it looks like a lot of CGI. Making
no, it's not CGI. It's a real suit.
I know that, but it looks like it's
a turd pile
CGI
suit
to me.
Only when he put it on, it might be CG, but when he's wearing it, he's not CG.
See, I agree with Nick here. Look, fans do need to get over themselves. Fans dish stuff out all the time. Look at all the Star Wars fans that whine and have cried. Like they've attacked like everyone who makes Star Wars. Between Kathleen Kennedy, they've gone after Dave Filoni at some point. They went after what was the other guy?
JJ?
No, what's the other guy's name?
Ryan Johnson?
No, my brain right now is they went after Ryan Johnson too, and like anytime anybody breathes anything about anything or like answers anything, like everybody gets all in a tizzy and they're like, we're being attacked as fans, we're being just they're coming after us, and it's like, have a sense of humor, take a chill pill, calm down.
And half the time, the people they're going after are their detractors. Like when you're attacking Simu Liu, and then Simu Liu fires back, and you go, he's attacking the fans. It's like, no, he's literally not attacking his fans. He's attacking the people who hate him.
Exactly.
Those are
so just chill out. Drink a 7-Up, eat a moon pie, quit murdering people.
Damn, I want a 7-Up now.
My thing about it is like people that are complaining about the promotional photo, like on the Batgirl Twitter, it literally says promotional photo does not represent the final look for the costume, and they show the one on set, which is in comparison, and it looks slightly altered, but I think it looks all right.
Yeah, like I said, like do you really think like once she fight Firefly, that costume is gonna get burned? Of course she's gonna get a new costume, obviously. So like, I'm not mad about it. Like, yeah, she's gonna get a new costume anyways. It's like, it's whatever. And plus, it's the first time being Batgirl, so you know.
Enosh, do you remember the comic book
nobody-
cover? I think it was Action Comics Weekly. But do you remember the comic book cover where Black Canary was burning her costume? It was the '80s costume, the blue costume she used to wear, and they showed her. It was like her burning the costume was the cover.
No.
It's a great cover, and the joke is that costume was introduced as her fireproof suit, and they
Oh, really?
they share the cover as her burning it.
We might. Well, Black Canary might be in the Batgirl movie. But I hope she get a new costume upgrade, because Birds of Shit is terrible. Costume is terrible, horrendous. Even Huntress, when Huntress show up again, upgrade her suit, because it looks terrible too.
I mean,
This one right here.
That's it.
No, I hope
That's
she. I hope the actress wear that in her own movie. I like that suit. It looks great. Costume looks great.
Which
You
one?
know,
The one she's wearing or the one she's burning?
No, the one she wearing.
The one she's burning was the one she wore in Justice League, Keith Giffen's Justice League, which, by the way,
Yeah.
my favorite comic book run of all time.
you know, I'll be honest with you. Like, I really didn't care. Like, I actually, I mean, I'm unapologetic.
I forgot Smallville did her.
Yeah,
my
yeah,
God.
Smallville did it. You know, like I actually enjoyed Birds of Prey, so I can't.
It's a fabulous movie. I kind of know what
I
he
enjoyed
means,
it.
though.
I
The
enjoyed it.
costume was a little wacky, but
Yeah, I mean, the costume doesn't look like
I don't like Birds
the,
of
the
Prey.
typical.
I could go toe to toe about Birds of Prey, but I'm gonna hold my I'm gonna hold my tongue.
I just don't care. I mean, like, to me, it's just like it's not that big of a deal to me. And you know, as far as the costume, I mean, does the costume look like the typical Birds of Prey? No, but it's also our typical
Yeah,
you know,
I
outfit.
can give
No,
It's
but
just not that good. It's not good.
but it's
I can
not
give it
horrible either,
credit
dude. It's like literally
because-
her just starting off, and she's a lounge
Yeah.
singer, and
yeah,
she,
technically
you know,
she wasn't a superhero
She
yet.
wasn't
And
a superhero.
yeah,
the
I'll
actress,
give you
though,
that, I
the actress
guess.
was so good in the role. I really liked her in that part. I thought she was the standout in the movie, actually, because we all knew Margot Robbie was good going in. I thought she stole the show.
I don't know. Margot Robbie was okay in that movie.
Best
like
scene
the
in that movie, best scene in Birds of Prey is the hair tie scene.
Oh, terrible.
No, that's fantastic. I live with 3 women. That's a real moment.
Yeah.
That was a great moment. I love that. My wife totally geeked out. Like, I mean, she squeed in the theater.
well,
Whoa. Pause.
dude, let's not talk about your wife squeeing in the theater now, okay?
Wow, that took a dark turn right there.
It did. It did.
Oh no, it was a happy squee.
Oh, jeez.
Whoa. Oh, Lord. Can we get Keanu back as in the DC movie? Come on, man. Keanu's
He wants
awesome.
to do Constantine.
Nah, he ain't coming back. You know what he said? Because Walter Hermana say F him. He ain't coming back to DC. Come on. No, he ain't coming back.
I think I know what Crazy Joe's wife was really watching. They were really watching this guy up on the big screen. There were many
my
squeeze to be had.
The poor man's screech.
Yes.
Yeah, no. Keanu Reeves desperately wants to come back as Constantine. They should let him. He's a box office draw. I mean, I know that
but
wasn't a
Walter
huge
Hermana's
movie.
not doing. Walter Hermana is not gonna let him. Like maybe in the Flash movie. In the Flash movie, he could show up for a cameo. But I don't think he would take a small paycheck to do it.
I mean, I liked him as Constantine, but I think the
Matt
CW
Ryan?
actor
Matt Ryan?
did it better. I
Oh
think,
yeah, Matt Ryan was perfect.
That's like I would want him as in a.
He
as
voiced
a-
him in he voiced him in every DC animated movie, which is good. And I appreciate that.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So those are the latest photos from Batgirl, and apparently it's the same wall, just Overdone.
Updated with Keaton.
Updated with Keaton.
Downgraded.
I don't know how I feel.
Now we
Yeah,
just have to
downgraded,
wait.
yeah.
We just have to wait for Warner Brothers to announce Nightwing in the movie.
Yeah. I just kind of like that other one. It kind of looked really good. I mean, I like Keaton. Don't get me wrong,
I wish it was Batfleck. But
okay. Yeah, me too. Me too.
Oh, he's done.
All right. So, and now for news of the weird. Came out today. Daniel Radcliffe to play Weird Al Yankovic in a biopic that will be white and nerdy.
Yeah, I like this one.
Well, I will say it's way too early for that.
My question is, why isn't it Aaron Paul? Aaron Paul played the part in the short.
I don't know, man. There's just so many other people that I would think of maybe other than Daniel Radcliffe.
Hey, maybe he needed money.
Well, that's kind of why people do stuff, Anthony, is because they need money. I mean, that's why they act. But I don't know. I don't know. It says here it gets weirder when you think of casting for Al with his aforementioned frizzy hair and his Hawaiian shirts, goofiness, and his general air of beguilement. Daniel Radcliffe probably wouldn't be first on your list. I mean, he's not tall enough, first of all. But there we have it.
What is he, 5'9"?
Yeah, I know, man. The erstwhile Harry Potter star will play Al in the movie. When my last movie, UHF, came out in 1989, I made a solemn vow to my fans that I would release a major motion picture every 33 years like clockwork. I love Al.
What?
I love it because this is Al talking.
He's hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Al... Well, you know, we should just go back to the top. It says, well, while you're in luck, Roku announced today, it's going to be on Roku, announced today an all-new feature film about the Grammy Award-winning polka songsmith, aptly titled Weird, the Al Yankovic Story, to be made available exclusively on the Roku channel. It's described by the platform as holding nothing back and exploring every facet of Yankovic's life, from his meteoric rise to fame with early hits like Eat It and Like a Surgeon to his torrid celebrity love affairs and famously depraved lifestyle. There's certainly not ones for hyperbole. Now, here's the thing. There is a DVD. Was it? We actually gave one away. In fact, Cylon Scotty, when he first started coming around the channel, he won. Him and Sophie won. And they're getting it's like the life of Al or whatever, or the complete story or whatever. And that was a fictional one, right? Where it was like a fictional story of like how Weird Al rose to fame. And he played himself in that movie. It showed him, but it was all fake. And so he says, yes, when my last movie, UHF, came out in 1989, great movie, by the way, I made a solemn vow to my fans that I would release a major motion picture every 33 years like clockwork. I'm very happy to say we're on schedule, said Yankovic. And I'm absolutely thrilled that Daniel Radcliffe will be portraying me in the film. I have no doubt whatsoever that this is the role future generations will remember him for.
So he was the one that picked him
in the world. I guess.
Now this is a remake or a feature-length remake of the 2010 short Weird Al Yankovic Story, and that version starred Aaron Paul from Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, like, why they didn't just get Aaron Paul back, because that short was so popular when it came out.
Maybe he wanted too much money.
I guess it's possible.
I'm wondering if it's name recognition.
Maybe.
No, they just did the Harry Potter.
Is he writing and directing?
And he's done a lot of acting lately. He's done a lot of dramatic roles, comedy. So he branches out. He's done a bit of everything, especially theater.
And it says it's being directed by Eric Appel, the same guy who directed the 2010 version.
Yeah. It says when Weird Al first sat me down against my will and told me his life story, I didn't believe any. You know what's weird about this is, okay, as much as I believe this, it also comes across as very satirical, because everything Al does come across as very satirical.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's like, even when they're talking about it, it says when Weird Al first sat me down against my will and told me his life story, I didn't believe any of it. But I knew that we had to make a movie about it. Writer and director Eric Appel added in very earnest tone, there clearly aren't enough biopic movies about famous musicians. That's obviously a joke. And we were excited to shine a light on this incredibly true, unexaggerated story of Weird Al, said Colin Davis, Roku's head of original scripted programming. This is sincerely the ultimate combination of talent, creativity, and friends coming together to make something genuinely funny, but we could not be prouder to call this a Roku original, he continues. Award procrastinators will have their eyes firmly set on Weird when it eventually debuts, such as prestige biopic Shirley Screams, awards, Bonafides, and Cats, like Cats before it, will no doubt be tapped for a clean sweep from the season. Titanic Who. It's written by Weird Al Yankovic and Appel. Alongside his directing duties, Appel serves as the executive producer. The film is produced by Funny or Die and Tango. Yankovic also produces, along with Mike Farah, Joe Farrell, and Whitney Hodak for Funny or Die. My question is this: is this going to be real or is this going to be satirical?
Oh, absolutely. Did you watch the original?
No.
Oh my God, you got to watch it. Yeah, Weird the Al Yankovic story. It's hilarious. It's satirical. It's got like his love affair with Madonna in there, and like all like it's ridiculous.
But see, okay, but that's weird then because they've already done this movie then.
Well, they did
to be honest with you.
They did it as a fake trailer. They did it as like almost
but
like
there's already a fake. There's already a movie though that chronicles his life. I mean, unless it's supposed to chronicle like after that, but there was already a movie that they made that was it's on DVD.
You mean Al the Untold Story?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, this is even more ridiculous than that.
Okay.
Like they have him like he's you got to watch the fake trailer. It's hilarious. When I wouldn't recommend playing it here because you'll get demonetized because it's owned by Funny or Die.
Yeah.
But
didn't Roku own Quibi?
Roku bought all Quibi's content.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll just say I love Weird Al Yankovic. Weird Al is just a comical genius. I love him. I'll be watching this.
Let me hang on a second. I got something I want to show you, Enash. I'll be right back.
All right. Did you just call me Enash?
Joe will take his sweet time.
Excuse me, sir. You just called me Enash. Who the heck do you think you are?
He disappeared.
Bro, that's an arcade. That's another arcade.
Got my UHF poster signed by Al.
Nice.
The late John Paragon.
Oh.
John B. the Genie, who was who played R.J. Fletcher's son in the movie.
Yeah.
And where is I can't see it on that side. Getty Watanabe, Cooney himself.
Wow.
And he signed my poster, but he also gave me a picture of himself.
Aww.
I remember there was a music video.
Is that all laminated together?
Well, it's in a protective sleeve, like a
protective sleeve. Okay.
Yeah.
There was a music video for that. Remember the UHF video that came out?
Oh yeah.
Oh my.
Stupid! You're so stupid!
That's funny. You stupid.
Okay, Weaver. Let's see what's in the box.
What's in the box? What do you choose, Weaver?
For the next episode.
Red snapper.
Ah, very tasty fish.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear the story about when they shot that scene?
No.
They were using real fish in an unair conditioned like warehouse.
I believe
He
it.
said by the end of the day, the whole cast was getting sick from the smell.
Oh, I believe it. I absolutely believe it. I absolutely believe it.
I visited some of the filming locations. I was at Raul's apartment.
Oh yeah. Also, what do you guys think? King of the Hill apparently is getting a revival.
I didn't know it was dead.
I don't
I thought it was still. I mean, I never. Shows you how much I watched the show, but I didn't realize it was off the air.
Never liked it.
Oh, King of the Hill's been off the air for
Yeah, I haven't watched that show in years.
I think I've watched a total of 18 minutes in the entire time it was been on.
I like Mike Judge, but I didn't like that. I like Beavis and Butthead. I like Office Space. I didn't like King of the Hill.
Yeah,
King
King
of
of the Hill.
I mean, King of the Hill. Why just leave it dead? There's no point in bringing him back.
I guess they're gonna remake anything.
It's Hollywood. They always
you put it on streaming. You put it on streaming.
They remake everything basically.
Is it being made for Disney Plus? Is it going direct to Disney Plus?
No. Right here, Hollywood Reporter. It's called King of the Hill again. So let's see here.
Pretty sure it's going to streaming.
Oh, I'm sure it'll go to streaming.
I think it's going to Hulu.
The duo spent
streaming.
where is it here? We're
Nobody cares
excited
about
to go.
Season 2.
Where's the thing here?
And you probably find it's a multi-year agreement for a big.
They formed this whole thing that they're doing. But where's
that's a lot
to
of
hear Judge and
advertisements
Daniel seats for what became Bandera were planted around a couple reunion panels for King of the Hill over the past few years. As the duo would often discuss people they've worked with in the past. So they basically got back together working on that. While Judge Beavis and Butthead revival for Comedy Central predates that. Where's the news for King of the Hill?
This is a whole paragraph. My God.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Where is
nobody
it?
cares about Sing 2. Stop promoting it.
I don't know.
It's a pretty good movie. I took the kids to see it.
What's that?
I mean,
Sing 2.
Sing 2.
Tippy toes.
Aren't they making a third movie anyway?
Probably. Sing 2 did pretty well, I think.
I mean, it was number 1 in the box office, I believe.
Anthony with his numbers.
So hold on. Are they making another King of the Hill, or is it just that those guys are getting together and so they're just called it?
Collider says King of the Hill to return in series form from original creators.
Yeah, see that.
It doesn't tell you what platform it's going to be on.
Collider.
Why is that not on here then? That's what I don't understand. I don't understand why it's not on in the
Hollywood Reporter.
Yeah. Let's see. The hell?
Damn, 1997?
Returning a new show from
the last
original creator.
episode?
Yeah, that's Collider. Okay. So, this is 12 hours ago. Looks like for fans of the long running animated series King of the Hill, have reason to celebrate. Yeah, I was never a big fan of the show. I'll be honest with you. I know people love it, and I wouldn't, put it down for anything because I know that people really, really love it.
The Simpsons and Family Guy are better.
Yeah, I agree.
I always remember the episode where Hank Hill was talking about how nobody liked Weird Al Yankovic. Because Weird Al used to play that clip at his concerts, like on the video screen.
Yes, you're right.
And Bobby was like, I'm going to have no friends just like Weird Al Yankovic.
Yeah. Okay, so it just basically says that they're going to do a new series, but there's no information on it whatsoever. All right. There you go.
There you go. Watch.
Do we know like what platform it's gonna be like?
No, it's got nothing.
I would assume Disney Plus because
I would assume Hulu.
No, I would assume.
Yeah, I would think Hulu instead of Disney Plus.
I don't know. It's less mature than The Simpsons, though, and The Simpsons is on Disney Plus.
I don't think though. I think it has a older following though than. I mean, The Simpsons kids watch The Simpsons.
Yeah.
More than
I guess people will fight. It'll be on one of those platforms. I'm guessing Hulu, but Disney Plus would be,
Well, why not put it on Hulu? Hulu needs some stuff.
Yeah, it does.
Well, and they might do that to keep that keep people buying that.
Matter of fact, just bring back Keelar for Hulu, okay?
Yeah, he's out of their price range now.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe.
Yeah. Keelar is going to be a hot property the moment he gets bought out.
Hey, what if Amazon get him? Because Amazon is some people.
Amazon's not going to pay him that kind. I mean, he's probably going to start his own thing. He's going to start. I bet you anything. He's going to either start his own thing or he'll start his own something where he's a consultant or something like that, because he's beyond CEO level money right now. I mean, what are you going to pay Keelar that he's not already making now? I mean, unless he just decides he's bored at 51, 52 years old and just wants to work. But that guy's set for life.
They would have to pay him more money.
Yeah, he's set for life. There's really the only way he really takes one of these lesser jobs is if he's bored and just gets tired of being on a yacht or golfing. But that guy's going to be loaded, and he's going to be able to pick his job.
He's going to be swimming in his money bin.
Yeah, and you know what? There's another possibility. Another possibility is that he might get convinced to stay on in some capacity with the new company. You know, I mean, he's really the only one there that actually fits with Zaslav's game plan and the roadmap he laid out. The only person that's in that current company right now that fits with their mission statement is Jason Keelar. Now he would have to take a step down. I don't know if he would do that, but there could be other things, incentives that are put along with it. But out of all those people, Keelar is the only one that really needs to stay because he has a vision that is aligned with the vision of the company that's acquiring Warner Brothers. So, but then again, he's got tons of cash.
Yeah, I didn't like that Toby Emmerich blamed Keelar for a lot of their movies going to streaming last year.
Well, you got to realize, Toby, he's not alone, but Toby Emmerich is a dinosaur. Everybody who's mad about movies going to streaming right now, they're basically, remember those pictures in school they show you of the dinosaurs looking at the meteor? That's what those guys are now. And I hate to say it, but the math is not in their favor.
Speaking of dinosaurs, has anyone ever wondered what was going on between Denver, the last dinosaur, and the kids? Because they said he's their friend and a whole lot more.
Oh,
well, it's kind of like
I don't know. I think he's going to have his moment where. Yeah.
Oh Lord!
I wouldn't leave my kids alone with him. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're going to see these guys replaced by guys that are spearheading streaming movements in other companies and things like that because that's where their money is. So you're going to see whoever gets picked for these positions is going to be somebody that's.
I feel like Henry Cavill is waiting for the new people because why mess with these people? Why mess with them?
Yeah, everybody that's currently not dealing with current Warner Brothers is just biding their time. Christopher Nolan, like I was saying last night,
he's in Paramount.
None of these guys have signed deals that would preclude them from working with Warner Brothers the moment a new regime comes in. Not one of them. Not Cavill, not Affleck, not Nolan, not Zack Snyder. There's nothing tying any of these people that the moment that the people that they've had issues with are gone and somebody else comes back, especially if it's Romanoff, somebody who recruited all those guys, then in a heartbeat they would come back. That's why you don't see anything. I don't think you're going to see any Superman announcements, any Batman announcements, anything on that level in that particular universe until just till after the merger, because why would you deal with an outgoing regime? You don't
just Googled King of the Hill out of curiosity because I didn't really watch the show. I had no idea it was on as long as it was. There's 259 episodes.
Oh yeah, it was on forever.
No, that's a lot of episodes. I don't have time to watch.
Well, everybody wrote the coattails of the Simpsons. It was it was Sunday night, right? It was Sunday night programming.
Yeah,
yeah. That Sunday night on Fox was
and sadly, the Critic couldn't make it past 2 seasons, and that show was hilarious.
But you put that Fox took that Sunday night. And when they really did it, when it really took off, it wasn't just with The Simpsons. It's when they moved the X-Files from Friday night to Sunday night. That's where Fox solidified themselves along with the network. Because it wasn't just a cartoon. It was a mainline show. When they moved, season 4 of X-Files moved to Fox in '97. That's where they solidified themselves amongst the.
You think they should bring back Fox Kids?
No.
Fox Kids used to be good back then.
For kids of that era, Fox Kids was great, but for kids of this era, it might get laughed at.
It's irrelevant. Broadcast television is dying. Everything.
It's just like WB channel, something.
Yeah, streaming is taking over anyway. So
it's like when people complain there's no Saturday morning cartoons anymore. Yeah. It's like, well, why do you need them? kids can watch their cartoons
Yeah, you just
anytime
go.
they
Yeah, you
want.
didn't have a
to
Cartoon
HBO
Network
Max, go
when we were
to,
kids.
Netflix, whatever.
Yeah,
Right.
we didn't have any of that. We had to watch those. That was our only day for cartoons. And it's funny because technology and the Cartoon Network isn't what killed Saturday morning cartoons. You know what killed Saturday morning cartoons? Sports. Sports destroyed on every network all at once. Sporting events destroyed. College football destroyed Saturday morning cartoon because the revenue that you can get from showing college football on a Saturday morning was like 10 times what anything you could ever get from a cartoon. And it just pushed it out.
Also, the success of Saved by the Bell had a lot to do with it too, because that was so successful. Everyone started doing live action sitcoms for kids.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
only
Cartoons
NBC
started
though.
getting phased out.
Yeah, but only NBC and ABC did that. But NBC did it because remember, NBC was the last one to get a contract. They got Notre Dame. And that was the only game they got. But CBS, all the other networks got football games, and then they got NFL contracts for playoffs. So those were things were happening at the time, because Saved by the Bell came on in '88 and lasted till '92, and that was really the last year of Saturday morning cartoons. And it was sad to see because obviously we grew up with it, but dude, you see the money that college football was bringing in the mid to early 90s. This was before we had these cable channels that were dedicated to college. Now you have the Southeast Conference Network, but before in the 90s, you could not watch. If you wanted to watch the big games, Miami versus Boston College or whatever like that, you had to watch them on TV because the cable channels weren't covering them. And so their ad revenue was like huge. And all of a sudden, Woody Woodpecker and Warner Brothers, all the cartoons just started to fade away. So in the mid 90s, it was gone, and there was no reviving it because then that time you did have Cartoon Network and stuff like that. Plus, kids were different. The kids after that generation were growing up with liquid television. Tom and Jerry wasn't going to cut it for the liquid television age.
Yeah, Nickelodeon.
Yeah, who the
Nickelodeon
hell
with like
still
Ren
wa-
and
like,
Stimpy
Tom
and
and
those
Jerry,
things.
Oh, the grossest. Oh, I could not eat and watch Ren and Stimpy. It was just the most disgusting.
Personally, I wasn't a fan either, but I mean, kids loved it, and I think it was an edgier cartoon than you were
I
getting
liked
on
I
Netflix.
liked
Remember
the
Eon Flux?
I liked the original Ren and Stimpy, not what Ren and Stimpy
coughing up
became.
hairballs and
Yeah.
I hated that.
That
show made me nauseous.
That was
But
fun.
people, yeah, you're right. People loved it, man. I mean,
that was. I mean, it was fun. The thing is that it was fine for what it was. Look, when they revived it, that's when it was bad.
Oh, I remember that.
Oh, the revival was horrible.
They kind of tried to outgross themselves too.
Yeah,
I remember the guy who did Ren and Stimpy, John Kay. He did some Jetsons shorts for Cartoon Network in the early 2000s, and they were truly awful. Like it was trying to do the Jetsons in the style of Ren and Stimpy, and it did not work at all.
That sounds foul.
George Jetson. I remember George Jetson was like shaving. He had to shave, and he was like shaving his skin off. And I'm watching it, and I'm like, who's this for? Like this isn't for anyone who likes the Jetsons.
Sounds like an acid trip.
Shaving his skin off. That's disgusting.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
That was not my thing. But I did like the original Ren and Stimpy because it was fine. It was fine for what it was, but
Hey, I think Kevin Smith should direct a He-Man movie.
I'll tell you what.
Why would he want to deal with that hate?
Geek the Gamer Kid would not be pleased.
What happened? I mean, does he really need to? I mean, that's just a lot of aggravation. I wouldn't.
He will be he could be a producer in the movie or whatever.
Well, once his name is on it, you're going to have half the.
But he lied to the fans. He lied
to the fans.
Look at Masters of the Universe and how
Masters of the Universe is woke. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm like.
Oh my god, bro. Oh,
I want that word,
too
man.
strong, guys. Tila's strong. Oh my god.
It was
She's a woke and whatever, bro. Come on.
Yeah. No, it's
fucking retarded.
Plus, I think a lot of it with anime.
They should bring back Futurama. Oh my! If they do, oh my god, that show's good.
Futurama.
Yeah, I like Futurama. That was a good show.
I know that there was mixed
Who,
in on
who
Futurama.
owns the rights? Disney, right? Disney owns the rights,
It
right?
was a
Yeah,
very
it was a Fox
interesting
show, so
show.
they own it now.
So why
I think
why I don't get Disney? I don't get Disney. Why not do another season?
I mean Futurama is good, but the ending actually works for like the show, so I
No,
don't
I
think
don't
they
think
should
I
bring it
don't.
back.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
It's a tough one. It's tough to figure out what to bring back because you have to.
Hey, what about
forecast.
bring back Justice League Unlimited?
That would be cool, but they're already already continuing it in comic book form anyway.
Yeah.
What about Batman Beyond?
Batman
Oh,
Beyond.
I would love. I would
love
love
that.
I would love to have Batman Beyond revival. Like that show, is one of my favorites, other than Batman animated series and the New Adventures of Batman.
I wouldn't mind them bringing back. I think it was called Justice League Action. That was on Cartoon Network.
Oh, the one that was not too long ago.
Yeah,
it was
all right. It was all right.
You thought? Oh my
it was
goodness,
okay.
It was all right. There was some good stuff in there.
I mean, didn't Kevin Conroy voice Batman in that?
Yeah, he did.
I was a massive fan of Batman Brave and the Bold. Batman Brave and the Bold
I love
was
that
so
show.
funny.
That show's great, man.
I don't know why. I never got into Brave and the Bold. I guess it's just.
Yeah, I never got into Brave and the Bold either.
I never got to any of the cartoons until HBO Max.
Oh my goodness!
That was because you got to understand that. No offense, guys, and I know you all love these cartoons. I cut my teeth on Batman, not cartoons. And to me, Batman was comics, and you could do anything you wanted to in those comics. When I saw some of the stuff, and people were calling the Batman the animated series edgy, and I'm seeing Batman crush some guy's head into a brick
Batman
wall
the
in the
animated
comics.
series is not edgy.
I'm seeing the Joker mass murder people on a normal basis in the comic using poison gas to wipe out an entire room of people. I'm seeing the Dark Knight. I'm seeing Batman Year 2 with the Reaper, and then you're going to show me this cartoon. I'm like, I just wasn't having it.
Anybody watch the Green Lantern show on Cartoon
I saw
Network?
it.
Yeah.
It was
alright.
I don't understand why they canceled it anyway.
Because of stupid toys.
Well, no, here's the thing, though. Cartoons, a lot of people think cartoons have the kind of audience numbers to back their production just by the fact that they exist. Cartoons don't have that kind of audience. And when you look at what it costs, it's not like they're so expensive, but they can spend that money in other places. Everybody I've ever talked to who watches these animated shows automatically assumes that the numbers are there to support continuing on beyond a certain point, and there really aren't. The percentage of the audience that watches an animated show versus a movie or a live action show is probably 25%. That's not enough to really keep people on staff for more than some of these cartoons had long runs, but beyond what they had, it just wasn't worth it. It just wasn't cost effective.
What about the original Teen Titans from 2001?
I did not like it.
Anyone you bring up,
I hated
You didn't
that
like
show.
the original. Oh my!
It looked way too anime for my tastes, and I hate anime. Like the style of the animation was at a very anime look.
Like that Justice League Dark Side War. Yeah, that was
Justice League Dark Side War.
What about Batman?
The story was great. That animation was a little different. Took a little bit.
What about Be Aware of the Bat?
That was okay.
I didn't really like it.
I didn't like the animation style. I wasn't a fan of it.
I didn't care for the Jason Statham style of Alfred.
Alfred is kick ass. Have you ever pick up Pennywise? Pennywise.
Alfred is amazing.
Pennywise. Pick up Pennywise. He's the true Alfred has a SAS background. He could kick somebody's ass.
Oh yeah. But
that's what Andy Serkis is gonna play. He's like a retired Alfred that knows how to.
Well, that's the one Jeremy Irons was trying to play too.
I feel like they're gonna do a mixture with his Alfred, like from the comics, where like
Pennyworth TV
be
show,
like fixing like probably the equipment of Bruce Wayne.
You like the Pennyworth show?
The Pennyworth show. Like
it's actually pretty decent. It's actually pretty decent. I mean, it gives you a kind of legit background on what Alfred really can do. and it would make sense that Alfred would turn Batman on to a lot of his equipment because he has knowledge of SAS stuff, which is high tech stuff. So I like that show, and I like that.
Yeah, it was good. It's coming back on HBO Max. They're filming right now, but I think they're filming. I know
Yeah, because it was on Cinemax before, right? On Cinemax or show, what network was it on? It was on a network that I didn't have.
It was in I think Epic.
Yeah, Epic.
I think it was Epic. Yeah,
so then it'll end up on HBO Max. Epics. Okay, yeah, you're right.
Epics.
So cool. So then I'll see it soon.
My wife and I do love Teen Titans Go, though. That show cracks us up.
Oh my! Okay.
That show's got some of the funniest.
Every time I watch that show, I get COVID from it.
Oh my god, that show's so clever.
I'm sorry, I do not like that show. Like,
oh man, it's so funny. The Golden Girls
No,
episode.
the original was 100 better. I'm sorry, bro. Bring back the original.
Yeah,
the original. I hated the original.
I love the
Oh
original.
my god,
the original.
Joe, you hate anything.
But did you see Teen Titans Go to the movies? Like that movie is downright hilarious.
I saw the opening credits when I left.
That was hilarious.
It's got Stan Lee's best film cameo ever. I love cameos.
I'll shake my booty in my own movie.
Oh my god, yeah, that movie's so good.
Yeah, they showed that. They did a screening for that Teen Titans Go to the movies at 8 a.m. in the morning, and I had to be there with all those badass kids. And I'm like,
how many people came? How many people
They were
came?
all there. Everybody showed. I'm like, there's nobody going to show this movie. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Parents aren't going to drag them out there. I show up for the prep, and I'm like, dude, it was AMC. You guys have never been to AMC except for maybe Enosh. AMC down by the Strip. It has two staircases that you can lead into the theater, and they were packed on both ends. There was kids dressed up as Cyborg, Robin, Raven. I mean, they were. I remember the 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm dead tired. I'm like, just please kill me now. And as soon as we got them in there, I gave them their little posters and their little coins and all that. They rolled those credits. I was gone. I was gone.
I remember the post
credits. You think I haven't been in the AMC?
There's a scene in Teen Titans Go to the Movies that's so funny where the Titans go back in time and are trying to stop all the superheroes from stop their origin stories, and you just see the 4 turtles going towards the ooze, and they turn them around so they go the other way.
Yeah.
I remember Nicolas Cage making a cameo in there.
Don't they literally cause
finally got to be Superman
Bruce's trauma again? Don't they literally like have?
That'd be funny if he's in the Flash movie.
I remember the post credit scene for the movie. It was teased out. Oh guys, we're coming back. The Teen Titans original show that post credit scene never came to nothing.
Oh no, it did. It did. They made the sequel, Teen Titans versus Teen Titans Go.
But people were expecting they were gonna do a revival of the show.
Yeah, we thought it was a revival.
Yeah, at first I thought it was going to be a revival of the show.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a revival. I got so excited, like that. Then it was this.
They pushed the Waynes into a crime alley.
If any show, yeah, they did. They pushed the Waynes into the crime alley again, causing Bruce's trauma.
Funny. That was so damn funny.
That is so dark in context. Why would they do that? They're superheroes.
And Cyborg on the cell phone going like, this is Lois Lane. You got to come save me from Gene Hackman's real estate scheme.
Dad Dude Vince here with the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Dad Dude. Vince says, how about a Sliders revival or reboot?
Only if they bring back the Crying Man.
Who?
I like the show. I
didn't watch the whole show. I remember watching the first, like when it first came out, I thought it was cool and like I was into it and everything. But then it kind of lost me after a while.
The whole cast turned over. Like I think the Crying Man was the only guy who was there from start to finish.
By season 3, they were all the original cast was gone, right?
Yeah, except the Crying Man.
Season 4. I think it was season 4.
It was season 4.
Yeah.
Jerry O'Connell's brother. Like they got rid of Jerry O'Connell and brought in Jerry O'Connell's brother.
Yep.
Yeah, well, here's the reason why it's never coming back. It was on the Sci-Fi Channel. It was
what Joss Whedon
there you go. Yeah, What was that?
Go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I heard something about Joss Whedon again. I'm like, no.
Oh.
But nah, that was the last couple of seasons were on Sci-Fi Channel. I remember that was the change.
Yeah.
What year did
Hey,
that?
will y'all bring back? Will
Fox
y'all love to
Sci-Fi.
see Krypton bring back?
Oh, I like Krypton.
Yes.
That was awesome. Like
Yeah.
I like the Doomsday. Like that was like the best Doomsday that we've seen in live action. To be honest.
If I took over, like I said, if I my mythical world where I took over Warner Brothers, Krypton is one of the shows I bring back.
You want to know what was the original pitch for Krypton? So Krypton was gonna be a Man of Steel prequel, but Jeff Johns stopped it from being that. That's the reason why it's not connected to Man of Steel. It should have been connected to Man of Steel.
Yeah, sure.
And it should have been.
Like you said, I can still do that. If, like I said, when I take over the corner office next week, I can still do that because all I got to do is retcon it to the way it is.
Yeah, sure. I'm a retcon.
Yeah.
You bring in the time trapper, you can do anything you want with any of these things.
I really like Lobo in Krypton. He was very good in Krypton.
You know what old sci-fi series I'd love to see get revived? Alien Nation. I loved Alien.
That was a good show.
Only when they drank that milk, I was like, oh, I think that stopped me from drinking milk. I think that's where I gave up dairy products. That show, man.
That's a Disney property now. They could stick that on Hulu.
Marcus, nobody cares about.
Yeah, you think you now? Oh my goodness, that show had so many geopolitical angles on it, and not.
Yes, it did. Yeah, we get they've turned Alien Nation woke. No, it always was.
But now, and if you juxtapose it on today, people would be whining about. They would have whole YouTube streams complaining about Alien Nation. I'm like, oh no, not again. So I kind of enjoyed that show. I didn't think it was going to last, to be honest with you, because usually most times when you do a TV show based on a movie, it loses steam. That show didn't really lose steam. It just got too expensive to produce anymore.
The show was better than the movie because the movie was just a cop movie. It was like a cop movie with a twist. But the TV show really got into the alien culture.
They got into their history. They got into some of their backstory. So they got into the whole
racism thing with how the people treated them. It was a brilliant show.
It was an immigrant story at a time when we weren't really telling immigrant stories. You put that on here now, man. Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness, it would in this era and this political climate. Though that show would probably thrive. That show.
Anybody watch the Chucky TV show?
Yeah, I liked it.
I tried. Yeah. I really tried. It just wasn't for me. It wasn't bad. Just wasn't for me. It is, and I'm watching it, right? And I'm like, this isn't crap or nothing. This isn't poor or anything. I just wasn't connecting with the show, so I turned it off.
I still have to watch the show. Like I haven't had time because
if you guys like, I'm not giving it a non-recommendation. I just wasn't feeling it when I watched it. That's all.
Man, that show
it's kind of like
so good.
Do you know what really?
I heard good things about the show, so I have to watch it.
Do you know what TV show is really, really good and coming back like in a week? Did anyone watch Resident Alien? Resident Alien had like a fabulous first season. It's funny. It's just a really good show. And it's
I heard about that.
It's Alan Tudyk. He's an alien who can't conquer Earth, and he's in disguise. And only one kid in the town can see him in his actual alien form. Everyone else thinks he's human. It's really, really funny. And season 2's back next week on Sci-Fi.
Oh, I watched a few episodes of that. Like, it was interesting. This was going to get into it.
After Being Human ended, I stopped watching stuff on Sci-Fi.
I stopped watching stuff on Sci-Fi after Doctor Who left, and then the way they handled Stargate Universe.
They destroyed Doctor Who, to be honest.
What's up?
They destroyed Doctor Who, to be honest. Like, it's going downhill so fast.
Well, hold on. They stole that. The thing about Doctor Who, though, as much as I hate the way Sci-Fi Channel turned into, goofy Sharknado stuff, without Sci-Fi Channel, we don't have Doctor Who today, period.
Yeah.
Remember, Doctor Who, believe it or not, was off the air in 1989. And then you had in the mid 90s, you had the TV or the movie, and then from that point, from 1996, you didn't have Doctor Who till 2005, where they revived it. And BBC would have never revived it if they didn't have an American partner to do it with. So they did it. And be honest with you, once it left Sci-Fi Channel, it actually got better because the Matt Smith years happened after that, and that's my favorite doctor. Matt Smith's 3 years or however long he was on were the best episodes for me.
I stopped watching Sci-Fi after the cancel Krypton,
Yeah,
and then I watched
same,
the
like,
sucky TV show. I was like, I'm gonna give it a try because they should have just never. They should have just never canceled Krypton. That was the
like I'm a
statement.
50-50
It was
with
a
sci-fi
bullshit
content.
statement.
Well, the problem with Krypton too is it was on Sci-Fi at a time where Sci-Fi did not have the biggest audience, and if you look at Krypton's ratings, that's a show that if we were to greenlight Krypton now and greenlight it just for HBO Max exclusively, you could have justified. That was a very expensive show to make too.
Yeah, the visual effects looks amazing.
The effects were great. Brainiac ship, all that stuff. That was high-end stuff. And you're putting it on a network like Sci-Fi at the time didn't have the greatest ratings and didn't have the greatest audience. So eventually it collapsed under that, and then they started making changes and stuff. But with HBO Max now, see, they should review everything that they pulled the plug on in the last 3 or 4 years and give it especially Swamp Thing, Krypton.
Yeah, Swamp Thing was
things
good.
that I think that would increase
that
the
movie,
value.
that show was so good, Swamp Thing. I don't understand why they canceled it.
You know why? Because of taxes.
A budget, yeah. It was $80 million. The show was going to cost them $80 million to do. $44 million of it was given. They were given a $44 million tax break in Carolina to produce it, and it made the show feasible. Once that was something that was an error or something like that.
Why not doing in Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia? Why doing in? I don't get
A
that.
lot of movies are filming in Georgia. They get the tax breaks there.
Well, the original Swamp Thing TV series shot at Universal Studios Florida.
Yeah,
they had the sets were part of the tour for a long time.
Yeah, but even
are you talking about the Swamp Thing movie from the '80s?
No, the Swamp Thing TV series from the '80s.
Oh, there was a movie. There was a movie.
Yeah, Adrian Barbeau in it.
Well, yeah, the series was a spin-off of the movie.
Yeah.
Even here in Australia, they film a lot here in Sydney. You know, they film here.
Well, if I was HBO Max, I would greenlight Krypton season 3 and Swamp Thing season 2.
I would do the same thing.
Well, now you have the money to do it. You would have the money and the justification to do it. So
yeah.
Have any of you all seen Into the Badlands? It was an AMC show.
Into the Badlands.
I tried to watch it.
Guys, I'm gonna bail. It's 3 a.m., so I'm getting out of here.
All right, man.
Have a good night.
Bro, you gonna watch the Book of Boba Fett?
Is that on right now?
Yeah,
Yes,
I think
it's about to start.
Episode.
That's why he's leaving.
I'm not feeling the show, man. I'm not feeling the show.
Did you like District 19 when it came out?
Why don't you like the show so far?
It's just you'll hear the word. There's a P word that I always use when it comes to something like I can sink a show for me or save it for me, and that's pacing. I don't like the pacing of the story so far. The things I really like are disjointed. I don't hate the show, and I'm going to watch the show, but it's not grabbing me like The Mandalorian did. It's just I'm not.
But you know why? It's because The Mandalorian took some script from the Boba movie. That's the reason why.
For whatever reason, it's just not. It's not must-watch TV for me. Like sometimes I don't even watch Book of Boba Fett till a couple of days later. It's just whereas Mandalorian, I'm watching it at midnight. Loki, I'm watching at 12.
You think season 3 of Mandalorian coming out this year?
Yeah. So I'm and plus I'm kind of out.
Like I know we're supposed to get Last of Us TV show, and I think the actor that played the Mandalorian is working on that right now.
Yeah, Pedro Pascal.
Shalise, we'll see you.
Joel.
Whoops, if I can pull her comment up. Shalise, thank you for being here tonight. Good to see you. Glad to have you here.
Welcome to the lounge.
I'm just like I said, some of these shows are at a critical juncture for me, man. Peacemaker. This is to me the episode I'm looking for Peacemaker to narrow things down and from what some of the articles and interviews I read.
I thought Peacemaker episode 3 was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked episode 3. Episode 3, I didn't.
It was the best of the 3. It's the best.
Yeah,
I
agree. Thank you.
I liked episode 3 of the 2. Episode 1 and 2 didn't grab me, but when episode 3 happened, it grabbed my attention to
because they trying to
continue
stop
the series.
But do you think they're going to touch more on Peacemaker's dad's past?
Yeah, I'm interested in that.
I
Yeah.
love Robert Patrick in this role. I
Oh,
want
yeah.
to smack the hell out of Robert Patrick, and that's when you know you're doing a good job. That
So-
his whole spiel is just like, dude, I want to suffocate you just for what you are. It's just like,
William, what are your thoughts on the Moon Knight trailer?
looks really good. That's how you do a comic book character. That's how it's done. Now, if you look at what they did there, they took all the aspects that are recognizable from Moon Knight, but they didn't go over the top. He's comic book accurate, but not comic book goofy. You know, that's how Moonlight would look in our world, and that's a Moon Knight I would introduce to a general audience who had never picked up a Moon. That Moon Knight I could introduce to somebody who's never.
Didn't the first issue got
Moon Knight.
canceled?
What's up?
The first issue of Moon Knight didn't get canceled.
No, it's still on.
Oh, still on. Oh,
I still have it on my shelf. I have number sixes on the shelf right now. But yeah, new Moon Knight is I like the way they put it out there. The trailer's kind of bat crazy, but I like Oscar Isaac, so it looks like a lot of fun. It looks like a feature length film. So
I mean, like it's a movie about a guy with DID, so I guess it should be a bit crazy.
Yeah, but if you get a chance to read some of the Moon Knight stuff that came out in the mid '80s, it delves a lot deeper.
It's coming out on March 30.
Yeah, it's some of the stuff that Bill Sikowitz did the covers for. He's a lot deeper than some of his later interpretations. So I'm glad they're going back to those.
So William, you think they're gonna do the Midnight Suns?
I don't think so, but I could be 100% wrong.
It'd be interesting if they did. Like, I'm excited for the show. I just don't like the 6-episode limit. Like,
yeah.
I feel like they could do at least 10.
Oh, that's too much. I say 7
or 8. Around there. Like, I feel like 6 episodes with the Disney Plus shows, I feel like are too less.
Well, what they're trying to do is they're using a lot of high-end actors. They're using movie stars. If you look at most of the Disney shows, for the most part, they're using movie stars that got other stuff, and plus they're just stringing along these shows. I like the fact that Disney Plus usually their first year that they were out kind of sucked because you had the Mandalorian and didn't have anything else. Yeah. Lately, though, you've gone from one show to another. There's not a lot of gap in between, like a Loki and this, or Falcon Winter Soldier, Loki, and so on.
Loki was amazing.
Loki was their best show, in my opinion.
Loki was awesome. Loki was awesome.
I really like it.
It was a great show.
Peter Rabbit's Defender here with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Peter Rabbit's Defender. By the way, Peter Rabbit's Defender, I love your new avatar.
Bonus.
That's a great avatar. Says it's so funny to see John Campea avoiding all the Joss Whedon scandal. Is he? I haven't watched John Campea. So
yes, he is.
You know what?
Where he's the one that's always endorsing the bad guy. P.S. The malevolent force forever.
Hey, okay.
For life.
I had an opinion on that, and he's doing the right thing by avoiding it on his particular show. Now
I'm gonna tell you something. William. I love you and I respect your opinion. I got a ton of messages today regarding your opinions last night on the show. And here was the number one thing. People respected your opinion. They understood why you said that what you said about it, like, kind of being a non-issue, except for it's not a non-issue.
No, I didn't say it was a non-issue. Not a non-issue at all.
But you kind of played it down like we shouldn't talk about it. Like we should just let it go and just kind of ignore it. And I think the point that I'm just telling you the point of what people were telling me today, right? I'm not like chastising you or anything.
No, I understand their opinion.
Yeah. It's just that I had a lot of people come back like messaging me today and asking me about it.
Got haters?
No, not haters. No, not haters. No, it wasn't haters. It wasn't that. It was just that they love William's opinions, but I understood why William was saying, hey, don't feed it, don't do it. I think the point of what everybody was saying is we've waited a long time for this information from Joss Whedon, for Joss Whedon to finally come forward and speak out on this thing. This is a major issue. This is not a non-issue. This is no longer about some Snyder fans versus Joss Whedon. This is no longer about just Ray Fisher or Gal Gadot. This yesterday was huge. This was on Good Morning America today. This is a huge issue because Joss, with what he did yesterday, he showed himself to be what people have been accusing him of being, like a major a-hole who just disrespects people and disrespects women, and apparently he has no bones about it. Like, and even in kind of like, I don't know what that was. I don't know if that was supposed to be his start to some kind of apology tour or whatever, but like there was no apology in it. It was all these other people, don't know what they're talking about. I didn't do that. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. She doesn't know English well enough to know when I'm talking to her and what I'm saying to her. And Gal Gadot shot back. We covered that earlier in the night. Perfectly. I mean, she covered it really, straight up, and she just flat out said, "Listen, I know what he said, and I would tell anyone not to work with him." And so I get what people are saying, because this is not just something. This is something that needed to be talked about right now. This is absolutely a major Hollywood story right now, given the fact of what happened. The allegations that have been out there, the things that have been downplayed by people, right? Because they've been fans of Joss Whedon, and the fact that it's pretty apparent what Joss Whedon did at this point. And it's not, and even Crazy Joe said earlier, look, Crazy Joe is a huge Joss Whedon fan. He said at the top of this show, he said, look, to him, everything that happened and has been talked about on Justice League, right? That stuff that's happened on Justice League, with Ray Fisher and whatnot. He said everything on there, he said, I feel could have been explained as misunderstanding or whatever, but not at the expense now of everybody that's come forward. Like with everybody that's come forward. I mean, you got the cast of Buffy, you got the cast of Angel, you got his ex-wife, you got people that he has done these things to, you got the people from Justice League now, you've got other people who are coming forward and saying these things and about how he abused them, how he treated them, how he did these things. That's a major issue from a major director and a major pop culture icon like him. So for that, I get what you're saying, that like back off it, but I will say this: if John Campea can talk about everything else and defend him, and he has on his broadcast, if he's not reporting the story, and I don't know that he is or not, because I'm not watching John Campea, but if that's what Peter Rabbit's defender is saying, is that he's just avoiding the story, I don't think that this is a story that should be avoided. I feel like different people may give different amounts of time to it, but if John Campea and others can spend all that time defending him because they liked him, they should address the situation in some kind of form and at least talk about the story. If Good Morning America is covering it, if it's getting national news, international news, I feel at that point you got to say something. That's what I'll say about that. That's my opinion.
I'm going to clarify what I said yesterday to the point of this was not an apology tour. He wasn't looking for sympathy for the people who are already pretty much think the guy is trash.
Yeah.
He's looking to put his point of view out to an existing market, unfortunately, that will buy that garbage.
Yeah.
Right. We're having what I was telling you yesterday, for every Harvey Weinstein that is a news story for the right reason, we have enough people who've seen an Al Franken story. Right? So there is a market out there. And for me personally, I think I agree with what everybody thinks about the guy, but everybody's done the work to put this guy 6 feet under as far as his career and everything else. Now he's back. Now he's talking. And trust me, there's an audience of imbeciles out there that will be like, damn, he was treated unfair just like so-and-so. Like I said, not everybody is cut and dry as Harvey Weinstein. And not everybody is at our level zeroed in on this guy. You go down the rung to the bottom of the general audience, they don't pay attention to a lot of this stuff, and they're never going to. So I personally would just want the guy to go away.
We all want him to go away. But...
I mean, I say that he should go away for like 5 years.
I don't want to see him. I don't want to hear him. I don't want him to get even a remote opportunity to gain any traction with anything. I want him to go away. Gotcha. To me, he's TMC garbage at this point. That's what
William, but he's going to be a ghostwriter in Hollywood.
But do you know there's still an alarming amount of people defending him and what he's
That's who
done.
he's speaking to. And that's who he's speaking to. I would rather him not to even have that conversation, because when you say alarming, it's a lot of fucking people. All right.
Yeah.
And been waiting to hear from him. And now they've heard from him. Great. Wonderful.
Well, if you can get back in here, Stella, you're welcome.
Hi, Stella.
So
she
was in here for a second and then she was gone. So
because they're in there. We already knew everything about this guy. I don't think we knew. We didn't need to have anything proven to us. We pretty much understand what this guy was.
It was great. The Charisma Carpenter spoke up too today.
Didn't she speak up before though?
Oh yeah, but she made a statement. And,
did she make a statement?
Yeah, and Ray responded to it.
I think Ray Fisher re-quoted.
Yeah, I think she already made that statement, because I know Spike said he put his hands on. I mean, we know what this guy is.
Yeah,
I mean, we know there's no revelations coming out to where this guy should have anything revolving around him in regards to news story.
Peter Rabbit's defender here with a $1.99 super chat says Joss Whedon's earring looks so.
Well, he looks horrible, by the way.
As hell.
He looks horrible. He looks like shit.
Well, you know what? It's not. He doesn't look as bad as James Franco, apparently.
Did you know in Spider-Man 3, James Franco is seen being blown up by a grenade, although in real life, James was not blown up. This is because James Franco is an absolute fraud.
Right, I can't hear a thing.
What the hell?
Okay, now I hear. Okay.
There we are. There's still. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was playing a drop there.
I was about to say, she part of the drop?
No, she's not part of the. I can hear her though. You know, that's weird. It's weird. Sometimes you can hear people over the drops, and sometimes you can't. And I don't even know what the rhyme or reason to it is.
It'll show me muted. But no, I agree with everybody who has contempt for Joss Whedon. I'm with you. I just don't. I want him to go away, because I know what's out there.
He will.
That audience is out there waiting to backlash. That whole backlash. There's every movement we've had in the last 3 years, whether it be Black Lives Matter or Me Too movement, has had a backlash that's gained momentum with clowns, and it's because they get a platform to speak. I'm like, I don't want to hear this guy's interview. Screw Joss Whedon. Go away.
He'd be the next Kevin Spacey. He'd be gone.
But see, here's the thing with Kevin Spacey. We made everybody, when Kevin Spacey went away, Kevin Spacey went away. We need to Kevin Spacey Joss Whedon. How many stories and headlines have you seen from Kevin Spacey in the last 3 or 4 weeks?
Zero.
Zero. And that's the way, in my opinion, and I don't know anybody else, that's the way you do it. You destroy these people by erasing them from immediate memory, and that's where they built their money. That's where they built their frame. That's why he's upset. That's why he's out here doing his interview, because he wants to connect with somebody, and unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there for him to connect with. And I'm just like, why even give him that?
I don't know why. Like, why drop the article doing a Martin Luther King Day? That's just retarded.
Because he has no class, no style.
Because the people that will support him
feeling.
don't care about Martin Luther King's Day. And
He's only thinking of himself.
Yeah. Again, classic narcissist.
Yeah.
But it's
Malignant
justified
narcissist.
because he's got an audience that will be like, wow, you know what? I feel bad for that guy. I mean, it's like, oh, holy cow. You know,
Well,
and then
if there are people out there that'll follow him that are that limited in their feelings, experience, and knowledge of the world and how to treat other people, they're going to be there anyway. He is trying to stoke attention to
The other
himself
half of the
to get
country.
money. He will be there. I don't know if he'll ghostwrite or anything, but no major studio will ever.
No, he'll be a
ever.
ghostwriter. I think he'll be a ghostwriter. That's it. Other than that,
To a degree, but again, Zack Snyder is greater than Joss Whedon.
Oh, that goes without
Zack
saying.
Snyder, writing, directing, vision, always there, always on point. Joss Whedon, I'm a little immature guy, and with a small penis and a massive bunch of insecurities that I'll never get over, and I'm just going to abuse everything that I get because I can until I can't. And he's at the I can't part.
Can we
Again,
keep Stella?
Batgirl was taken away from him.
Stella coming in here, man, slapping up some Joss Whedon right now.
Previously on Little House on the Prairie.
Your paw smells like a dumb old horse.
March. Okay? He is not doing a damn thing. And if he does, trust me, he'll be doing crap stuff on Friday nights on Sci-Fi Channel. Okay?
Ooh.
He's not going anywhere. He
All
is
right,
such a damn liability. It ain't funny.
Let's not taint sci-fi now, all right?
Oh no. I love Sci-Fi Channel. I love Krypton. I love all that stuff. But the whole fact is, Joss Whedon totally screwed himself royally on his own. I applaud that. That is what a narcissistic asshole executive idiot that has got his comeuppance. And the beauty of it is, none of us lifted a finger.
Be warned, though, half the country will
yeah, I know.
support
The bad
a
thing is
narcissistic asshole.
he will. There are his supporters that unfortunately are not the, forgive me for getting slightly political, the heart and soul of this country.
I saw Joss Whedon.
But half of the country can get you back into the spotlight. All right.
Yeah, but the thing is,
we want this man gone. But half of the country can get you back into a place where you should never be again. And that's what my point is like.
Well,
you want
he's
him out
gonna
here to bleed, you know.
Of the things that have happened, these people will never attain the success that they've had in the past. Joss Whedon will never have the clout that he had during the Avengers. That is now permanently scarred, taken away. Again, he's going to be doing really low budget productions. Some, idiot that has his mentality will give him money to do something, but it will never attain the status, distribution, and money-making power that he had in the past.
Agreed, but wasn't that the case before yesterday?
Yes, but the whole fact is, he decided to walk through that door, and he totally screwed himself.
I mean,
I
personally think that interview was more to his advantage than anything. I think he's a repulsive human being.
Yeah,
listen. We think that we know that article was complete 100% ostrich shit, right? We know that, right?
Oh, yeah.
But I'm telling you, this there's fertile ground for this nonsense, and the only way that you don't let that mold grow is by cutting it out and burying it somewhere where it can't get to anything else. And I think we've done a great job with him so far, and we let him stick his head out of the sand, and then breathe.
Well, there's the thing is things that Joss has said, and when I read the part that I'm in therapy, that's bullshit. That is total bullshit. That is the manipulation. I'm going to use I'm in therapy as a crutch. A therapist would have told him, "Don't you dare publish that." You're gonna F yourself really good.
Anthony was right. Anthony was right. This is what Charisma posted today. That I stand with Ray Fisher, the malevolent force and bad actor in both senses, who poisoned my feeble mind with trendy buzzwords and corrupt ideas about my experiences with a former tyrannical, narcissistic boss who is still unable to be accountable and just apologize.
And he never will.
You didn't get that asshole.
And I have a friend that's
apologizing. And that was what that whole thing was about earlier when we were.
Yeah. She said something a while back too, didn't she? When Spike.
Yeah, she had a whole thing. Yeah. She absolutely had a whole thing. But basically, she was mocking his statement about Ray Fisher. And basically saying, I stand with Ray Fisher, the malevolent force and bad actor in both senses, who poisoned my feeble mind with trendy buzzwords and corrupt ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's great. That's awesome.
And you see, a lot of people are still going after Ray, saying, because even Ray said, "Don't put me on a pedestal." But people are going after him, saying, "Oh well, it was all about you," but he was never making it all about him.
Nope.
Ray was standing up for everyone.
Yes.
And trying to bring a voice to the voiceless.
And even Jason Momoa agrees.
Yeah, there you go. And like people saying, Ray may be the bully here. But Ray...
No.
I've heard that some of the places. See, that's ridiculous.
Exactly.
Those are Joss Whedon supporters who say that.
And like I said, but now I'm hearing them and I'm like, you're like zombies that I killed already. Why are you getting back up? I thought I put the
zombies I already killed.
I'm like, good Lord.
Yeah, but William, he can try to revive his career in some fashion or form. Doesn't mean he's going to be successful.
No, I think he just needs to be gone for 10 years. Just be gone for 10
years. He needs to be permanently gone.
Be about 20 at least.
Anthony, he has to be gone forever, not 10 years.
Or whatever.
Yeah, he's not someone that's like, say, for example, Robert Downey Jr., his story, he became a drug addict and everything. He went to prison and all that. He had a redemption arc. He changed his life. Beat
Yeah,
his
Iron
addiction,
Man was his redemption arc.
right?
Yeah.
Exactly, Anthony.
I'm so
Exactly.
proud of Robert
Yeah,
Downey
that's what
Jr.
John Favreau wanted
Exactly.
him.
But then the parallel to Joss Whedon is he's just a predator. He's just
Yes.
a narcissist.
Yes, he's the predators that exist not just in Hollywood, but all over.
And he's so brave and stellar.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean that's just it. The brashness, I could get away with this because I can and I will. Again, it's all over. It's not just in Hollywood. People have to recognize that, call them on it, and get rid of these
you're
people.
right. I had to sleep with them. I mean, bloody hell.
Yeah. I mean, as men, how does that affect you when you hear stuff like that? How men will degrade, treat, manipulate to get a girl.
It's a joke.
How do you guys feel?
It sickens me.
Thank you.
It sickens me, and I'm like I said, whenever they exploit anybody around them, Tishihara, he made me sick. Even aside from the way he ran Warner Brothers, the fact that he used his position and power to exploit women, Spacey, all these guys, that Weinstein, all these guys that do it. The best thing you can do to these things, besides put them in prison, which Weinstein, is you just take away that light. That's how I think.
Cosby.
You take away that light from him, and like you see he's desperate, but like I said, I am Joss Whedon out from not yesterday, but the whole ordeal, the things that happened with him, because the things that needed to happen to him happened. He's gone, and I don't want him to come back. I don't want him with the opportunity to come back. I don't want him with the opportunity to appeal to these knuckleheads who will defend him, and there are a lot of them. If it were just like a 1 or 2% thing, I'd be like, you know what? Let him scream on his soapbox so we can all laugh.
Well, that's because of Buffy fans and then mostly people who's like the audience who saw the Avengers movies and stuff like that.
Well, there are also people who listen. This is an unfortunate truth about our country, is that people will grab a hold of symbols to fight back against movements and things that they think have gone too far. All right, so you have some misogynists. You have a country full of misogynists out there, a lot of them, more than we need, that don't know how to spell Joss Whedon, but will use him as their cudgel. They will use him as their means to strike back at advancement of women in the workplace, advancement of women in prominent positions. So I hate when we throw out garbage for that to happen with. I mean, I understand completely why everybody wants to sock this guy in the throat. But you do have, whenever you give these guys light, all the other knuckleheads, like I said, they don't even know what Joss Whedon was. But they're like, they're going too far, these damn women, all this. And there's other movements too. I won't bring them up because this is not that type of show. But there are other movements where people become the focal point to fight back against those movements. And those movements, for the most part, are good movements that mean equality for us, equality for women, equality for people of different ethnic groups. But they use people like Joss Whedon. They use people like certain other particular individuals as their focal
to help
point.
advance. Yeah,
exactly. And I don't want that. That's what I mean by not talking about what Joss Whedon does. I don't want him to become a focal point for that backlash that ends up trying to, what's the word I'm looking for? Undermine all that movement, all that stuff. Because there's certain people when it comes, and it happens. It happens every day.
The extreme Whedon fans will always be there. But the thing is, this went out on Good Morning America, which means normies are going, why did the lady that played Wonder Woman saying this about Joss Whedon? Joss Whedon said
They
that?
should have mentioned Ray Fisher too in Good Morning America.
Even people were complaining about it.
Well, everybody knows how, all the morning shows, they play for ratings and they know what their sympathies of. But no, Ray Fisher will come up again in the future, possibly. But, we've been following the story. We know. But I was happy that, GMA did that little 3-minute segment on it. Because this means nationwide, whoever's there, women that don't know any better and guys that actually care about the women in their lives will go, whoa. And, a couple of them will read the story and the story will get out, which means Whedon, fans or whoever Whedon tries to seduce in the future, the possibilities have been narrowed down.
Oh, I don't think he's going to ever have a chance to seduce anybody in the future. Hopefully, he
Yeah.
goes
Well, no,
away.
I mean, well, again, William, come on. I mean, we know that there are wackos out there that'll follow him all the time, but in general, normal people with half a brain will go, "Oh God, he's dangerous. I would never put near my child, especially my female child, near him, regardless of age."
Can I use one example? Taking a focus off what the Predators have done. Kevin Smith, when all that Harvey Weinstein stuff happened, you know what he did? He completely distanced himself from him, and even went as far as saying any revenues that he still received from films that he did with Miramax, it all would go to women in film.
Yes.
For the foreseeable future, so that it would help women through the process.
Yeah, I mean, it's people like Kevin Smith that take that extra step to try to make amends, even though it wasn't his fault. But
he didn't want to profit from it.
Yeah, I mean that I thought was a great story because he felt it, he understood, and he tried to make some of it right by taking the proceeds from that venue and making some sort of good out of it to make up for the stain that Weinstein, put on several women in our culture and society.
Yeah.
And I remember when Weinstein was convicted in New York. I'm from New York. Rikers Island, the prison there is no spa like some of these low security prisons. And I told that to a couple of women. They're like, "Thank you. I needed to know that." And I'm like, "Yeah, they did not put him in a nice spot, and now he's been extradited to LA."
He's in solitary, wasn't he? When he was in Rikers?
Yeah, because he was also worried about COVID and everything. I thought that was freaking hilarious, and he was trying to play up that he was an invalid, and I was just like, "Oh no, I see you straight through you." And trust me, people at Rikers would not.
They won't
not be treating him.
He's in a room by himself.
Probably. I think it's funny. You know what I think is funny is there are people there. They still don't understand Ray Fisher. They still they still say they still make these accusations towards Ray Fisher that he's just a whiner, that he's just some guy who's got a big ego. Now all of a sudden, like literally, I'm listening to people are sending me links of certain people who are talking about this this story, and especially like Ray Fisher through the last week, upset at Ray for outing pretty much anything. Like if Ray Fisher talks, like now all of a sudden they've got to find a negative spin on it. You know what I mean? Like, he hasn't shared enough. He hasn't shared enough. The same people who a year ago were saying, no, you know what? Ray is doing the right thing. The same people are streaming today in today's environment saying things like, oh, Ray didn't share enough. So, you know what? They're literally reciting to you the exact same arguments of the people that they literally were up against last year. These people who today have changed their tune, and all of a sudden Ray is not this credible guy. Last year he was. I could play you drops of friends of mine. Okay, people who I have streamed with, people who have been part of this show in the history of this show, who just a year ago were on stream after stream after stream, like supporting the man, but because they didn't get what they wanted, because they didn't get the clout that they wanted, because they didn't get the screen time that they wanted, because they didn't get it. Doesn't that sound familiar? Kind of brings back the ideas of Andy Signor and Jody's Corner, doesn't it? Didn't get the screen time we wanted, didn't get the voice clip that we wanted, didn't get what we wanted out of it. So then all of a sudden those people fall off. Well, right is right and wrong is wrong. And you know what? It don't matter. And that's why I think it's hilarious as people come back to me like, oh yeah, you still support Ray Fisher, huh? Yeah, I always do. Yeah, because I'm not an idiot. Yeah. I'm not an idiot. All right.
You have morals, you have standards.
Exactly. I have standards, and I don't just change my stance on stuff because either I don't feel comfortable with something or I don't understand something fully or whatever. I try to educate myself, but there are people, just going to say, there are people who change with the wind because they want to fit a vernacular. So if the majority of people start moving away from Ray Fisher and all of a sudden it's, oh, he's just a whiner and I don't understand him. And well, guess what? I'll change my programming then. I'll make sure to do shows and live streams and all kinds of cool stuff that talks about how, Ray Fisher, he's just not the guy that I thought he was, or, like he's really changed. He hasn't changed at all.
No.
The man has been consistent from the very beginning. It's you who've changed.
Yeah,
Screw that.
Jody's corner and
You
Andy.
say it louder for the people in the back.
Yeah.
Can
they're
I?
Not relevant.
Like, I have not changed, man. If you become a member of this channel, you're still going to get the same freaking icon that was there a year ago. Yeah. All right. I swear to God, I didn't take it down. It's still freaking there. All right. I still have the thing right here, my little drop things to be able to put there. Okay. You know why? Because right is right. Wrong is wrong. You may change, but guess what? We don't.
Yeah. In that aspect,
look at that picture there and the one from that article. He wow. He does not look well in that picture.
Oh my God. He looks so skinny though.
He looks like hell.
Yeah, I'll be horrible. I'm wondering if the reason why he needs money because he has some sort of drug addiction. It's not the sex. He needs money for something.
The stress is like, wow.
Yeah.
But look at his hair. Look at the lines in his face. I'm like, dude, you needed to Photoshop that one, boy. Or unless he's going to be a sympathetic figure and people are like, oh, look what they've done to that guy. And I'm like, oh well.
Well, either way, again, he's done it to himself. One thing about narcissists, they very rarely get better. They usually won't. They stay this way for life.
Because they have a lot of enablers.
The only one that I wouldn't say it was necessarily a narcissist, but the only one that's had therapy that's a big name is Howard Stern. I've always had, I don't listen to Howard Stern a lot, but I used to when I was younger.
I do.
He's yeah. No, well, like I said, I respect Howard Stern. He talks about his therapy. He did it for his daughters. And he's one of the few that, has done right by all of this. But for Whedon to claim that he's in therapy, oh, that's fucking bullshit. His therapist would have been like, shut up, go live under a rock for a couple of years.
Or she probably cut him.
I literally just read a comment from somebody who was saying, oh yeah, we've got a guy whose ego ran away with him for a movie, meaning Zack Snyder, and then we got another guy whose ego is bigger than anything because of basically he'll attack anyone and everything and lie about it and everything, meaning Ray Fisher.
Zach?
Yeah, meaning Ray Fisher and Zack Snyder. But we have this guy who admits that he has a sex addiction and is trying to get help. And
no,
we attack him.
It's purely a crutch.
And Rel, let me tell you something, buddy. Rel, you're absolutely right. Excuse me. Yeah, we hear it. And you know what? They do keep moving the goalposts. And here's the crazy thing, Rel, is then me and a couple of others who have maintained. Okay, because once you know the truth, like, why would you switch that, right? Like, you know how you can tell, like, if somebody, this is I think a good, maybe not all the time, but a good representation of being able to tell, like, if somebody knows something or not, is they don't just change their opinion. Like, you don't just turn them on one night or talk to them, like a friend one night, and all of a sudden they've got a completely different opinion about something, right? It amazes me, like, if somebody is straight up all the time, right? This is what happened. This is what it is. This is what I believe. There's some credibility there. if they're not switching back and forth, trying to see, there's too many people who are getting their news from people who are literally trying to jump on the trend, right? They're connected. They're connected with the internet, trying to see what people are watching today, what people are looking for today. They're trying to please you and to try. And some of them, look, we talk about it all the time. Some people are just trying to see what's making, not even what people like today. What's making people angry today? How can I jump on that bandwagon? Because it's emotion.
It's emotion, and they love to dwell on the negative and the more sensational of things. And just to, slightly contrast for what it's worth, because, I talk to my friends that are still in the industry, nothing negative about Zack Snyder. Only good. Not that Zack is perfect. He's human. He's fallible like the rest of us. But nothing.
No, because Zack Snyder's a good
compared
person.
to what Whedon is. So that was always a concern. But from friends of friends that have worked on anywhere near Zack, total professional, total down-to-earth coolness. And you could see that in the people that he casts and the crew around him. I've heard nothing bad out of anything Zack Snyder.
Yeah.
Whedon, on the other hand, is of course the opposite. Well, go ahead.
Did I understand that you're a lawyer? Are you in the legal field?
No, I am not. I will admit I am just a lowly clerk that was privy to a lot of things that I read.
But I'm going to ask this question anyway because I don't think you necessarily need to be a lawyer. How much of the pushback against Ray Fisher and all these other people that came out against Joss Whedon was the fact that in all these other cases there were lawsuits, there were criminal cases, and our society is fixated on if it doesn't end up in court or with a lawsuit, it must not have happened, because all the stuff that's happened with all this, there's no civil suits. Cosby, civil suits, criminal suits. Kevin Spacey, criminal suits, civil suits. Harvey Weinstein, everything. And it's like, I think some of the fact is people they're so tuned into, like, if there's no legal case and somebody in front of a judge, then there's nothing there. There's nothing there, when that's not necessarily true. How much do you guys think that because there hasn't been papers dropped, that's why a lot of these guys think they can just go ahead and doubt what credible people are saying?
My personal opinion, WB knew that they were going to lose. Why of all the people in this Justice League drama, who's come out without work, who has just done something desperate to try to save their career, disregarding and not even asking if he has a lawyer or a PR person. Should I put out this article to try to save my career? Ray's doing fine. Zack's doing fine.
They're staying true to themselves.
As the lowly legal clerk that I was, and still could be. Do you follow Ray Fisher on Instagram?
Yes,
I do.
If you've listened to his interviews, you've heard him say that he can't say certain things because of legal ramifications.
Yep.
The whole fact that a lawsuit hasn't been filed and Ray was playing it close to the vest, close to the heart, he had WB by the balls.
Yep.
Okay.
And he has said over and over again, if I'm lying, sue me.
Yeah. That's just it. Ray never, I have to admit, Ray kept drawing new sands in the line probably. So that's as far as I'll say of him pushing it. But I don't think he never went over the line overboard. He was testing the borders, but it wasn't anything overt because he knew he was in the right. And he knew, probably with his friends that are actual lawyers, he had a solid case. And the moment WB did anything against him, the whole can of worms would come out. And that's something WB knew that they couldn't handle. And I
agree 100% with you. Well, here's the context.
Stella, I will just tell you this.
Yeah.
You're really smart.
Thank you. I'd like to
You're
think
really
I am every
smart.
now and then.
But when you hear these guys get on the line, some of these other personalities,
That's as much as I'll say about that. You're really smart, Stella.
Even with
these
my
guys-
COVID brain, I really appreciate that.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. But yep, you're pretty smart there. You're smarter than a lot of people who've tried to have that conversation with me, Stella, and have tried to coerce information out of me and say stuff and everything else. Like, you're a smart lady, Stella.
Do you think these deniers will it take a lawsuit for these deniers to be like, well, wait a minute, there's something there? Because like I said, our society
Okay,
is
the whole
geared
fact
toward
that
litigation.
one won't be brought because of the intelligence and the crafting and the Ray Fisher seeing the whole picture. Of course, these small-minded people will only be vindicated if there's a lawsuit, a frivolous one at that. But the whole thing is, if WB came down on Ray Fisher, they would, okay, not only has Joss fucked it, excuse my language, effed himself, WB would have been totally roiling. And remember that third party, report that
investigation.
Yeah, that alleged
Yeah, joke.
investigation. Again, a joke. But again, Ray was, biding his time, not pressing a lawsuit. But that the way that ended, that indicated to me, oh yeah, WB and all those executives who are not quite named, that goes to court, they are all screwed.
Yeah, well, they'll lose. They would probably settle before it even, just to avoid.
Yeah, I mean,
it
it would have been settled out of court because once they got out on the public and it becomes public domain, WB's PR would have been F to high hell, and you don't want that. I mean, in any company, you're like, oh God, we can't do this. And trust me, when they were doing the investigation, they're probably like, oh shit, excuse me, oh damn. It was probably like, oh, and I could see them crawling in, holding a scotch bottle going, do we really have to keep looking? It's one of those things. It's just like, oh damn, this can't, and the whole fact that Whedon is now desperate for attention, work, and all that good stuff, he knows. And that's one thing. I have a friend that's a psych. She isn't practicing, but she has a psych degree. Narcissists don't get better. Very rarely do they do and make amends. I mean, that's like the Scott Petersons, the psychopath part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. Let the analogies fly.
She's going deep.
Oh yeah. It's getting in.
Hey, Enosh, you know how you said you were looking for ideas for new shows on the channel? There you go.
I'm telling you, I said it. I could sit here and just listen to Stella and William, man, just do a show about
you pick a topic and we'll
just pick a topic and just let them go, because I miss Stella.
How's that one for an idea? The Oracle, which is William, and Logic, which is Stella.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that makes my Star Trek Spock fanatic happy.
Nah, man,
I took a logic course in college.
And what makes me sick about this, though, is when I hear people, and not just with Ray Fisher, when it has to do with anything, because a lot of his claims were of them having a racist nature and how they conducted themselves. And I hear people that say, he's just whining, or he's not this, he's not that.
That's not whining.
And I know what I go through just, on a normal basis, just existing here and throughout life, throughout what I've done. And I'm like, I can relate to just about everything he says. I don't need to be convinced, but it's like you hear it from people whose point of view. And I'm not saying that everybody doesn't have life experience, but there are certain life experience that are exclusive to us.
Yes.
And it's just, and I'm not trying to cut out any people who are not of color.
No,
but there is just there are certain things that, only we can respond to in a way that really makes my blood. The whole Ray Fisher thing, every time I hear about this, because I'm a hopeless optimist when it comes to race relations.
Oh, so am I.
Yeah, despite what I've seen, the U.S. Army and growing up on an Air Force base and being third generation military tells me that all the BS is not. There's another way to do it. Mm-hmm. And then when I see these things and I see these things polarized, and I'm like, wow, You know, but you people so easily dismiss footsteps that they don't have to be in. It's a lot easier. We're 13% of the population. So that other larger percentage, if it's not directly affecting them, they can churn the channel. But we can't churn the channel. We're always on the channel. So it's kind of I have to like put my head on to not get angry, because that's really not, like I said, we know there's another way to do things. But we also see that the dismissals of it, when these life things aren't yours, when it doesn't affect people directly, they turn the page, or they immediately undermine what somebody else is going to. You know?
Yeah, you attack the source of their hurt, and they're trying to attack Ray now, of which is, in my opinion, insufficient, childish, petty. And that's why WB knows, whether they have jerks as lawyers in their legal department, but they know. One thing about narcissistic behavior, narcissists tend to pick on people that have traits that they would like to covet. So when you were talking about the writer that Joss picked on, he was envious of her writing.
Oh yeah.
That's why he did it. Why he's trying to say Zack Snyder's Justice League didn't make sense. I was just like,
we didn't see the movie. We didn't see the movie.
Yeah, we didn't see the movie.
That's the hilarious thing about it, is the movie's out there.
And look, you know what? Matt Jarbo was in here last night. Matt Jarbo was in here last night, and I'll give him this. I will give him this, okay? Because he said this. He came into the chat for a minute, and then he just said,
left,
and then left. But he said, which version did he see? Right? Did he see the 2-hour version, the mandated 2-hour version? Right? Because it was mandated, right? So obviously, that 2-hour version was a whole lot different than the 4-hour version that we saw. At the end of the day, after everything that happened, the ironic thing is we probably got, I would guarantee that we got even though we would have, hopefully maybe have seen some kind of director's cut or whatever, we may have never gotten the full 4-hour epicness that was Zack Snyder's Justice League in the end.
Yay, HBO Max.
Right. But the thing is that, because of all the nonsense that happened, look what we got, right? So yes, there was a 2-hour mandate. Yes, I'm sure, 2 hours cut out of there. But here's the thing. What part of any of that you saw of Ray Fisher's performance was bad acting?
It wasn't.
It was.
What part of that story, even if you chop down the story, right? Because he would have had to have come in and seen the stuff that was on the cutting room floor, seen the stuff that was there, seen the stuff that he was working with, right? To piece his film together, to rewrite 88 pages of the script, to put something else together, and to say that story made no sense.
Yeah, again,
is asinine. And that he's a bad actor is ridiculous. I love Ray Porter.
Laughed at that part. I laughed at that part of it.
I'm gonna pull it up. Because Ray Porter. I
saw that tweet. I saw that tweet from Ray Porter.
I love Ray Porter. I love Ray Porter. And you know what? Screw all these people trying to defend this and trying to act like, oh, well, we don't know what he saw. You know what? Here's the thing. Here's a man right here. Worked with him, did Shakespeare with him. Great guy. Here it is. Ray Fisher is a wonderful actor and a good and kind man. So, you know what? Screw that line of thinking. Because there was nothing, I don't care if it was on the cutting room floor or not, it was still a great performance than on the cutting room floor. Joss Whedon is a liar. He was trying to cover his own butt and trying to save his own skin by trying to acting like and here's the funny thing. We know that Zach has said that he was told not to watch Justice League.
Oh, he's seen it.
Do you think how much of Zack
Snyder's
Justice League do you think Joss Whedon has seen?
Probably none.
Do you think he's taken the time to watch it?
No, absolutely.
I don't believe Zach. I don't believe Zach. I think he saw it.
Well,
I believe
considering it's
Zach
only
didn't watch it.
I don't believe Zach at all. I'm sorry.
So that version of the movie meant nothing to Zack Snyder. If you have a movie in your head,
it's not his movie. So.
Yeah.
He didn't. Now, as far as and I don't think Whedon watched the Snyder cut because that's basically a kick to his nuts. The fact that movie exists is like that donkey kick I told you, the goat kick. Right to the
here's something that you may not know.
Did you know in Shazam, Superman only appears from the neck down? This is because there wasn't enough money in the budget to digitally remove his mustache.
You know what? You joke about that.
And you may not know this too.
You're watching News Channel 6, coverage you can count on.
This just in, TikTok apps that do a better job of removing facial hair than Warner Brothers. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse at 11.
That's
What the fuck
is that real? That's
That was
not
funny.
It's only like.
Hold on, I can't hear everybody talking. What, William?
Was that serious?
Yeah, that's an actual app.
That's an app that did that to your face.
Yeah, here, I'll show you again. That's what I said because I saw
look
somebody
so
use it on
young,
TikTok
Eno.
and I was like, what the heck? Like that looks so much better than Justice League. And so like I did it on myself and it gives you both things. So there, I'll show it to you again.
You're watching News Channel 6, coverage you can count on.
This just in, TikTok apps that do a better job of removing facial hair than Warner Brothers. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse at 11.
Especially above the lip, because there's shadows.
Right. I mean, like, and that's just literally holding my phone out here, just trying to get it the right. Like, dude, can you? I can't believe that they spent millions of dollars on that freaking lip. I mean, ugh.
Yeah, no, there were like some fans that did it, on Photoshop at home, and they did a better job than what.
Yeah, you see a lot of people do better job than
Well, the thing
WB.
about Shazam, it was a New Line Cinema movie instead of WB. It was through a different company.
I have
it
a
was not
serious question
through
though
WB.
about it, right?
Well, also the technology wasn't there. This is a few years difference. I'll give them that. But, pettiness alert. Yes, I'm a Henry Cavill fan, but I'm not as bad as most of the fangirls. And between Toby Emmerich and the rest of these, sorry guys, genitally impaired executives, including Joss Whedon at WB, they probably hated Henry just for being good looking, and he's a good guy.
Yeah.
The whole fact that his insides match his outsides pisses them off to high hell.
I have a genuine.
Here's the thing: Matt Jarbo's left and right nipples here.
This comment is a joke.
But you know what? Hold on. Here's what I'll say with this. Okay, it depends. It depends for me because it says here. He says here. Pardon me. It says I remain neutral until evidence has been placed on the table. Look, that's fine. There are some people who only believe if they're literally showed every little detail and every little thing. Everybody is a little different. Okay, there are some people. That's why there are people in law enforcement and people in the judicial system and everything who understand and know how to deduce things and talk to people and get information and things like that. And also, like at this point, I don't know what you need exactly to be convinced of whatever it is you think you need to be convinced of. It's not for me to have that argument with you, man. Dude, if it's not for me to make you believe somebody like Ray Fisher, okay? And it's neither here nor there. It's obviously something that we're talking about here. It's something obviously that is, it's in the news, so obviously we're going to talk about it. And if somebody just wants to be chill and just tell me that, that's fine. That's where I'm good. When people start, and I'm not saying that you're doing this.
I'm sorry, bro, but there's a lot of evidence out there.
There is a lot of evidence out there. If you actually look at everything that's been said, Stella mentioned today, like his Instagram page, Ray Fisher's Instagram page. I think that's like an overlooked thing all the time where people just have not gone to his Instagram page and watched his lives and listened to the things that he said on his Instagram page. But listen, the point is that there are some people I guarantee you, though, there are things in your life that you make judgment calls about every day that you don't have to have absolutely every little jot, tittle, every little thing spelled out for you before you make a judgment call, because we make judgment calls every day in our life, right? We have to be good judges of character to get through this life. And you know what? Some of us have had different experiences where we can understand, we can recognize certain behaviors. Okay, this is what I keep reminding some people in my life. Okay, there are people in my life that are much younger, right? I've got some friends and people that I stream with that are in their early 20s. I got good friends like Dawson. Dawson's just turned 25 years old, right? And it was funny because Dawson and I went on that road trip, you know, and while we were on the road trip, I realized I'm 20 years older than Dawson. Okay. Like I'm on this road trip down to Illinois, down to the Superman Museum when we dedicated the Zack Snyder's brick. And I realized, like, I'm a 45-year-old man. I'm a 45-year-old man on a road trip with a 24-year-old. You know?
Get off my lawn.
You know? And so, but it was funny because
you could be his father.
I could, and we talked about that. We talked about that. That like I am literally old enough to be his dad. But the funny thing is, people forget that, right?
Yeah.
And also people forget sometimes like what I do for a living, right? So we're talking about, and like the same thing has happened when we talk about like William's knowledge of certain things, right? Like William works in this space. He works with these entities. He works with these studios. He does these promotions and these events and stuff. People just think, well, he's just a comic books store owner or whatever. No, like you don't understand. Like that's what he keeps trying to explain to you. Like William has these awesome statements, and you can't act like you got to understand where he's coming from. He is coming from literally. He knows people in these industries. Stella, just came in here, last night telling us, about how she worked in the industry, like it, and you learn things with what I do. I have talk to people. I know people see me like, Enosh, you're a cool nerd guy and you got these toys and and it's cool and it's all fun, and that's great. People do things though outside of this that are different, because life is not just YouTube, right? Life is not just those things.
No.
We have things. I work in a position and have worked in a position within ministry, within churches, where I have had to be a good judge of character. I have had to counsel people. I have had to take people to counseling. I have had to work with people with drug and alcohol problems. I have literally headed up a program for people with addictions. And, for 4 years, for 4.5 years, I oversaw a program in our church with hundreds of people that literally of every kind of addiction. We call it hurts, habits, and hangups, man. Everything from food addictions to drug addictions to sex addictions to all kinds of addictions, private things, talking to people. You learn patterns, and you learn when people are telling you something and they're serving something up to you. So, and the thing is also there are some people who've had firsthand one-on-one conversations. I get it. Not everybody else out there has been privy to those things. Everybody doesn't have those experiences, which is fine. Everybody doesn't have those luxuries, right? And I get that. That's fine. All I say is if you need that, okay, I understand, right? You're not in a position where you're ready to make that. But understand that there are other people who have different experiences than you. Right.
True.
And I would say I'm fine with this statement, that like that's for you, because everybody's at a different place. What I don't like is when I see certain people attacking people like me just because we believe him, acting like we're just like starstruck. Like that's what I got a lot of when Ray Fisher actually came to the channel and everything, and we talked, and and now we've talked, and and all these things. Like all of a sudden it was Enosh is just starstruck. That's the only reason Enosh believes Ray Fisher. I got that from both sides now. I've gotten that from people who didn't like me in the past, right? And I've gotten that from people now who've changed their positions on stuff. It's all Enosh just like I'm just a guy who just people who've never met me, by the way, people who've never been to my house, people who've never sat down and actually like had a meal with me or had coffee with me or anything, literally just deducing whatever they think about me from the internet. Like there's no room outside of this room in my house. And like, I'm not a dad of 3 young men and a husband to a wife and, you know, a real human being that actually has experiences and yes, has expertises in certain things. No, Enosh is just starstruck because I've never met a celebrity before, apparently. And you know, I mean, like, that's the most ridiculous thing ever. I mean, I literally headed up a band for a Grammy Award winner who was my musical hero growing up. If I was going to be starstruck of anyone, it would have been him. And I went in and I was professional and I did the job and I led that group. And man, we played to thousands of people. It ain't about being starstruck with somebody. Okay. It's about the fact that having had the opportunity to talk to people like Ray Fisher, who has shared his stories, who shared these things, and being in the position that I am outside of just broadcasting and talking about nerd stuff, you have a different perspective on things. So I would say, just don't, and I'm not saying you're doing this, Matt Jarbo's left and right nipples, aka Law and Order, which I got to throw that in there, right? Because we got to, like, you know, bring it, you know, a little bit of levity to it. But I would say, like, just understand that yes, there are some people who will feed you this bill of goods. You know, they'll sell you this bill of goods that anybody who doesn't, you know that they're the rational ones, right? They're the only ones who understand what's really going on.
Yeah.
Don't fall for that. Because there are people who make opinions based on the facts that are presented to them, and the same facts are not always presented to everybody.
Now, the question I
that being
asked,
said, H Bart's here with a $2 super chat, says Max Rebo, and I absolutely agree. Max Rebo. Yes.
What that previous person just said, I'm not repeating his name, but that was the question I was trying to ask before. I agree with what you guys are saying, but the thing I'm looking at it is that we live in a first 48 CSI Law and Order culture to where we don't believe people until we see evidence presented to us the way Hollywood or the way pop culture presents it to us. So we hear a person like Ray Fisher, and if you don't relate to him on a level to where, you know, it's like I can, then they see that as not having enough evidence or not having credibility. And I think that's been the biggest problem with the Ray Fisher situation is he does not have to file a lawsuit. He can do whatever he wants legal wise. But the way society looks at this is that without that presentation of that he doesn't have credibility, or anybody else for that matter, because all the situations that got blown up with people, Harvey Weinstein, everybody, they all had lawsuits or all had criminal cases. But because this one person doesn't, that doesn't mean he's any less credible than anybody else. I mean, so that I wonder if people are looking at it that way, because all it is his word, you know, and the evidence that we're not owed that evidence right now. As a general public, until he decides he wants to put it in that forum and in that fashion, we're not owed anything but his word.
Exactly.
So,
and another thing,
H Bart's here also. Oh, hold on just a second, Stella, and I'll get you. Hold on to that thought. H Bart's here with a $2 super chat. Says 121.22 deranged Enosh returns. And I'll tell you what, man, I'm looking forward to that day. I like the whole deranged Enosh thing. But dude, we got to get you in here. H Bart's. I've got the whole thing set up, dude. You and I just need to talk, man. I got to get you in here for the Hall of Fame thing, man. I got to do it. We got to do it soon because I got other people I also want to get in there. But H Bart's, I promise, he's number one. He's the first guy to go in. So
you're gonna get like a bust. He's gonna get like a bust and like
we're just gonna get some. I don't know, man. We just got to do something special. But I love H Bart's. H Bart's is a.
Remember, Enosh, it's not in memoriam, okay?
Yes, it's not in memoriam. He's alive. He's alive. He's well. Never gonna live that down.
That was hilarious.
Never gonna live that down.
I'm not dead.
Yeah, I'm not dead. Okay, I'm sorry, Stella. Go ahead.
No, I just want to reemphasize. All these companies are private. They don't need to have even their lawsuits go into public domain. The whole fact that this is a racial human resources issue, that is bad press for WB if it gets out. If they try to sue Ray Fisher, it would make them look a hell of a bad.
That discovery process.
Because Ray has the receipts. Ray has everything that he needs. He is not a stupid man.
I know. Why do you think he's sitting on it? That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like people,
That's my
I
only
never
question.
understood that. I never
You
understood
do
that about
not.
Andy
Okay,
Signore.
in the court of law, when it comes down to these things, for it not to have gone to court and knowing the way Ray spoke, and I knew he knows his stuff, that speaks volumes of what Ray has on Whedon and Johns. Okay, my personal opinion. The whole fact that it didn't go to court. So hence, I'm sorry, I'm not knocking you're staying neutral until you see the evidence. But guess what? We as lay common people fans will never see it.
He's not
Like I
gonna do
said,
it with credibility.
I can say this much. Primarily what I saw in my department was business contracts, because that's what they are. Contracts for the actors, cast, crew, directors, whatever, producers, right? Seen a hefty amount of restraining orders on fans, and the not so nice things that we hope our bosses don't get caught on in law. And that they're crossing a line that we God hope doesn't get out in the public. I can say that much.
You just don't know
And
stuff.
again, I don't know the details, but because of the legalese that was running in my brain for all those years, for what Ray said, for what WB did, it was really effing bad. Come on.
Put it this way. Even if you took the Ray Fisher situation away, let's just put this on a different plate.
Right.
Since 2013, there's a pattern of operation here that it fits, even unto itself. There's a pattern of operation from the top down that this.
Yeah, well, yeah. That
fits.
again,
And
I told you,
it's
it's a failure
with
on a multiple level. But the thing is, Joss Whedon was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah.
He totally power tripped when it came over, going, "Oh, I did Avengers, and now I'm going to do Justice League. Oh, I am King of the Hill. I'm
Warner Brothers
Wonder
treated him like
Child."
a god.
Yeah.
What I never understood, even back in the day, like when I was having to deal with this stuff like on a daily basis, right? And I had the likes of Andy Signore coming after me.
I still can't believe that. I still cannot believe that guy came after you.
Well, you know what? I mean, here's the thing. I know, because I can't believe it either. Honestly, man, like I was sitting here literally in the same room just going like, what the heck is going on right now? Like, you know what I mean? Andy Signore was this guy that I had looked up to this whole time and everything. And then all of a sudden, he took a turn for a different thing. And now I mean, the stuff he's doing now is just crazy, but that's beyond the point. But what I never understood, and honestly, if I were to ever have like an honest talk with him ever again, and if there was ever like a hey, let's talk about what all that stuff that happened a couple years ago, I still have never got an answer from him as to why you would think that somebody like this who has this kind of information should just reveal it all in the public vernacular on YouTube channels, on Twitter, in social media, if there is possibility, like even for stuff that we don't even know, right? Outside of the investigation, outside of all that stuff, if there was ever anything about this that could be used legally, you would never, ever suggest that somebody share that. I mean, you go into any legal battle whatsoever, the first thing you're told is you keep your mouth shut, right? You keep what you know close to the chest because you don't reveal that to others, right? First of all, it spoils the pool of anybody having to make judgment about whatever you have to talk about later on, down the line, if you're that out and open about it. But also, you're giving your potential enemy, the people who are on the other side of that discussion, ammo. You are giving them the opportunity to know what you know. And you know what? I don't care how many people mock me for it. I've said this and it's so true. You don't know what you don't know, and you can't fight what you don't know. And that's the whole point of being in a court case, is you're supposed to keep what you know as private as you can Yes, there's Discovery and there's those things like that, and I get all that stuff. But you don't just go revealing, and you especially don't do it on social media or bowing to YouTubers. YouTubers, can I just tell you something? I have never seen the amount of ridiculous like entitlement that I have seen from people on YouTube thinking that they are something special on YouTube. Like they exist on YouTube. Nobody else knows, but they exist on YouTube, so they feel like this entitlement. And the people who were calling out for Ray Fisher to come on their channels and tell them everything and give them the scoop, or they weren't going to believe. Ray Fisher doesn't need you to believe him. He's literally doesn't need you to believe him. You know, I've talked to the man. The man has said, "Look, I want to bring awareness to it." You know, he said it here. He has said it in conversations that I've had with him in whatever exchanges. He wants people to be aware of it, but he doesn't need everybody to believe him to know the truth and to put the truth out there and to continue that. I don't understand these people who are just so hell-bent on like, I need this absolute evidence plopped down in front of me or I'm not going to believe it. Well, then just don't believe it. Then just walk away from it. Here's the funny thing, though. Those same people who demand all that, they'll still talk about it, though. And they'll insult Ray. They've never met Ray. They've never talked to Ray. You know, like I know a guy right now who just hates me, right? He's liked me for the longest time. Now he hates me, but he just thinks Ray is just full of crap and is a whiner and everything because of the stuff that he likes. And it's not fair that Ray is just saying this stuff. Like, I'm sorry. But yeah, RJ, you're absolutely right. There are people who are milking the disbelief of Ray for internet clout, for hate clicks and views, pure clout. You're absolutely right, RJ. And there are others who continue to do it. And there are people who flip-flop on the thing all day long. And I'll never understand why people think that Ray should just come forward with all this information online or in a tweet or like do a video and just say, here's everything I know. And I'm just telling you like William just said, we should be thankful that we know what we know to be able to know about this, that is happening and what happened to these people and that there's awareness of it. But we are not entitled to the details, to the details. We have the roundabout of what happened. We are not entitled to all of the dirty details about it.
And
yeah, that's what I don't like about fandom.
Yeah, you're right, Stella.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, fandom. I'm part of you. I embrace most of you. But yes, I am going to insult some people. Everything is according to your level of understanding. When people go, oh, well, I want to see proof, you know, where are the legal suits? The whole fact that Ray avoided it after all this time says something. Why do we have to take people to law, into a court of law to get the truth? Why?
And it's true because for such a long time too, Stella, Andy, all he would put up on the daily was how he would trash Ray for not presenting his evidence, failing to mention that Ray's not going to blow his credibility.
Yeah, for a two-bit YouTuber.
Right.
Of who I never followed, by the way. I've only known after the fact, and I had to look him up. Mm-hmm. And it's just like, oh, come on, people. You know, you're trying to build up credibility by taking down somebody else. That is not credibility. That is just sensationalism and not the part of humanity I would support anyway. But I know there's a element out there that loves that stuff.
Because it's fun to watch. I said it the other day. While we were doing this broadcast, where there was legitimate discussion happening the other day about movies and like, because everybody who comes into these things, right? Like my show, whether it be Jarbo's show, I mean, RJ's here, people who watch RJ's stuff, Max, all these friends of mine and everything, Dawson's channel, the Four Nerds, whatever, everybody, right? Film Junkie, like all these different people, right? they all come here and they all say, well, we're big movie fans, right? We love movies. We love that stuff. And I see so many times like, oh, I don't like the drama. I don't like the drama. And there's YouTubers galore who just keep talking about, I don't want the drama. I hate the drama, whatever. And then the first thing that they do
is
literally like, some of them are creating drama, right? It's one thing to report news that's going on. It's one thing to report news. I never fault anybody for reporting news. When you try to when you try to make yourself the news, but doing that. But it was crazy because we were in here having a discussion about film. You guys were talking about it's the other night when we were talking about horror films and stuff, right?
That one.
And the evolution of the horror film. Somebody made a comment and they were talking about, the evolution of the horror film and throughout history. I think Ryan, was it Ryan who brought up the idea of it?
I think so.
It was either Ryan or somebody in the chat brought up, like what we thought of, like how these different things evolved, and like how during this time, it might not have been Ryan. I don't know, but somebody brought up that, during the 50s, this is what was going on in the world. And that's why we got these kind of horror movies. And in the 60s, this why, 70s, 80s, or whatever. And it was this great discussion about this. And at the same time, somebody else was trying to do a stream about something that they had no business doing. Like they had it was about some internet drama stuff, showing me in there, showing other people in there and everything, trying to, I don't know what, get involved in something that they weren't even involved in. And it just made me laugh because I'm sitting there thinking, like, I wonder who is watching this instead of watching a legitimate conversation about, movie news, people. I get it. Drama gets our attention, right? The sensational, marquee gets our attention. Sometimes just walk away from that though. Black Star Afro 2 here with a $6.99 Canadian super chat says, super chat is very hard to do. Well, I apologize for that. If you are having a problem with that, there are other ways that you can give. If you're having a problem with super chat, we do have we've got a Cash App and we've got a PayPal actually listed down below. That if you do give to that, just let me know. I can't bring it up here on the screen, but you know what I mean. If you did give something that way, I would absolutely be able to to mention your comment for sure. Here real quick, RJ says Ray is a very smart man. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he is doing. Exactly. He clearly wants to articulate his arguments and put out what he needs to put out when it makes most sense for him to do it. RJ, you win, bro. That's it right there. I'm sorry, dude, that it took you 12 tries, man, but I'm glad that you figured it out. I mean, I would be lying if I said I wasn't glad you figured it out. Black Star Afro here again with another $6.99 Canadian super chat. Thank you. Says, can the Cloverfield monster tell Joss Whedon to scratch his...
Well, the Cloverfield monster wasn't around long enough to tell anybody anything.
True.
Let's see for Black Star Afro, since he gave us he figured out the super chat. Let's see what let's see what he can yell for
cocaine. Give him the cocaine.
Yeah, there we go.
School's name is
Where is it? Where is the cocaine? Drugs.
It's on that
I don't know what's more hilarious about that, hearing Dawson.
Wow, that is great.
Or that scene from that movie that was just really, really bad. I hope they do another Cloverfield movie, because even though I didn't enjoy the first one as much as I should have, I liked 10 Cloverfield Lane, and I really wanted to see where this is all was going. And with all these streaming services, somebody's got to give that to me. I mean, it's been 13, 14 years. Actually, it's been 16 years, whatever, since that whole came out. So.
No.
2008, right?
2008.
14 years, right? 2008, so 14 years.
2008, yeah.
So I give me one last good one to wrap it up with, and then I'll be happy with it. Because
Cloverfield came out so long ago. Tiffany and I actually went to the movies at the same time to go see Cloverfield, but I was married to my ex-wife. She was going through her divorce. We were all because we were all friends. And Tiffany and I laugh about this to this day because, well, yeah, we were all friends. Well, see, I was friends. Here's a little history lesson for you for me and the lovely Tifftastic. Tiffany and I met when I was we met in 1998.
God dang.
Yeah,
That's
1998.
ancient.
I had only been dating my ex-wife for about 4 months, and she was on a hiatus from who would eventually become her ex-husband. And we met at a concert my band did in just outside of London, Ontario. And she came with a buddy of mine who was doing lighting, and so her and I got put on lighting details. We became friends, and we were just friends for what would that have been? Like what, 10 years, right? Like at the time, right? And so we were friends and stuff. She sang at a church that I did some stuff at occasionally because my buddy, the guy who did lights, he was there. And so we became friends and everything, and that was it. I knew her husband. Her husband was a big Superman fan. The dad of my two boys, he was a big Superman fan. I was. We both went off, got married, had lives of our own, had kids. I had Landon. She had Isaac and Logan. Blah 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 blah. Yada yada yada. I ended up working at a church that was real close to her house. She ended up coming to be a part of my worship team. Her and her family came, and I was there, and we were all friends. We used to hang out all the time. Here's the crazy thing. When her and her husband split up, I was the one on the phone trying to get her husband to go back to her. Wow. And we were all friends. She watched my kids. That's why it's hilarious, because we actually have pictures of our kids like in the bathtub together, like you would normally have your own kids, because they were all little, and she would come up and watch Landon and babysit Landon for a while and hang out with my ex-wife. And my ex-wife would watch her kids, like when she would need a babysitter or whatever. So we have pictures of the three boys like in the tub together, doing things together as little kids. So when all that went down, she ended up going through a divorce, and about a year-ish later, my wife left, and so by that was she started having her issues in 2007. My divorce was final in 2010, and we were just friends. And we were just, so we supported each other through all that stuff. And we didn't see each other for like a year and a half or whatever. And then she came back to the church that I worked at, and people started trying to put us together, and they did. And, they set us up. And in fact, this goes back to tonight. Our first date, I took her to see Weird Al Yankovic, because I figured, you know what? If she likes that,
you're good to go.
I'm good to go. If she doesn't like that, then you know what? I don't want to get myself, because look, I've told you guys, like before, my ex-wife, she wouldn't go see X-Men with me at the theater, right? Which ticked me off, because then she ended up seeing it, and she's like, "Oh, I love this. I love it." I'm like, I never got to see X-Men in the theater because of that, right? And so you like all that stuff, right? And like we had completely different tastes in a lot of stuff. I took her to see Weird Al. She loved it. It totally blew me away. She loved it. We had a great time. Then we went to like a Tigers game, a Detroit Tigers game. And then we didn't do anything for like months. And then we started talking and stuff. I used to do this radio show. She used to tune in and listen to the radio show and stuff and be in the chat. She was literally in the chat of my radio show. And because we had a chat back then, and people started putting us together, and then we ended up together. We ended up dating and got married in 2012. We're going to celebrate our 10th wedding anniversary this year.
Yeah, see, if my future wife, if I'm sitting down, I don't care what we're doing, having a dinner, I don't care how much I paid for it. It could be 16-ounce steaks all around. If the question comes up whether she likes Blade Runner a lot, and if it's no, I'm getting up. I'm going to get up. I'm going to have to leave her there.
But the funny thing was that we went to go. I remember the night because Tiffany had gone through a pretty rough night that night. And Tiffany may have had a couple little drinky poos too many because of her frustrations that night. But we all decided to go see Cloverfield. And so it was me, my ex-wife, Tiffany, and it's funny, my former brother-in-law at the time, that we were like my ex-wife was trying to set Tiffany up with, which if you knew that situation, you'd laugh your butt off. But yeah, no.
That's an epic fail.
So we all went to go see Cloverfield, and Tiffany was a little tipsy, and she was sitting next to me, and she kept looking at me, going, "I don't think I could watch this movie. I think I could watch this because."
Did she throw up?
No, she didn't throw up. No, she didn't throw up. But that's our Cloverfield story. So like we love Cloverfield. Like it's just one of those things. Like it also like it's like another reason why we really like Paranormal Activity, because her and I, one of the first things that we did together when we were looking for stuff when we were first dating was to watch we watched Paranormal Activity for the first time. And so, you know, it's just those movies that, you know, have something to do with that. And so So there you go. There's a little bit of our love story. Yes, as Thomas says here, he says more love stories. Enosh. I know we had quite the story. Trust me. H Bart's here with another $2 super chat. Says, so what you're saying is Max Rebo is GOAT. Yes, sir.
He went from William Dafoe to the creepy blue elephant looking thing.
I know. By the way, H. Barnes, did you see that Willem Dafoe is going to be hosting Saturday Night Live coming up?
He's probably he probably knows that already.
Willem Dafoe also said that he would love to play the Joker for Todd Phillips.
You wanted to play an enemy like a fake Joker, like a villain.
He would be a good Joker, to be honest.
Copycat.
He would play a good enemy. He'd be fun.
William, Poindexter Lounge, ask William if he liked the most recent Cloverfield one after Tango. Did you like Cloverfield Paradox?
As a general science fiction movie, it was intriguing. As a Cloverfield movie, it was stupid. Except for the end. Except for the end, when you see that scene that you have made infamous with the Cloverfield.
Well, see, I didn't think it was stupid. You know why? Because they actually put the line in there at the beginning. They explained the reasoning for the movie was of what was happening and the rift that it opened up, and that was the reason for it. So whatever the Cloverfield monster ends up being, because we still don't know what that first movie was about. We don't know where that creature came from. I know that there was the whole campaign or whatever, but we still don't really know where that creature came from, why the creature was there, how it ended up there, why it awoke, why it did any of those.
10 Cloverfield Lane had a better connection to the goofy third movie than the first one, because if you watch the original Cloverfield movie where they're doing they have themselves on camera and that thing comes out of the sky and lands in the water, it was implied that's where the Cloverfield monster came from. And then they kind of changed things when they got into the other movies, which I was okay with.
But even that's not fully there.
No, they haven't fleshed anything out.
Because when they showed that fall into the water, there was plenty of the story that was being told on the internet at the time. You know that all the heat.
Yeah, you could move around.
That happened long before that supposedly fell into the water. So.
Well, they never really put anything in context. Even the two movies the subsequent movies that they've released, they haven't done anything to really, culminate those. And that actually hurts.
Supposedly there's another movie coming out though. That's going to be.
I've been hearing it for a while, because remember when the third one came out, they just surprised me. I'm watching the Super Bowl.
Oh, I know.
All of a sudden, hey, here's this movie coming on Netflix. I'm like, okay, and I had Netflix.
No, but supposedly the next Cloverfield is supposed to be a direct sequel to the first one.
Okay, I just need
and
more.
It's supposed to explain some of that stuff. I have a feeling. Look, I've loved them all. I've loved all three of them. I understand that Cloverfield Paradox is a little bit different, but I think it's sci-fi greatness, and the fact that we see that Cloverfield monster at the end like that. You got to remember how big that Cloverfield monster is at the end of Paradox. That Cloverfield monster at the end of Paradox.
His head through the clouds.
Yeah. His head's up to the cloud. That ain't the baby one that was in the first movie. So I'm just really interested in that to see like where they're going.
I want to see where it ends. So do I.
Yeah, I love this. Aaron says, "I want an Enosh and Tiffany movie. I want an Enosh.
Yeah, musical.
That'd be awesome.
Musical.
That'd be awesome. And I love stories from Enosh.
Directed by Zack Snyder.
Yes, directed by a love story directed by Zack Snyder. Oh, shut up. Shut up. H. Bart's here with the $5 super chat says, of course I know about Defoe on SNL. Max Rebo is played by Defoe.
This guy's crazy, man.
You're right. Overlord was originally supposed to be connected to the Cloverfield series, but they ended up
they cut it. And that movie, that's another one we were promoting because it was a Warner Brothers movie at the time.
Yeah.
That movie had potential to be really, really, really good.
Yeah.
And halfway in the middle of that movie, I'm like, wow, this took a turn for the not so great. The first opening credits of that movie where they take down that plane and the bullet holes are coming through as they're sitting through and their plane gets totaled. I'm like, okay, this is some violence I can agree with. And then it just got kind of pointless. It just got kind of pointless. I remember that movie, and at the end, and I thought it was supposed to become a franchise, but it did not do well at the box office, so they cut that out. Remember those days when the box office meant something, whether a movie.
I know. Now it's so confusing, man. Like
now
box office has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, and then people, like I said, Suicide Squad. People were saying Suicide Squad was a success. I remember we were talking in the chat today, and I'm like, okay, you guys are thinking about streaming now, but when they made Suicide Squad, somebody put up some money for Suicide Squad, and they didn't get that money back. So that's a loss. It's like Vegas. When you leave without your cash, you lost. Unless you were just there to have fun.
Yeah, like
I forgot about
Hollywood now, like
You think
they don't really go by the box office that much anymore.
Nah, especially for movies that are made for streaming. Movies that are made for streaming, they don't care.
H Bart's here with the $2 super chat says, anybody watch 1883 on Paramount Plus?
Not 1 minute yet, because I haven't even watched the show that it offshooted from, which is Yellowstone.
I don't even have Paramount Plus.
Yeah, I have Paramount Plus, and I just haven't watched it yet.
Is it off Yellowstone, William?
Yellowstone, yeah. Yellowstone is part of
it's a prequel to that.
Yeah, 1883 is a prequel to Yellowstone, correct? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I have not. I did finish up the Real World reunion.
I tried. I went on your advice and tried to watch that, dude. It made me feel old.
Come on!
I'm tired of watching shows. I'm tired of watching shows and commercials and stuff that make me feel like I'm 90, and that made me feel like I needed to go take some some calcium or something. I'm like, come on, this is like, and they look horrible. Those people look like hell. That lady and girl, holy shit! Wow. Because I remember, listen, I know people that I've known for a long time. I know, look at how my parents have aged. My parents are in their 70s, and they aged better than those people that are in those shows. That two of those girls are like, I forget about the Real World, that documentary. I need to know what happened to you from 1993 on, because it was rough, man.
There's people there who had some rough goes of it. You can tell.
And it made me feel like, okay, do I need some Geritol?
Well, you know what I thought was interesting about that, and I think it's our society now in general. Like you put people together like in this bubble, right? And there's just people who are just really unaware of themselves, right? Like you had the one guy, Glenn, who's on there, like who always seemed to be pretty like back in the day was kind of a normal guy. Like he's dropping the N-word there.
Yeah,
and I was like,
notice that.
I was like, what? What? And he's like telling this story about his black friend, and like people do it, but he's using the word. And I'm like, what are you doing? And then Tammy, she's married to a football player, Reggie. What's his name? But she got into a fight with David and like calls her husband to come and like beat him up. And the dude shows up at the house. The producers took David out of the house to protect him because this football player was showing up to the house. And they're just like, this is normal. This is normal. Yeah, I'm so glad that reality TV is not my reality.
Man. It's like, I think I aged 5 years watching it and I turned it off.
Man.
Hey, Caden's watching Manhunter. Listen, do what Caden's doing. Everybody should be watching Mindhunter. I mean, Mindhunter on Netflix. It is the greatest show that Netflix has put out, in my opinion. It is a serial killer driven show. It is about the FBI program that began profiling serial killers back in the late 70s. And they are following real world serial killer events, Atlanta child murders. Charlie Manson's in there. The guy who played Charlie Manson, if you've ever seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, the same actor that plays Charlie Manson there plays him in this show. And he does a 5-minute performance that should have won him an Emmy. And it is stunning. Edward Kemper, who is 6'9" and just the creepiest person that you'll ever see, even in his old age now. They found somebody that looks and sounds like him, and it's creepy. And then they put the interviews of these people right next to their acting performances, and it's so surreal. So if you're sick and twisted, go watch Mindhunters. It's the best thing Netflix put out.
Is this true? I don't think I've ever heard this. That A Quiet Place was going to be connected to Cloverfield.
Oh, I love Quiet Place.
There was a theory, there was a theory about that, but then other people got involved and they took it on its own road.
Okay, I had never heard that, Zeno. That's interesting.
I heard that in the background a couple years ago when the Quiet Place 1 came out, because at the time we didn't know that they came from space. Remember, we didn't know we were the monsters from Quiet Space until Well, spoiler alert.
It would be interesting if it was
That
connected.
dude Vince says, "Don't forget you're insured before bed, William."
Yeah, man. and I'm done. 2022, I'm done watching things that make me feel old. Well, stop it with the Transformer commercials showing up in my feed. Stop it with all that stuff, you know? Stop it with the TV shows that I mean, I'm not, no.
Transformer commercials.
Yeah, there's a little thing on my Instagram or whatever my feed is, because I look up Transformer stuff to say, oh, you might enjoy this, right? So they show, not only do they show the Transformer commercials, they go old school Transformer commercials where the kids are just holding the Transformer and running around the yard with them. That's how old they're trying to make me feel.
You're cracking
I'm
up
not old
Anthony right now.
I'm not old.
Can I just touch
Anthony,
on that?
how old are
right?
you? How old are you, Anthony?
37, brother.
Okay, you need to stop. But, all right,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead,
know.
get rid of Anthony.
It's funny. Can I just touch on that? I've been home, 3 days now with COVID. And I don't watch daytime TV. I watch streams and that. And, you know, here in Australia, a big thing, and Paul will back it up, and Jen, a lot of it is life insurance, funeral insurance, all of those funeral plan rubbish, you know? That's the majority of the ads on Australian TV these days.
Wow, dude. See, I got a problem with all this.
Just trying to tell you you're going to die, basically, right?
It's like ominous.
Get ready. Get
What
prepared.
an uplifting place to live in.
Hey,
Right.
hey, Anthony.
Right.
Anthony, you're what part of Australia are you in? Because I'm
Melbourne.
Okay, so I have a bunch of really awful stereotypes because Australia is the one continent that I haven't been to besides Antarctica. So when I think of Australia, I'm thinking the trapdoor spiders. I'm thinking you're just walking down the street and there's like just kangaroos just like speeding across you. I mean,
Where I live, behind me, like there's like a river goes down the hill, a long river, and like I've only seen in this close area kangaroo coming up my main street, but you kind of have to go a bit out from where we are to see them, and near the freeways is where you normally would see them. They get cleaned up by trucks. But
what about the crocodiles? Is the crocodiles just roaming on the streets?
they're more in the northern states, so like anywhere from like Sydney to Queensland up in Northern Territory. They're kind of northern and territory animals. Here
What
in
about
Melbourne,
the trapdoor spiders? Trapdoor spiders. What
yeah,
about
they're northern as well.
Okay.
Here
So
we've
see,
got-
my window to your country is the crocodile hunter. Rest in peace.
Yeah, you know what? When I was 18, I went to Australia Zoo just after he died, and that was all over Australia. That was tragic. You know, we all loved him.
In America too. I love that
Yeah,
guy.
we all
Yeah,
love
oh
him.
yeah, he really put a stamp on the whole of the Australian tourism. Put us right on the map when he went to America, and he did all the talk shows. You know, so the fact that he died at his peak was so tragic.
Yeah, 42 years old, he was dying and doing something. Of all the ways I thought he was going to go, because I was terrified to watch the show.
Oh yeah,
And he got bit by a black mamba one time, or he got bit by something. And I remember
Did you
taking him to the hospital.
Yeah, did you watch the actual Crocodile Hunter series?
Yeah. And he's stuck. Hey, this crazy man. Remember the episode? This guy, he's night vision. He's looking around for trapdoor spiders, and I swear to God, he opens the thing up, and you can find this. He sticks in the middle of the night. He sticks his hand down that hole to find one of the most venomous spiders, a spider whose fangs can pierce leather boots. And Crocodile Hunter sticking his hand down there. And he's like, "Oh, I think I found one, mate." I'm like, "Holy cow!" And every time I watch the show, I'm like, "He's gonna die here today."
I love South Park's send up of him back in the day where he's like, "All right, now I'm gonna stick my finger right up its bum, and that's really gonna piss him off."
But he ended up dying by a stingray. Of all the things that I thought were gonna kill that guy, I'm like, that wasn't one of them.
No.
And that was a tragic accident too, because I think when he went out on the boat, they went later than they were supposed to go. But there was just a horrible accident. You know, the way he went, he would have been at least grateful he died doing something he loved.
Yeah.
But there's a parallel. His son Robert. I mean, both him and Bindi are still carrying on his legacy, but Robert is a spitting image of him.
Yeah,
And there's two classic photos. There's one of Steve with this big croc in the Crocoseum. And now there's one of Robert with the same croc doing the same thing.
Wow.
The same pose, the same presentation.
Wearing the same thing too, with khakis and the shorts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, man. That was that guy was great. I learned, like I said, he was my window, my legit window, not the Crocodile Dundee stupid stereotype, but the real legit window. And then, like I said, whenever I meet somebody from Australia, they laugh at me because of what I think Australia is. I'm afraid to go there because I'm like, wow, I can't even walk on the roads.
It's a big stereotype, but here in Melbourne alone, the main thing we're getting at the moment because of the weather is a lot of brown snakes around Melbourne. But other than that, a lot of the dangerous animals are up north.
I'll keep that in mind because I will not be going on.
Come to Melbourne, William, anytime.
I'll tell you what, I want to come just because, like, I'm fascinated by sharks, and so, like, the great white shark situation, man. I don't know, like, I would love to think that I could go out and, like, go on a boat and watch great white sharks and stuff, and I'd love to think that, like, I could even, like, maybe
need a bigger boat,
go in a cage or whatever. But man, I just don't know. Real quick, let me get through a couple of these. Black Star Afro 2 with another $6.99 Canadian super chat. Thank you, sir. Says WB could have had that Black Panther money if they had done right by Ray. Did the Cyborg movie and by taking accountability.
I don't know if the Cyborg movie.
I don't know, like with the Cyborg movie, what would you
probably would have made $750
really? Because Cyborg's mostly Justice League character and a Teen Titans character. So what would the story be about?
There's a lot.
Oh,
that you can do with Cyborg, especially
because that's not listen, that was one of the things that, like, people don't understand about Ray saying, you know, like, not wanting to say the booyah line, because there's people who grew up on Teen Titans Go, and that's what they think that he does. In the comics, that was not his Cyborg was a very serious character in the comics. Cyborg had a whole history. We even talked about it. If you watch the interview that we did, he shared, because that was one of the questions that came in for him, was if he had been able to do a Cyborg movie. And he didn't get too much into it because he was still saying, hey, you know, like, I hope one day maybe, you know, but there's several. I mean, he has his own villains. What you see on Teen Titans is not the whole of Cyborg at all. That's like one little small portion of that.
Well,
the only villain that I know of the character, I think, is Grid. Like, I think that's one of the characters of Cyborg villains.
Well, Darkseid, because the newest incarnation of him, the carnation of him that's in the movie, uses a mother box to power himself. So he's basically got apocalyptic technology or new Genesis technology in him. So a lot of those enemies could come after him. And remember, we only saw a smidgen of the new gods, and we only saw a smidgen of the people that inhabit Apocalypse. And you got people scot-free. You have Mr. Miracle. You have a lot of people that you could use in these movies that are just untapped, that I hope we get to see. I hope we get to see a New Gods movie. If we do a New Gods movie, it needs to be that dark side that we saw. And you need to introduce those characters amongst that world, because there's only one New Gods. There is no multiverse when it comes to Darkseid. There is no multiverse when it comes to New Gods.
I feel like with Justice League 2, I think Zach would have done like a flashback scene with Darkseid and the High Fathers and stuff like that.
Oh, I really want to see that, like the war between.
Would have done like a flashback scene to that.
Oh, I think that would happen in New Gods. I think what Justice League 2 would be just strictly Earth War. That's strictly the
but you know how
William, you
Because
know
Zach
how they
would do a
canceled.
flashback too.
Sorry,
Think about it.
Go
you
ahead,
know how
Anthony.
they canceled, you know how they cancelled New Gods, right? Do
Mm.
you think that after the merger's settled, that there'll be a momentum shift where that will be revisited, and Ray Porter will be approached to resume his role as Darkseid in kind of a new kind of version of the script? Because he's ready.
I not only yes, but I don't even think it'll be a new version of the script. I think they will continue what was done and resolve that. And what I think they're going to do is, like, I have no inside knowledge, but I think what they're going to do is they're going to eventually resolve that arc, but you're not going to see those main characters on HBO Max anymore. I think the next time you see Henry Cavill, he will be a Superman in whatever the wake of what Flash does. Whenever you see Wonder Woman again, that Wonder Woman 3 will be in the wake of what Flash does, and so on. I don't think you're going to see the Justice League proper as far as those main characters in HBO Max, but they will use that as a setting. So, like, Darkseid could come back to that because that is the universe that he first discovered the anti-life equation again. But I think that. Go ahead.
Yeah, they had those theories as to what direction Wonder Woman 3 is going to go. Because if she returns back to, her land with her mother, the Queen, and all her sisters, there was talk that even Aquaman might go there because it might be like a Amazons and Atlantean war.
That could be a good story. I just hope Patty Jenkins isn't doing it. But that could be I would rather have. Listen, I don't think she's the right person for that character anymore. Whereas I think James Wan could actually write both of those characters better than she wrote her version of Wonder Woman. If it's not James Wan, then it has to be Zack Snyder, or else we're not going to get the effective Wonder Woman that I think we would that works. Not
Well,
just
there was a script. There was a script out there. The New God movie that was connected to Zack Snyder Justice League, but WB's like, nope. That's not.
Well,
not connecting that.
They're singular thinking. Back when a lot of this was made because they didn't understand how they could use different facets of these characters and different, and they didn't understand the new gods at all. So with them going away, I think that there will be somebody's going to bring in a content advisor that understands how these things work and how these stories roll out. So I think all their past mistakes. I'm not gonna hang the collar around the new regime with the bad stuff that did because I think the potential is there. But I really think if Cavill does another Superman, it will be in the wake. It'll be in the universe that is left as a result of Flash. But I do think you would still get a resolution to Justice League 2 and 3 because you can do that and still split that universe up.
Yeah,
but I think if they're smart, after you're done with Justice League 3, use that to tell the story of the Legion of Superheroes. Use that as your setting for New Gods. Use that as your setting for Wonder Woman Dead Earth. Use that as your setting for anything else you want to do along those tones. It doesn't all have to be Snyder. It can be in Snyder's backyard, but it doesn't have to be him. He's provided you with the setting. Any other creators can come on and do it, and you can attach that feature to the Green Lantern. I would not have the Green Lantern in its own thing. Batgirl would be in Elseworlds. I wouldn't even acknowledge Batgirl as part of that continuous universe. And anything else, Blue Beetle would be shelved until we did a story where he would actually be able to exist with support instead of just trying to throw him out there because you're trying to take advantage of a demographic. But yeah, use that Zack Snyder's backyard to tell a whole bunch of other stories, including the New Gods, because guess what? The New Gods can show up on the CW. Ray Porter can show up on the CW, and he can show up on any big screen because he exists. If you follow the comics, New Genesis and Apocalypse, they have to use those boom tubes, and it was supposed to be really, really hard for them to travel from where they were at to Earth. It was supposed to be really, really hard,
Do you think we'll get Kilowog? If not Wayne T. Carr, do you think we'll get Kilowog appear? Maybe if Zach does come back, he gets the keys, go from where you left off. Do you think we'll get Kilowog and Wayne T. Carr to appear as they were intended
originally in Zack's vision before he had to go with Martian Manhunter. Do you think that we'll get that set up again where we'll see Bruce meet with them, and then they'll open the doorway into, okay, this is how we're going to go forward, and we'll see that fleshed out vision, even if it is a pocket universe and DC kind of branches out and all these different things. Zack's arc wasn't going to go on forever.
Correct.
Exactly.
It's only 5. Yeah.
He stated that, he wasn't going to, promise a million films, but the direction going forward would have been in place.
Correct. And it still can be that way. And all these things that they're doing with the Suicide Squad, this is an opportunity for them to pick and choose where they want certain things to be. For me, I'm taking Peacemaker, I'm taking the Suicide Squad, and I'm putting those in the theatrical universe.
Yeah.
And then I'm taking the original Suicide Squad, and I'm taking Zack Snyder's Justice League, and the original Wonder Woman, and all those, and I'm putting them in the Maxverse. And then once we're done with those storylines, because they will end, then you pick another character. So now you have a Green Lantern, and so you have Kilowog. Start telling the stories from that point of view in that universe. And this is the real important thing. I'll say it over and over again. It has to be episodes. I don't want any more movies. I don't want movies on HBO Max. I do not want movies on HBO Max. I want 8 to 10 episodes that we can all talk about throughout the week. You imagine what these YouTube shows that we're a part of would be with 10 episodes of a show like that to talk about. And then once that 10 episodes of Justice League is done, we're talking about, because in between we throw in the Green Lantern series, and after the Green Lantern series goes, we have another one, and we're constantly talking about going from one to another. A movie, you know what? We talked about Zack Snyder's Justice League. It was great because we all waited for it. But afterwards, it's what was next?
Well, but look, they made that mistake though with Stranger Things though. Honestly, I mean
and The Witcher,
where they just look. I love it when they release stuff. I get it. When you don't have to watch it on a weekly basis. I love binging stuff, but you know what? Then it's here and gone.
Yeah.
Real quick, because I got to get through a couple of these. H Barts with a $5 super chat says, anyone excited for Vikings Valhalla on Netflix?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that one. I'm not familiar.
I have no clue what that is.
I don't know what that is.
It is a North gods type Viking show. It looks really brutal.
Okay.
Looks a little bit more brutal than Vikings was on the History Channel.
Huh.
From what I can tell, and H-Barts correct me if I'm wrong, there's a little bit more connection to the North gods than some of these other shows about Vikings have been.
Interesting. Well, I'll have to look for that, H-Barts. Caden here says, after considering developing the film as a potential 4th installment in the Cloverfield franchise, Paramount and Krasinski decided that it would work better as a standalone film, meaning
that's what I
I
do remember that.
I'll be honest, if I was WB, I would call Dotorio to come back to do Justice League Dark, because he was gonna do that, and WB acts. He's like, nope, you're not doing that no more. I would call Dotorio. I want to see his Justice League Dark movie.
Yeah.
I don't want to see JJ's.
Just wait until the merger's done, and then see where the dust settles after that. Right now, everything is in flux.
Yeah. Yeah. H-Bar's here with another $5 super chat says, anybody look a pickup of Goblin Shark Nightmare Fuel?
To what?
Goblin Shark. We were talking about, let's see. Okay, let me see.
We're talking about Stevie?
Goblin Shark. Oh, what a Goblin Shark is. Are you? I think they're still talking about Australian stuff, aren't they? Yeah, they're still talking about Australian stuff, aren't they? Okay, so that's my guess, because here I just looked it up. This is what he's talking about here.
I didn't know there was a Goblin Shark.
Yeah, that's the Goblin Shark.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the Goblin Shark.
Not that
their mouth comes way out there like that.
Yo, that is disgusting.
Yeah.
Hey,
man.
Dry land.
Everything is beautiful in its own way. It's nature.
Far away
It's nature. And they've been on this earth longer than we have.
That's for sure.
This is right up your alley, William. Because
bro, if I see that, I'm shooting it.
What's that, Anthony?
No, I did the same thing.
I was just going to say.
Let's see. Also here, we got. Hold on a second. Kinky says, Poindexter Lounge. Ask Anthony how violent koala bears really are. There violent jerks. My buddy has told me about them.
No, they're very territorial. Some of them, and they actually
excuse me,
tunnel web spiders. You're funny. They can get diseases. That's the more common thing, but a lot of them are harmless. But there are really aggressive ones. But a lot of them, like when I went to Australia Zoo, I held one, and it was harmless. You know.
Do they bite? Do they bite you with those beak things? Or
no?
Okay.
But
Beak
there
things.
are ones.
Koala bears don't have beaks.
Those little.
Could you kill them?
What?
No.
We're not talking about the sharks anymore. We're talking about koala bears.
Killed, it's because they get hit by a car or
sharks.
Yeah.
Oh, silly question. Oh.
Go ahead, Stella.
Oh, yeah. Drop bears. Is that a nickname for a koala bear?
Yeah, but like again, there's the aggressive kind, and then there's the real placid.
Yeah, the ones that we're used to seeing that are stoned on the eucalyptus leaves. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, so do kangaroos, are kangaroos really that dangerous? Can they kick you and kill you?
Yeah. William, did you see the video? I think we brought it up recently, and it's the guy. He's running up to a kangaroo. It's a big red, and he's got his dog around the neck, and he goes up and he punches the kangaroo, and the kangaroo releases his dog, and he actually got in big trouble for punching the kangaroo, but saved his dog's life.
I saw that. People were giving him a hard time, but he saved his dog's life. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
What was the kangaroo going to do? Oh, he was just fighting the dog?
Just he was holding on to him, and they were very muscular.
Yeah, I've seen their bodies. They look like they live iron. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, there's ones that are really big, William, and they're big reds. They can grow like real muscly in that.
Do they punch? Do they punch you, or is it primary kicking as their defense?
Scratch. They can rip you open.
Oh wow, that's
it looks like they grab you like with the top, and then they like try to kick from underneath.
Yeah, but then if they get you and they claw you, Enosh, they'll rip you open.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
H Parts here with a $2 super chat says Anthony's got the funnel web spiders.
Hey, so what is a Vegemite sandwich?
Oh, I don't like Vegemite. I'm a traitor to Australia because I don't like Vegemite.
Because ever since I've heard that Men at Work song.
You're listening to All About Australia here on the Poindexter Lounge. Look for Anthony's new show here on the Poindexter Lounge.
Well, dude,
Nerds Down Under.
Hey, Anthony, I'll give you $10 if you wait till nighttime and you go looking for a funnel web, hands only.
$10?
$10. $10 American. $10 American.
Shut up.
That is nothing in Australia.
Yeah, that's
like
not
$30
much.
in Australia.
I'll probably find a huntsman more than I'd find a funnel web. Yeah.
Well, the huntsmans are harmless, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah, they're just huge. I've seen people with pictures.
Is that
of those.
the ones that are the size of like a dinner plate?
Yeah.
Jeez, no.
It's funny because every time somebody will post a picture of one of those on Facebook, and you'll see that the normal response is like, "Well, I would burn my house down." You'll see the guy with the flamethrower, and then you'll see all the Australians like, "Oh man, that's a beauty! Don't burn the house down. He's harmless. He ain't gonna hurt you." I mean, you see the Australians defending it, and you see the Americans are like, "I would leave my house and never come back." The type of thing. It's so funny because Australians have the pets.
Have you seen the bird-eating spider, William?
Yeah, that's huge too.
Yeah,
I'm like, I got some big spiders down there. That's what terrifies. I would not get off the plane in Australia.
There's a wolf spider, redback, white tail. I could keep going.
I would keep going too, running.
Yeah, I would run away.
Hell, I guess the outback in the bushes where all this, where your chances of getting wiped out are there, right? So I see those people that are going on trips there. They're going on like little, they go on there. They go with the guides there, and I'm like, that's not a vacation, man. Because if you break down and get started,
Melbourne, hold on. Here in Melbourne, it's more. Melbourne Zoo has. Sorry, I lost my mic there. Here in Melbourne, the Melbourne Zoo has a lot of spiders. different spiders, and but nothing like what's up north.
Is there a zoo up there, or is it just up north is the zoo?
No, there's zoos in every state, but like
up north just is the zoo.
Or is it just a habitat where they are, right?
Queensland, Sydney, they got the really big coastal parks and zoos. What's the one? Well, obviously Australia Zoo's got spiders. The one in Sydney, I haven't been to that one, but here in Melbourne they do have, a really big zoo.
Wow, man. So I went to a zoo in Kuwait. So this is a zoo in the Middle East. There are things there that I didn't think you could catch, let alone have captive. There's owls there that rip snakes apart, and they're huge. The owl's like as big as like a small dog, and then they show them sweeping down, catching cobras and snakes, and I'm like, I thought the cobra was badass. Damn, owl just rips it to shreds. They had cobras that I didn't realize how big cobras could be. And there's a snake charmer in there, and he's in there with them. And they're doing that hissing where it sounds like a bunch of air conditioners going off, right? And they're all you hear is air. And he's in there with a flute, and he's just having a field day. And all the snakes are standing up, and they're like, and I'm like, dude, man, if you have a bad day, you're finished. But there's like all kinds of other snakes. They had giant restrictors.
Whoops.
Yeah, they had restrictors in there, and they were feeding them. They were feeding them like rat. I'm like, wow, I gotta go. I was never
I do not like snakes.
I'm from the city.
The video is boa constrictors.
Yeah, crushing alligators. And anacondas, and I'm like, I'm from the city. I'm from the Los Angeles area.
Yeah.
And my firm belief that we created these structures to keep us away from wild animals. And shark attacks don't happen to people on dry land. Bears, when I lived in San Bernardino, we would always hear about a bear attack, and I'm like, wow, when are we moving? I don't hunt, I don't fish, nothing with wild animals. As a carnivore, my relationship with animals begins when they're in the plate. If it's not a domesticated animal, like dogs, cats, things like that. I'm like, I don't. So Australia would be fun for me. I would stay where you're at. I would go to the Australian Open. And that'd be it. Where the roads in. As soon as I see dirt roads, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, we got to get back." It's not happening.
William getting a little scared here of the nightlife. H. Bartzer with a $5 super chat says it takes place 100 years after Vikings when the transition to being the Normans and take over England.
So H. Bartz, is William the Conqueror a main character in this one then? Is that because that would be the time period that he basically comes over and becomes the first king of England? He's the last
foreign king of England.
Huh?
First foreign king of England.
First foreign king of what will become, because there were other kings, but it wasn't a full country, wasn't it?
Well, the whole thing about William the Conqueror is it was, the Norman invasion, hence no more elected kings of England. So
he was basically the first king of the United. Well, yeah.
No. Well, the way they call it is the Norman invasion. That there were any truly full-blooded English monarchs on the throne after William the Conqueror. Okay. I am an Anglophile. That's the only reason why.
And he was the first one that was crowned in Westminster Abbey, if I'm correct, right?
No, there were others, but he was the first. He was the one that still has the established bloodline from that age. But because before that conquest, whatever states that were considered England that wanted to be a united country, they actually elected their leader. Until something better came on, or that particular king messed up, so they voted him out and did something else. But William came over and conquered, and he was the cousin of the last fully British monarch.
Somebody said no spoilers.
Spoilers?
No, it's history. You can look it up.
I think it's in an encyclopedia somewhere.
Yeah, it is. The last king, the name escapes me right now because I have COVID brain, and I'm trying to keep off a coughing fit.
Is that before it became England, Ireland, and Scotland?
Say that again?
Queen
Kings?
of
No, Scotland was still separate at that point.
okay.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
more like the Pics. Oh,
I
and just
can't
for the
eat
hell of
either.
it, I like Vegemite and Marmite.
Yeah, I can't eat Vegemite. I mean, give me Nutella any day. It's
Is
not
Demon?
Vegemite.
Is this Damon guy from Australia too? He must be from
I'm not
Australia.
sure, but if he is, Aussies are taking over.
Hey man. Hey, one of your most famous, two of your most famous citizens are American citizens too. So there.
Yeah, who you got?
Nicole Kidman and Mel Gibson are born here in America. They can run for president.
Yeah, brilliant. And Russell Crowe lives in Sydney, but he was born in New Zealand.
New Zealand, yeah, he's a Kiwi.
And, you got Hugh Jackman. You know, he lives in New York. Yeah.
Crazy Aussies, man. I got to get to that continent. Like I said, this is the only two continents I have left. I'm not going to the Antarctic.
America one day.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, yeah, you got to come to Vegas.
Yeah, definitely. My sister's
It's kind of
been
like
to
what
Vegas.
you're going through right now. With the weather you're in right now is what we
Yeah.
have in the summertime.
Yeah, it's very muggy at the moment. Very.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're in your
the
summer
wildest
right
thing we have
now.
out here is
Yeah.
coyotes.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Yeah, we have coyotes, so you're safe out here.
Yeah.
That's about it. The coyotes, and if you go out too far, snakes. But like I said, you stay in the city, be all right, man.
Yeah.
Where did Enosh go? Is he going to come back with a wig?
He said he'd be right back. I don't know.
He said he'd be right back.
Might
Yeah, I
have fell
think
asleep.
he's going to start winding things down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5 o'clock over there, and
Yeah,
we're
it's just gone
Enosh is.
9 o'clock here in Melbourne.
Yeah.
It's 9 o'clock and where? In the morning? At night?
At night, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there's you're 17 hours ahead of us.
Yeah. It still amazes me how you guys stay up so late there.
It's not normal.
It's not normal.
Yeah.
We're more insomniacs. So.
Yeah.
And I'm also on the Pacific Coast. I'm in
a night
Los
person.
Angeles.
Like
Yeah,
I'm
I'm on the Pacific
waking
Coast
up
as well.
in the morning. So
Yeah.
like, I just don't like the morning.
Yeah, I'm in Vegas. I'm on the same coast.
Yep. All right.
It's only 2:04.
I mean, it's 5:03. Times doesn't matter. So it is what it is.
503 is nothing.
H. Barts here says, with a $5 super chat, says Alfred, the great grandson, was the first king of United England under.
That was it. Yeah, it was the last. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was the. Yeah.
And then Damon is from Brisbane.
Okay, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
man, we've got. I'll tell you what, man, the Aussies are taking over.
We are.
Not a problem.
You got to find a men at work drop.
Hey, you know, even my dogs. I got 2 Australian Shepherds, so there you go.
They're the best breed too.
They are. They are. I tell you what, Harley is something else. Harley Quinn is
very smart, Enosh.
Oh, she's so smart. She, you know, she's funny because she can catch a frisbee. Wookie's the super chillinest dog ever, and he's the OG DOG, we call him. Because he's been around here the longest now. He's been around here the longest now. He's kind of like, man, why'd you get all these other dogs? You know, but and he'll just look at me like I'll throw a frisbee for him and he'll go run after it now. But he likes to play keep away. He won't catch it in the air. He won't bring it back to me. He won't play fetch. He'll go get it. And then he'll run around with it, looking at me like, ha, I got it. Now you're not going to get it back. And then, but Harley, man, you throw the thing out there, she'll run out there and catch it, man. I've never seen anything like it before in my life. I didn't even have to teach her. I literally just took a frisbee, threw it, and she ran like 25 yards, man, and just grabbed the thing in midair. And I was like, wow, you can do that? Like, holy crap. Okay.
I remember my Australian Shepherd. She used to jump over the wall. And we had a wall, and people were like, neighbors were like, your dog's in our yard. I'm like, there's no way, because we looked at the bottom of it, like they didn't dig holes or nothing in there. And we finally realized that she had jumped over the fence. And the fence was like 6 foot high plus.
Jeez.
She cleared it. She cleared it enough to where she could get out of it.
Wow. Did you have shepherds in Kuwait?
No, we had those what are those dogs? The Belgian Malmules, whatever those are. Yeah, that's the official dog of the armed services. And there were plenty of them there because they would sniff They were bomb sniffing dogs. So everywhere we went, they were sniffing for bomb residue, and they also sniffed for weapon residue too, because you weren't allowed to take rounds off of certain places. You weren't allowed to take rounds into certain establishments, live rounds, and the dogs just sniffed those out. And they would find out if you had anything, and they could sniff out liquor too. So we would be like sleeping in 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and because we had it was a united force with Poland and all that, we could not drink alcohol. So, but other armed forces could. So when we would meet up there was always some knucklehead private or some kid that would get liquor from some whatever, and then they would wake us up in the middle of the night just because the dog sniffed it out. So the guy who's never tasted alcohol would have to stand out there in the cold of the Arabian desert while these Malmutes are sniffing out and bringing out jugs of liquor in their drawers. And I'm like, you idiots. And I'm like, and then you go back to sleep. But yeah, the only dogs we had over there were those Malmutes, and they were trained, man. They had them at the airport. I mean, they had them everywhere because they could sniff out anything. I mean, they would sniff out if somebody had something they weren't supposed to have. The dog would sniff it, and he would just sit down by it. And we're like, oh, who's getting busted? Who's the idiot trying to sneak something out of the country?
There you go. Well, folks, we are almost at the 4.5 hour mark. We've gone so long that the sun just came up here in the background at the Poindexter Lounge. And
I've never seen that sun. We're always on at nighttime. I've never seen that.
I know.
We all break into Here Comes the Sun.
Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun.
You still got 50. You still got 50 at 2 o'clock my time. That's impressive.
5 in the morning. Yeah, we had 70 just a minute ago.
Get that like.
Heck yeah, hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. We've been having some great conversations. New faces here at the Poindexter Lounge lately, and yes. And then we got Anthony down there. Look, see, you can even be in Australia and get your Poindexter Lounge merch. Landon will be very happy. Landon designed that Superman. That is actually something that he drew.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he drew that Superman, and I turned it into a T-shirt. So
it's like a Funko Pop.
He does look like a Funko Pop, doesn't he? But like he drew that when he was like, gosh, how old was he? He was like 10 or something like that, and I loved it. And it was in my office for like the longest time as just a picture. And so I ended up scanning it, and I was like, I'm gonna make a T-shirt of this, buddy. And so he's got one of those, and so he was super proud of it. And so so I'm proud of him. So.
So you getting the McFarlane Batman toasters?
The McFarlane, the Batman.
Yeah, toys.
Yeah, I'll get the Batman ones. Yeah,
there's so many Batman toys. Like,
dude, all the McFarlanes are Batman, dude. Nowadays, dude, like everything is. I just got this. Three Jokers. I haven't opened it yet, but I got the 3 Jokers Batman. I'm waiting for my Jokers to get here. I got all 3 Jokers.
The one you gave Dawson.
Oh yeah, and then I got Batgirl in from 3 Jokers.
Have you read the graphic novel?
Oh heck yeah! Heck yeah!
It's so good.
It is. I've got I don't know where he is.
That and Wonder Woman: Dead Earth are the 2 best ones to come out in the last 3 years.
I also have that Red Hood from that as well. But he's somewhere here. I don't know where he's at right now. But I got that, and now I'm just waiting for my Jokers. Hey, did you see my my Batlet, William?
Yes. Okay. Several times.
Okay. Yeah,
because you were touching the edge.
Oh my God! What the fuck, bro?
Welcome to the world of Klingons and Star Trek.
Let me tell you something. My friend James, him and his wife Mandy, just started coming to our church, and he's a big nerd just like me, and they've been an awesome help to us. And he's a great guy, and he gave me this as a gift, and I was like, wow.
You could chop off somebody's head with that.
Dude, you can sharpen it up.
That's the idea.
you can
that's rolled steel too. You can tell it. You can tell it's handmade because you can look at the edges. That's rolled steel. So how many times you rolls it over.
Yeah,
and over
William,
again.
good luck getting in there.
I can't help but think that's kind of like a little ominous warning to William. Stay out of my room when you come to that.
Yeah, he's already telling me with it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, William. I'll take these little tip protectors off, William. You ain't getting my toys, William.
I will be in and out before you know it.
It'll be in and out before you know it.
Me and You wouldn't
Is
stick Meg with that,
that
so I'll use her as my shield.
is that Dark Side figures signed by Ray Porter?
This one?
Yeah.
It is not, but that is the one that will be going to Ray Porter to be signed.
Oh, nice.
I wonder if he'll sign my pop. I got a pop of him on the throne.
Yeah, that one is going to Ray Porter to be signed. Yes. So eventually Ray Porter will be
Hey,
signed.
can I get an updated inventory on what's in there now? Because I see there's been changes.
Oh my God.
Shut up. All right. So tomorrow night, you know what? Because I still haven't pulled the.
Are you going to talk about Jason Ackles' secret project for DC?
Oh, I hope it's Red Hood who I keep.
Why don't we do that tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So we'll do that tomorrow. Because I got to research that a little bit. Also tomorrow, I'll give these away. This is the giveaway right now. In fact, you know what? Anthony, have you read these?
No.
I was Anthony Beltre. Have you read these?
Oh, sorry.
No, I haven't read them.
Are you a Star Wars fan?
Yeah. Well, Mandalorian. I watch anything Star Wars related.
Well, this is the Thrawn trilogy. So this is what Mandalorian stuff is going. I mean, I'm just I gotta pick a winner for this one because the next giveaway is our DVD giveaway. I also got that bad boy sitting up in there.
Oh,
Is that Lex Luthor?
Yep.
Oh, damn.
That's Lex Luthor. But our next giveaway
Good old
is
Lex.
our next
Don't get
giveaway is
connected
this
to
set.
any of this stuff, guys. Don't get connected.
The Batman animated series.
Yep, that's the next giveaway. It's on DVD, but you know what? It's still the entire series, and so with all the commentaries and stuff. So that'll be the next giveaway after these Star Wars ones, right? So
Hey, Enosh, I need you to do me a favor. If the stuff that you want to give away for prizes, just put that in a different stack. I don't want to take anybody's happiness.
let's see here. I got a drop for you. Hold on a second here. I just gotta find that.
William, good luck, man. You're not getting in that house, man. I'm sorry.
Nope. No. Ain't getting in here, are you? Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's not Batman.
William's hoping that Wonder Meg's going to distract Enosh.
Enosh
someone's gonna be a decoy.
Enosh will be taking a senior nap, and that's a move, you know.
Enosh is taking a senior nap. You're the one drinking Metamucil there, buddy. Not me.
It's like fiber off for you guys in the old guys in the
I got
Midwest.
some fiber here for you.
Yo, what is that?
There's good reason for my glistening skin. And how I shine. And how my pores are so clean and clear.
From the beautiful mind of James Gunn. No. I'm sorry. That's all I considered. I was just sitting here thinking that. That was just like hilarious. No.
Hey, you never know. Maybe James Gunn is watching.
Oh my God.
Maybe James Gunn's watching.
Right.
You know, I got a chance to meet him 1 year. I was doing something with Lloyd Kaufman, which that's who gave him his start.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a long because he used to do Troma. He used to do Troma movies.
Yeah, you're right.
Way back then. And in fact, Lloyd Kaufman, if you look at my Instagram, Lloyd Kaufman comes out here every February, or usually every February for AVN. They get him a booth out here. He actually comes and does signings at the store.
Well, William, you know what, William? Your jokes about my room and everything.
That is a joke. I get it. It is not funny, but I get it.
It's gotta be cool because, like I said,
Starstruck.
By the way, I have actual footage here of apparently Joss Whedon was sitting around his house and Stella showed up.
The next one to interrupt me is a dead man.
Wow.
Hey, you know how you do those videos where you're doing live streams picking up toys?
Yeah.
Okay, that's when I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna do my own live stream. I'm gonna do my own live stream from that room that you're sitting in right now. And while you're getting new toys, I'll be like,
maybe Enosh's room has lasers. You never know.
Lasers.
Those are
I can see William already like Mission Impossible, like what's his name?
I'm just cutting the power. I'm just gonna cut the power and
he lowers in from the ceiling.
Hey,
William's wearing all black. Special
bringing my own dogs. To
Yeah,
sniff
Meg's
my-
outside watching.
Yeah.
Every time Enoch buys something new, his insurance premiums go up.
Meg's like, hurry up! I know he's coming.
He's coming. He's
coming down the street.
Yeah, can't wait to see Top Gun
But
this
the
year.
good news is you can only fit so much stuff in the U-Haul. So technically, by that, I have to leave some stuff with you. So.
Oh yes. Well,
but there's certain things that you should just give to me, like the Cobra Commander helmet. You shouldn't make me come rob you to get that. You should just put that in the bag and send that to me.
Tell you we should rob you.
I mean, that I shouldn't have to take that extra step. But okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, I got something for you. You got that for free.
If those are there, when I pay you my visit, I'll take those too.
Let me just tell you something. You might end up getting kicked, and then you'll leave the house like this.
His testicle sack is now so large, he has to wear a huge hoodie upside down instead of trousers.
It's gonna blow up in your face, buddy.
Yeah. That guy's a dumbass. That guy.
It's gonna be like reverse Santa Claus, except I'll leave you the cookies and milk.
No. Nice try, man.
I know that Falcon to the right's coming with me.
Nope.
He has had to destroy a number.
Kangaroo
right.
got him.
Yeah, that
Kangaroo
video
got
with
him.
the-
Kangaroo
yeah,
got him.
The video with the guy covered up in butter is hilarious.
Hey, I got one last thing for you, William.
Go ahead. Make my day.
I forgot the movie name. Oh shit.
Sudden Impact.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
Hey, isn't
prepared,
the guy
sir.
playing Thor playing him?
Yeah. Chris
He
Hemsworth
looks
is supposed to be
jacked
playing
as
Hulk Hogan.
fuck.
Yeah.
Yo, he looked jacked. He looks
Mhm.
jacked.
That's me right there. But that's me.
That is
This
so
the face
creepy.
app thing. So, all right, guys. Well, hey, thanks to
He's better
everyone
than
who
The
was
Rock.
here tonight. You guys are all awesome. Thank you, Stella, for coming back. You're always welcome, Stella.
Thanks.
And William for giving us some comedic relief there. Talking about my room. Good luck with that. Thanks, Arkham Gaming, for being here. Good seeing you, sir.
No problem.
Anthony Grigsby, good having you here, man. I'm
Thanks
glad
for
we're
having
bringing you some joy while you're in quarantine, just like me.
Yeah. Thank
Anthony Beltre, always good to see you, sir,
Thank you.
and have you on the panel. And we talked about a little bit of everything tonight. I think we covered all of it.
It was amazing.
I mean, we even had some history lessons here. So we learned all about Australia. We learned geography. We learned history.
History.
I'll tell you what, that's a good stream here on the Poindexter Lounge, man.
Thanks for having me.
And then William's got to come in here like at the last second, just trying to like get us like demonetized, right? And like so that I have to take that out. Thanks, William.
Oh no, they will get you. Sorry.
No, sorry. Whoops. No.
Well, there you go. Enoch made
Most
zero
I'll have to
money
do is clip it
today.
out if it does happen. What did I show? I showed something last night that I had to clip out.
When's the last time that's happened to you? Does that happen?
You know what? A lot of times they don't give you strikes anymore, but they'll do what you get what's called a claim. So they try to take, even though like we've been here for 4 hours and 39 minutes, you'll play like that, and they'll try to claim your entire video, like all the revenue from your video.
What did they try to sing you on?
Wow. I thought it was like less than 30 seconds,
copyright, because they say that because if you show a clip or whatever or something
I'm very well aware of the copyright stuff. That's why I'm wondering exactly which.
Oh, like what?
Yeah.
The other night I can't remember what it was. It was something that I showed a clip of, and it was something silly that they tried to get the other night.
Okay, yeah, because
I should have just sung them at
It was
work
something
instead.
small, and I ended up. Oh, it was when I showed. It was during 2 Cents on Nonsense. I showed.
wasn't there, yeah.
I showed Johnny, the Rock Me Sexy Jesus song from Hamlet 2. And so they dinged me on that. But then the thing is, that's the thing is like it's not a copyright strike. And the thing is when they do that, usually you can either do one of three things. You can just leave it and let them have it. You can
fight it,
dispute it, and then you have to explain like why it's not. The problem that stuff like that I don't mind so much because like look, I literally just showed a clip of theirs, right? So like yeah, okay, I'll give them that, right? What I don't like though is like stuff like trailers and things like that, like that channels like this we're literally promoting their work.
Yeah.
Free
well, that's mostly WB though.
Not, dude. You know what? I'll say
no,
this.
It's not that. It's an archaic thing.
Yeah,
copyright infringements.
Yeah,
You're basically giving them free promotion.
Well, and that's the thing. So like, we should be able to use
fair use, isn't it?
Free use, yeah, fair use. Fair use is a lot of it, but the thing is, you have to go through the process. Is the problem, and it's like the thing is that you would think that. And here's the funny thing is every time when we used to do trailer reactions and stuff like that, most of the time I would win that because I finally figured out the correct legalese and the thing, just to say to hit the right.
That's why I'm interested.
Thing. Yeah. Just like the right thing to say, to get most of them turned down, and removed, when they would do that to us. The problem is that it's all at their discretion. And so like I would say many times, like that's what we're doing here. It's fair use. We're literally offering commentary. The law, I would repeat the law verbatim, like what the fair use law is.
Whenever I do tune in, I don't think you hit anything. And it just as a little side thing, whenever you hear like a name of something you actually know on a movie, they have to call up the company to get permission to use the name. It's courtesy thing. They no, it's not just W. It's everybody. No, use a magazine, a character in a book. I mean, they don't charge you, but you have to call for permission. Otherwise, you could get sued. That's all. So, but as far as I know, like I said, my knowledge is old, and I know that the laws keep changing. But that's why I asked, like, how are you getting dinged on anything?
Well, that's the thing is most of the time, if you get dinged on something, like most things I've gotten removed. I had one that I did not understand at all, which was a couple of years ago. They actually gave us a strike on a drop. Like it was just like a drop, and they gave us a strike on it. And like it wasn't a claim. It wasn't like any of this like the normal random stuff. It was like an actual strike, and I could not stream for 2 weeks. That was a couple of years ago. Yeah. And it was weird. And then then it drops. That's the stupid thing is like, they'll just let it sit there because they're not going to mess with it. And they're not going to take you to court. So,
YouTube's lazy. So,
and YouTube has no good system for it because YouTube won't help you. And you end up just in this situation where you're just at everybody's mercy. But I've made the point over and over again, and they're usually really good about it. That it's like, hey, usually when I put back to them, hey, you know what, we're covering all your stuff, and we're not charging you at all.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden it's like, oh, that one disappeared. That one disappeared. I mean, but I've had stupid stuff happen. I actually had royalty-free music that I had purchased. That was years ago. We had an intro that was like just this guitar riff, and I had purchased that music. And all of a sudden, in 1 week, a third party started representing the company that I had bought the music from, the guy that I bought the music from.
Yes.
And they started hitting us with copyright claims on all of my videos because all of my videos started with that music. Like now I've got, the music that we've start. It was the same thing. It was, but I had bought it. And the problem was was that I got like 8 claims in 2 days. And they just kept coming and coming and coming and coming. And I'm like, you can't take, what are you going to take every one of my videos? And I was getting really like worried about it. And I contacted the guy and he said, well, hey, do you have your receipt? And I was like, I'm looking through emails and stuff.
Yeah.
And like, I'm looking through emails. And of course, when I needed it, I could not find it. And I was going through emails, going back and forth. I said, well, don't you have any record of like, who you license this stuff to? And he's like, no. And he had because he had changed vendors and everything else. And so I did see a thing online that said, if you start privating some videos, like when they claim it, if you start privating those videos and you do it enough for everyone that they do, they stop doing it. And that worked. That actually worked because I started privating those videos and then they stopped doing it. But yeah, it's it's just one of those things about being on the internet and being on YouTube. You just got to work around. But most of the time, if it's something stupid and I don't need it, I'll just clip it. Like because you can edit it, and as long as you take it out, then it goes away. And so that's what we'll do.
Okay, yeah, because we used to have to deal with copyright stuff too. I mean, along with the other things and. When it comes to like stuff what Ray's going through, human resources has to go through it first. When it gets to the lawyer, that's when all the shit happens. And that's why I'm pretty sure it was sitting on the desk of a lawyer, not just sitting in HR. Just so you know.
Yeah. I'll say this, like I have reached out to the problem is they don't give you clear. I wish they made it clear. Guidance. They don't give you clear guidance, like because I have reached out to Warner Brothers before, like their legal department, their copyright department, like all these different departments. I've been like, hey, what do I have to do, right? Like, what do I have to do? Because I know plenty of people. Like, there's huge YouTubers that I know they're not. I mean, Tyrone Magnus, for example, right? The guy's got 2 million subscribers, 3 million subscribers, or whatever. He's got a huge channel. And he's doing nothing but trailer reactions, right? And I know that there's no way that dude is just risking his channel every time he does a trailer reaction. You know what I mean? Risking his channel. Because you get 3 strikes and you're down. You're done. They just take your channel away. And
yeah, they should. That's what I've been hearing, because between video clips and music clips, YouTube really, I don't know if it's just people who report just to try to get you in trouble or they're actual violations. But to be honest, in the grand picture, it's not a big infraction. You're helping promote something.
Thanks for reminding me.
That's what I don't ask. Huh?
I just reminded me of something I had to tell Enosh real quick.
Go ahead.
Trailer reactions. I got a way around that. If you ever want to do those.
I'm interested to hear your take on it, because I've heard so many different things and gone down. That's why I stopped doing them.
If we're promoting the movie, I can just loop it in with a promotion of the movie. Like for Scream, I could have done a trailer reaction for Scream as long as we're promoting that particular movie. For anything that WB was doing at the time, like, so say when the Batman comes out, I want to set it up. I have an email out there. Can we do a trailer reaction to the movie, and we can get explicit for permission to do it?
I love it.
Same thing with anything that's going on. We were going to do it for Blade Runner 2049, but remember the trailer for 2049 dropped so late that we didn't get a chance, and I didn't have the capacity, but we could have done it that way. But yeah, because you get permission when you're promoting their movies.
So I love it. We've gone geography, we've gone everything. Copyright law.
Sorry.
No. I love it. Hey, it's all in the space of a show, man. It's great.
Yeah. Especially
for a YouTube. Brought to you by Pointer Sterling.
Yeah, man. If you're on YouTube, I guess copyright law might be one of the things that you don't need to be a scholar, I guess, but it's good to have. I mean,
oh man, it's so frustrating. Like I said, I've reached out to them and the legal departments and stuff, and then you just don't hear from them, and then they'll just give you the runaround, and it's like I at one point I even looked into like what I had to do, like if I could just license it, so that I didn't have to worry about it and stuff, and they don't get back to you. It's like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, because it's hard, because there's stuff that's in public domain, and then there's not, and it just gets really, really hairy.
Yeah, it gets weird, but but we're still here. We're still here, guys. And I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you to everyone who's been in the chat tonight. Thank you to everyone who gave super chats. You guys are fantastic and awesome. And everybody who's contributed to the conversation. That's what we're here for, is for good conversations. Don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. Don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter either. And you know what? Stand up for what's right. You know what? And if you don't know what's right, do a little research. It shouldn't take you that much, let me tell you. But for some reason it does. But anyways, follow us on social media, do all the fun stuff, all the YouTube stuff, subscribe, share the stuff, share the place, you know, let people know what the lounge is. Okay. And we appreciate all of you guys being here. And have
a good one, everyone.
I guess just stay cool. Stay cool, all right? And stay
Live
nerdy.
long and prosper.
Live long and prosper. Or else I got this blade back here that's got your nname on it as well as Williams. So
It'd be funny if you left the blade there and I made off with that too.
Oh dear God. He just thinks he's so funny. He just thinks he's so funny. You know what, William?
You're an ass.
Toy extra lounge.
American Dad. Another.
It's been a while since I've used that clip. So we'll just go out with this because I think this is fitting.
We talking about bands, but I still bust the heat. We've been going on for like 4 hours now, like Zack Snyder's freaking Justice League.
Yeah, I think we beat Justice League.
Exactly. Like, we went for 5 hours, man. We watched the movie, did the commentary, did the whole thing. We brought it home. All right. I'm done. All right. Here's Dawson dancing. Or doing Beat Saber. Have fun, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you next time. Stay nerdy.